This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Maintenance Engineer. Maintenance Engineer number 519. Xinming. Welcome to Wake Up! Today is March 12th. 5601 AD. Please go to the maintenance staff's office at office area number 125 as soon as possible to receive your personal terminal and work kit. Xinming moved his hand stiffly and climbed up from the cryosleep chamber where he was. His somewhat confused brain only took in what the voice said into his brain, but did not digest it, making Xinming completely unable to understand what happened to him. After an unknown amount of time, Xinming finally gathered his scattered energy. However, when Xinming observed the environment around him, his breathing suddenly stagnated. Where am I? Xinming looked around nervously. He seemed to be in a very shabby place. A room made entirely of metal materials, with 4 devices similar to the one he just stood up on each of the 4 corners. In the corner next to the door near the exit, something appeared that made Xinming even more nervous. A scattered human skeleton, and a corpse of some kind of super large insect that had completely rotted inside, leaving only the carapace. The 2 corpses were close together, as if telling Xinming what happened before they died. Xinming breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were really just corpses, and quickly confirmed his own situation. The last memory I had before I woke up from here was the speeding truck. If it hadn't been like this in the hospital, it would have been basically a possibility for me now. Time travel. Xinming took a few deep breaths to force himself to calm down. This kind of experience is actually quite good for me. I have no father or mother, so my normal life is not life. It can only be called survival. Having a new beginning is undoubtedly God's blessing for me. But now, Xinming had to at least find a way to figure out where he was. Xinming quickly rummaged around on his body, but found nothing. But just when Xinming woke up, the voice in the broadcast seemed to have revealed his identity. Maintenance Engineer number 519 also asked himself to go to that office to pick up things. Xinming moved his limbs a little harder and felt that his physical condition was pretty good, although it seemed that it had been frozen for a long time in the nearby freezer. There was no discomfort when moving. That office shouldn't be a problem in the past. Moreover, the environment Xinming is currently in always makes him feel uncomfortable. It is best not to stay here. But before that, Xinming suddenly noticed that there was a pistol that looked very sci-fi under the human skeleton. Xinming hurriedly picked it up and held it in his hand, half groping, half imitating the videos of gun use that I had seen online. I turned off the safety, removed the magazine, then reinstalled it, and adjusted the safety to a firing state. Although I don't know if the pistol that has been lying here for a long time can still be used, it at least gave Xinming some confidence to deal with unknown dangers. Next to the skeleton is the only closed metal door in this room, which should lead to the outside world. There is an eye-catching button on the wall next to the door. Seeing that there was nothing else around that could open the metal door, Xinming reached out and pressed it. A mechanical female voice then sounded. A vacuum environment is detected. Please press the button again to confirm opening the buffer compartment. And pay attention to wearing protective clothing completely. A vacuum environment? Am I in space? Xinming frowned and stepped on the solid metal floor, without any sign that he was in space. But he didn't dare to bet that the sound was wrong. So he could only turn his head and start searching the room for anything that could help him. Xinming was so panicked after waking up that he didn't notice that many places in the room actually hid mysteries. Underneath the cryosleep compartment where you wake up, there is a compartment that can be opened. Inside was a set of clothing that covered the whole body, similar to a spacesuit, but it looked very lightweight. This should be protective clothing. In the compartments under several other unmanned freezers, Xinming did not find a spacesuit similar to this protective suit. But Xinming found a personal terminal often seen in science fiction movies on the ground next to the freezer. What Xinming didn't expect was that the terminal actually opened under his own random operation. Although the battery shown is not much left, it should be enough for Xinming to figure out something. Just before Xinming was about to study its usage, a string of familiar and unfamiliar memories suddenly appeared in Xinming's mind, as if they had been stimulated. This is Xinming's past memory. As a maintenance engineer, Xinming's past memories are constantly emerging. Let Xinming understand his current situation. Xinming's current location is a mining space station belonging to the human empire, located on the asteroid ring of an edge planet in the Edge Galaxy, where humans have expanded their territory. The existence of planetary rings makes the habitable planet below even though the climate is very suitable for human habitation. The meteorites that fall from time to time make people have no idea of settling on it. However, these asteroids rich in various rare minerals in the asteroid ring attracted a commercial company to buy the mineral mining rights of this planet. They built a mining space station here and made it open to all humans. Qinming, on the other hand, is a professional maintenance engineer for the company that owns the mineral mining rights of this planet. I got this job that required me to freeze for a long time and only come out to work when necessary. During the cryodormant period, the commercial company will still calculate Qinming's salary. So Qinming, who had no parents or friends, successfully applied for this job. My main memory from this world ends the moment I lie down in the cryosleep chamber. Although more detailed memories are still emerging in Qinming's mind, they are all scattered fragments. Qinming still doesn't know what happened in the mining space station. However, I relied on my memory to teach me how to use some tools, including the terminal. Qinming quickly retrieved a log record from the terminal. Based on the contents of the log, Qinming could roughly deduce that this terminal and the recorded log should belong to the skeleton in the room. He seemed to be a doctor. Most of the contents of the log are about regularly checking the health of the people inside the frozen dormant warehouse every day. In the last few pages of the diary, around April 5569 AD, about 30 years ago, the content recorded in the diary changed. As usual, the mining space station captured an asteroid in the asteroid ring that may contain rare mineral resources. When the first rare mineral is mined, everyone celebrates. However, the very next day, a sudden riot broke out from the area where mining equipment was housed. Countless bugs poured out from here and spread throughout the space station, killing the personnel on the space station. The interior of that asteroid is not only filled with rare minerals, but also contains nests of these terrifying bugs. They hibernated inside the asteroid for a long time and woke up after receiving extreme stimulation. Qinming also wanted to know what happened next, but the content in the log stopped abruptly. The doctor has died here with the insect. The final result of this incident is obvious. 30 years have passed since everyone in the mining space station was wiped out and the space station was abandoned. In other words, Qinming is now on an abandoned mining space station full of Zerg. Qinming subconsciously glanced at the white bones and insect carapace next to him. An insect of this size could easily kill itself if it pounces on it. Although the bugs were scary, Qinming felt that he was more likely to starve to death. He didn't find any food in the room. So, Qinming turned his head and glanced at the rusty door next to him, hesitating whether to go out like this. Those Zerg can sleep inside the asteroid for so long. Will they still be waiting for him outside the door of this mining space station? While he was still hesitating, the last memory fragments belonging to maintenance engineer Qinming were completely integrated into Qinming's mind. Then, 2 lines of words suddenly appeared in his mind. No spacecraft signal access detected. Please connect as soon as possible to complete the brain control signal connection and initialization. Chapter 2 link. What's this? Qinming was completely stunned by these 2 lines of words that suddenly appeared in Qinming's mind. This is given by my status as a maintenance technician. For example, are there any electronic implants in my brain? Or is it the ability that comes with traveling through time? Qinming had no way of identifying it. But no matter which one it was possible. It seems that he has the ability to control the spacecraft with his mind. Qinming was a little unbelievable. But the real quality of the place he was in now made it impossible for him to doubt it at all. Since you are just waiting to die if you continue to stay in this room, why not get out? Find a spaceship to connect to, and see if this thing in your mind can help you get out of your current predicament. Even if it wasn't for the spaceship, Qinming at least had to find out if there would be any food in the space station. Being bitten to death by bugs while looking for food is better than dying of starvation. Qinming put on the protective clothing with some difficulty. He was not sure whether it could play a protective role. He returned to the door with a gun and pressed the button. The mechanical female voice sounded again. A vacuum environment is detected. Please press the button again to confirm opening the buffer compartment. And pay attention to wearing protective clothing completely. Qinming listened to the heavy breathing under his protective clothing and pressed the button again. The door opened, and a cubicle appeared in front of Qinming. After entering the cubicle, the door behind Qinming closed, and the hissing sound of exhaust sounded in his ears. But the sound quickly disappeared. It should be that he is entering a vacuum environment. At the same time, Qinming suddenly noticed 2 lines of words on the corners of the protective suit and helmet. Remaining oxygen value, 99.9%. Remaining power value, 99.9%. This is the oxygen that sustains human life and the electricity that maintains a stable temperature inside the protective suit. Chin-Ning calculated the speed of the fall and found that it would last for about 2 hours. If we can't find the spaceship or find food within 2 hours, the consequences will be disastrous. Chin-Ming's time is very tight. The airtight door, outside the isolation room, that had been sealed for a long time opened. Chin-Ming did not step out rashly because of time constraints, but stuck his head out and observed carefully. A new scene appeared in front of Chin-Ming. A dilapidated corridor. The corridor is full of loopholes, and more complex and larger metal structures can be seen outside. There are also countless light spots shining in the dark space. Chin-Ming stood still for a few seconds before realizing that now was not the time to look at space. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, Chin-Ming followed the space station map he found on his personal terminal and set foot on the corridor. He paid great attention to his steps so as not to fall through any holes. After all, there is an inexplicable gravity on this space station. Once it falls out, it is unknown whether it can be recovered. Chin-Ming walked all the way in the direction written on the map, towards the office area where the voice broadcast was just now. According to the directions on the map, Chin-Ming will also pass by the canteen and a public area for people to rest on his way to the office. He can also find some food in the cafeteria. If you go further back, you will find the dock of the space station. Chin-Ming can go there directly and have a look. Maybe he can find the spaceship. Along the way, Chin-Ming forced himself not to be distracted by the deep starry sky outside, and quickly passed through his residential area. When passing by the canteen, Chin-Ming tried to search in the kitchen, but it is obvious that after 30 years, nothing is left in the cafeteria at this time. And what's worse is that the public area next to the canteen is connected to the mining area on the lower level by several fast passages, making it easier for the staff on the lower level to come up quickly to eat. Because of this, Chin-Ming discovered something terrible. Some things that are still squirming, like insect eggs, are absorbed on the disgusting growths in the corner of the public area. Although Chin-Ming already had psychological expectations for this, these bugs can survive inside the asteroid, and it is not unexpected that the eggs are preserved in the vacuum to this day. But despite the psychological expectations, Chin-Ming still felt a little numb when he actually saw it. He didn't dare to stay any longer and left here quickly. Chin-Ming didn't even want to go to the office and trotted all the way to the dock. The degree of damage here is more serious than that in the living area, and most places are basically exposed to space. If it weren't for the fact that there seemed to be some kind of magnetic force pulling him on the floor beneath his feet, Chin-Ming felt like he would fly out at any time. But luckily, Chin-Ming actually saw a few spaceships staying here. Chin-Ming picked a spaceship that looked the latest in appearance, came to it, stretched out his hand and pressed on it. Spaceship signal detected. Do you want to connect? Chin-Ming showed an expression of relief. Plug in! As Chin-Ming finished speaking, a panel jumped out in front of him. Ship panel. Ship name, Iron Ore. Type, small civilian mining cargo ship. Fuel reserve, 19%. Port side weapon, 22mm cannon damaged. Starboard weapon, 22mm cannon in operation. Armor, aluminum steel composite external armor. Engine, civilian guard grade engine. Built-in cabins, captain's cabin. Engine cabin. Work cabin. Planting cabin. Living cabin. Storage cabin. Important equipment, bridge control system module in operation. Stance traction module in operation. Life support system module in operation. Simulated gravity module in operation. Landing module damaged. Hyperspace channel system module missing. In addition to this extremely detailed panel that introduces ship information, there is also a drop-down box that appears below the panel. The words, Spaceship Maintenance Guide, are clearly written on it. With a swipe of his finger, Chin-Ming could see the repair methods for damaged parts displayed on the panel. At the bottom of this interface, there is a button that says, Repair. Chin-Ming tried to press it, but a sudden mental fatigue almost made him lose his balance. Then a prompt appeared in front of him. Lack of necessary materials. Repair failed. Chin-Ming was stunned for a moment, as if he understood what was going on. At the same time, Chin-Ming also felt a feeling that he had never felt before. After clicking the repair button just now, the spacecraft in front of him is like his own body and can be controlled by himself. He is now on the starboard side of the spacecraft, and the 22mm cannon on the starboard side happens to be undamaged. Under the control of Chin-Ming's consciousness, the machine gun rotated on the turret base and aimed at the way he came. Seeing that he could really control the spacecraft with his consciousness, Chin-Ming felt a little uncontrollably excited. Ordinary maintenance technicians would never be able to do this. This should be an ability that comes with one's own time travel. Qin Ming stood next to the hatch of the spacecraft, controlled the hatch of the spacecraft to open, and walked into the interior of the spacecraft. The front and rear of the spacecraft are the captain's cabin and the engine cabin respectively. The remaining 4 cabins are evenly distributed between the 2 cabins, occupying the remaining space inside the entire spacecraft. The position where Qin Ming went up was at the center of the entire spacecraft. The moment Qin Ming boarded the spacecraft, as long as he wanted, he could close the hatch and start the spacecraft to leave here at any time. But the amount of remaining fuel displayed on the panel, and the warning that the landing module was damaged made Qin Ming hesitate. And food problems will also be a problem for him. So Qin Ming came to the door of the storage cabin immediately after entering the spacecraft and opened the door. What appears to be minerals are stored here, and there is a compartment inside the storage chamber. The words, refrigerator, were clearly written next to the compartment, which made Qin Ming full of expectations for what was stored inside. But when the hatch opened, what Qin Ming saw was not frozen canned food. Instead, it was a frozen, hard insect corpse. And, stimulated by the opening of the compartment door, an insect egg was trembling crazily. Chapter 3 Search. Hack! Qin Ming cursed subconsciously, and subconsciously raised the pistol he picked up. After a slight recoil feedback, the eggs exploded directly. The dismembered carcass of an unformed insect filled the seemingly empty cold room. Qin Ming reached out to wipe off the stains on the protective suit and helmet, turned around and left, closing the compartment door. Qin Ming forced himself not to recall the disgusting scene just now, but quickly walked to the planting cabin next to it. However, like the cold room, it was empty. Qin Ming continued to force himself to think about where to get food. If you can't get food as soon as possible, starvation will be your final destination. Or, Qin Ming looked towards the captain's cabin, where there was a refrigerated dormant chamber in the corner. But this is actually an emergency escape cabin. Qin Ming can abandon the ship and escape, fall to the planet below, and seek life there. Only a fool would do that. Until the last moment, Qin Ming did not want to leave his life to Tianshu. Qin Ming took out his personal terminal with little power left, found a wire in the living cabin, and connected it to the spacecraft's power grid. During the charging process, Qin Ming was looking for something on the map of the space station. Soon, what he wanted to find appeared in his eyes. If the mining space station is to operate for a long time, some places must be indispensable. Cold storage for storing large amounts of frozen food, and warehouses for storing the fusion fuel that keeps the space station running. If Qin Ming wants to survive, he has to go to the cold storage to find food. If you want to live longer, you have to leave this dangerous space station. And fuel has become a necessity. But leaving in a damaged spaceship was not a smart decision. Qin Ming had better go to the office where the voice broadcast prompted him before and get the repair kit that Qin Ming, the maintenance technician, should get. At the same time, follow the prompts of the spacecraft repair guide to obtain enough materials. Even if there are problems with a lot of the spacecraft's equipment, he might be able to fix them all. Qin Ming thought about what he needed to survive, and planned his future path on the map of the space station. The first thing to go to must be the maintenance staff office number 125 in the nearest office area to get the maintenance kit. Then go to the power generation area to get fuel. After all, the spacecraft only has 19% remaining fuel, and God knows how long it can last. The power generation area is located under the living area where Qin Ming first woke up. Because the power generation equipment produces heat and can provide a certain insulation effect for the living area, it is placed there. The power generation zoning should be safer than the cold storage on the middle floor between the public area and the mining zoning. Qin Ming planned to wait until all the fuel and tools were obtained before considering going to the cold storage. After Qin Ming selected the route, he didn't hesitate. After confirming the approximate location, he trotted all the way over. Qin Ming found his name on a cabinet in the maintenance office. The cabinet door was unlocked, and Qin Ming easily got a suitcase-sized repair kit and his own brand new personal terminal. Qin Ming didn't stop and went directly to the power generation area with his suitcase. On the way, they carefully avoided public areas filled with disgusting growths and insect eggs, and found fuel and a small cart equally successfully. After 3 trips back and forth, the spacecraft's fuel was replenished, and there was still a lot of remaining fuel. Qin Ming noticed that his protective suit did not have much oxygen and electricity left. So after Qin Ming transported fuel for the last time, he pushed the cart he found from the power generation area to the public area and approached the passage between the upper and lower floors. The gun in his hand was held tightly by Qin, and he would respond immediately to any changes. The passages up and down the public area were not blocked by growths and insect eggs, so Qin went down to the cold storage level with some fear. After using the authority of the maintenance engineer's terminal to open the door of the cold storage, an empty warehouse appeared in front of Qin. There is nothing left in the cold storage, but there is an emergency supply room in the corner of the cold storage, which is Qin's last hope. Qin pushed the trolley and opened the door of the emergency supply room. After noticing that the oxygen reading of the protective suit began to recover after entering the emergency supply room, Qin closed the door of the room smoothly. The only thing stored inside was a package of something that looked like a military dry food package. There are 6 words written on it. Packaging survival food. There is no brand, no shelf life, and some just have a list of ingredients. Qin tore open the package, and inside was a lump that looked like lunch meat. After confirming again that there was still oxygen in the emergency supply room, Qin took off his helmet and smelled the lunch meat. He didn't smell any special smell. He broke off a small piece, put it in his mouth and chewed it, but did not swallow it. After chewing for about 3 or 4 minutes, Qin seemed to taste a hint of meat in his mouth, so he spit out what was in his mouth. Next, you just need to wait for a while. If there is no discomfort, then these packaged survival foods that have been stored for decades should be edible. Moreover, Qin estimated that there should be nothing else to eat in the space station, so he loaded all the packaged survival foods in the emergency supply room onto the trolley and planned to leave. Just as he was returning to the level of the public area, Qin suddenly discovered that the insect eggs around him seemed to be moving. What happened? Qin's heartbeat quickened instantly, and the movements on his legs also began to speed up. The insect eggs around him were trembling more and more violently. Under the light of the lower floor that Qin just passed by, there seemed to be many shadowy things moving in the passage between the upper and lower floors behind him. That's because the insect eggs in the lower layer have hatched. Qin's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. Could it be that the cold storage had been kept sealed, and when Qin opened it, the cold air, or hot air relative to the temperature of space, escaped outside and stimulated the insect eggs? Qin wasn't sure what the reason was, but he was sure of what he should do now. Qin no longer worried about whether his movements would be too large, and just ran in the direction of the spacecraft. He ran all the way and fled to the vicinity of the iron or spacecraft. Although there was no sound in the vacuum, Qin could easily feel the vibrations under his feet getting faster and closer. When a feeling of danger was coming, Qin pushed the cart full of food and fell forward to the ground. At this moment, the image of the camera connected to the machine gun on the spacecraft appeared in Qin's eyes. Before the group of newly hatched bugs following him pounced on him, the 22mm machine gun opened fire. There was no gunshot in the vacuum, but the flickering firelight and the sound of his back being hit by broken pieces from time to time made Qin aware of the situation he was encountering now. And the situation is getting worse. Qin could see that in the office area not far away, several insects that were taller than humans appeared, and they were definitely not newly hatched adults. Qin immediately got up from the ground, and the next moment, a larva that was lucky enough to survive landed directly on Qin's shoulder. The sharp mouthparts can tear open Qin's protective clothing in the next second, causing Qin to die in a vacuum. The hair on Qin's body stood up at this moment. He raised his pistol at a speed he had never seen before in his life, and smashed the insect that looked like an alien larva on his shoulder with one shot. Without any unnecessary movement, Qin quickly picked up the packaged food scattered next to the trolley he had just pushed out, and pushed the trolley onto the iron mine. The hatch was quickly closed, and the iron ore's engine started as quickly as possible with full fuel. The tail flames ejected from the tail of the spacecraft pushed the iron ore away from the dock. Qin put the cart down and rushed to the captain's cabin, looking out the porthole at the abandoned mining space station that was gradually moving away. There were also the insects that seemed to be roaring with their mouths wide open, but were powerless. The tight thread in Qin's heart finally relaxed. At least now, he's safe. Chapter 4 Questions. Qin took off his protective clothing and hung it next to the charging port in the captain's cabin, breathing the oxygen provided by the life support system on the spacecraft. All the stress caused by the environment in my heart is dissipating. I was busy going back and forth in the space station for nearly 2 hours, and I even almost ended up here several times. But luckily it's all worth it. There are repair kits the size of suitcases at your feet, and fusion fuel that can support the operation of the spacecraft are stacked in the storage room. as well as the small carts filled with packaged survival foods that I just casually placed in the central passage of the spacecraft. Qinming now doesn't feel any discomfort except fatigue, which means that these packaged survival foods are completely edible. These things that I have worked hard to obtain are the foundation and confidence for Qinming to live. The only thing that I couldn't get in the space station just now was the materials for repairing the spacecraft equipment. But the warehouse area where various materials are stored in the space station is on the level of the mining area. Qinming had no intention of going to such a dangerous place in the first place. If he had gone, he would have become food for insects by now. Qinming shook his head and shook away the terrible thoughts. He didn't think about what would happen if he did something. I plan to take advantage of the time my body needs to rest after working non-stop for 2 hours. Use your brain for your future planning. He had just piloted the spacecraft to leave the mining space station. It could only be said that he had initially passed the most dangerous period of his life in this world. But there are more problems and troubles waiting for Qinming later. The spacecraft has limited fuel reserves, and the food it can obtain from the space station is also limited. This means that Qinming cannot drift in space forever. So no matter what, Qinming must return to the human world. I am currently in the fringe star field, and there are basically no human colonies nearby. Therefore, Qinming had to do the next best thing and choose to go to the nearest system with an open military outpost. At that time, he can contact the military station there to ask for help, and use the military's Stargate technology that can jump between galaxies to return to the human world. As for why Qinming is so confident that the army will help him, it's because in Qinming's memory, although the military outpost was called a military outpost, it was not just the military. In edge galaxies lacking infrastructure, these military outposts are actually equivalent to large central space stations in bustling galaxies. Provide all human beings with the convenience needed for navigation in various galaxies, and provide some logistical support for those who explore the territory of the universe. After all, Qinming is a human being and a serious maintenance engineer with the status of a company employee. He has no problem asking for help when he is in danger, as long as he gets there. Qinming's most basic survival will definitely be guaranteed. So the biggest problem for Qinming now is the time it takes for him to get from the abandoned mining space station on the orbit of the small planet on the edge of the edge galaxy of this edge star field to the galaxy where the nearest military outpost is located. Qinming opened the galaxy map near the mining space station on his personal terminal, and marked the galaxy where the space station is located and the galaxy where the nearest public military outpost is located on the screen. Although the distance between the 2 points is not long on a cosmic scale, it is not short for Qinming. In Qinming's memory, he arrived at the space station on the company's spaceship, which didn't take much time. But the company's spaceship has a hyperspace channel system, and the words, "Hyperspace channel system missing," were clearly written on the spaceship that I found. Since the iron ore does not have a hyperspace channel system, it would definitely take a lot of time to fly this distance. Sufficient preparations must be made for a long-term space voyage before Qinming can set off there. So Qinming left the captain's cabin and pushed the trolley parked in the aisle into the storage cabin. He ignored the corpses of bugs and insect eggs in the refrigerator for the time being, and instead took stock of the food piled on the trolley. It turns out that these packaged survival foods can only last for 3 months at most. 3 months of food. 3 months of survival time. Qinming didn't want to starve to death halfway through the flight, so he couldn't just head to the military outpost without thinking. Qinming returned to the captain's cabin again, sitting on a chair and thinking about ways to solve the food problem. Qinming already has a general idea of the method, and the planting cabin inside the spacecraft can be fully utilized. But the idea is not the key. The key lies in the execution process and the possibility of execution. But just when Qinming lowered his head slightly, his eyes suddenly saw the communication equipment on the control panel of the spacecraft bridge. Qinming suddenly realized something. If I want to return to the human world, there seems to be no need to drive the spaceship back by myself. Find a way to connect the spacecraft's communication equipment to the space station's communication anchor point, so that you can contact the nearest military outpost. They might be able to directly send a rescue ship to take them back. Qinming touched his chin and began to think about whether his idea was feasible. But when Qinming's eyes focused on the abandoned mining space station not far away, in an instant he realized something was wrong. After integrating the memory of maintenance engineer Qinming became very clear about the brain circuits of those at the top of the company. Even if the company is generous in paying wages during the dormant period, it cannot change their greedy nature. He is an insignificant person, and he is given a salary that is not a sweet thing to them at all. But although this mining space station is located in the edge of the star field, It can often obtain some rare minerals that even money can't buy. How could the company's upper management give up on it casually? They bought the mineral mining rights of the planet. And the mining rights lasted for at least 100 years. Only 30 or 40 years have passed since the completion of the space station. Is it possible that the company has not responded at all? If they had, they should have taken themselves out of the dormant warehouse and taken them away as employees of the company. What are they doing? And even though the insect plague broke out on the space station in the middle of the night, some people should have been able to escape. What about the people who escaped? Is it possible that the news that a space station was occupied by Zerg did not spread at all? Why? After all these years, is there still no one here? No one even came to collect the bones. Qin Ming's heart was full of doubts. And he seemed to be aware of the abnormality of the whole matter of the space station being abandoned. No matter what the secret behind it is, it can make a space station that has brought a lot of benefits to the company no one cared about since 30 years ago. This matter is definitely not something that a small maintenance technician like me can get involved in. Before confirming what is the hidden situation between the space station and the company, Qin Ming must not contact the very close military outpost through the space station signal tower. You must find a way to return to the human world by yourself. The universe is so big. As long as I leave here, no matter what conspiracy is behind the abandoned space station, no one can find me. Chapter 5 Choice. Just like this, Qin Ming didn't even want to go to the galaxy where the nearest military outpost was located. If Qin Ming's spaceship is to sail into the space station by then, the military personnel will definitely find out his identity. If they directly find out the record of the Iron Ore passing through the Stargate decades ago, and the record of themselves passing through the Stargate on the company's spaceship, that would be no different from Qin Ming's current direct use of the space station's communication anchor to contact the military outpost. So there aren't really many options left. Qin Ming's eyes returned to the galaxy map he just opened. In a small galaxy very close to the galaxy where the military outpost is located, there is also a space station belonging to humans that many people know. But it does not belong to the military in name only, but to the pirates. This is a space station for space pirates. Of course, pirates are just a general term, and everyone knows how a group of scattered and unorganized criminals can possibly build a space station with complete infrastructure that can be maintained for a long time. There must be someone behind this, and the person sponsoring it has great power. Otherwise, how could the military, which is only a galaxy apart, turn a blind eye to this space station, which is known to anyone who makes a living near this edge galaxy? If Qin Ming chooses to go there, there will naturally be danger. Instead of going to the military outpost, how many good people would choose to go here? But correspondingly, the possibility of revealing that he is a company employee and comes from this abandoned mining space station is close to zero. Although it will take longer to return to the human world, and the pressure to solve the food problem before passing will be greater. But Qin Ming had no more choices at this time. He didn't want to be involved in something between big shots because of his identity and origin. And he didn't want to know how he died in the end. The pirate space station became his only choice. Therefore, in order to solve the food problem, the spacecraft's cultivation cabin must be used in some way, and the best place to get edible crop seeds. Qin Ming looked at the blue, green and purple planet directly below the spacecraft. But before thinking about it, Qin Ming stood up from his seat, opened his hands, and placed them on the bridge in front of him. Qin Ming partly manipulated the control panel manually, and partly relied on the assistance of his consciousness to set the flight path for the iron mine after leaving the space station. Let it stay in the orbit of the planet in front of it, keeping a certain distance from the abandoned mining space station. Can be seen, but cannot be touched, to prevent bugs from floating over from the space station. At the same time, he also prevents himself from losing this extremely dilapidated place in space. But it contains many precious resources. Qin Ming had already thought about it before leaving the space station. Compared to those asteroids in space that contain rare minerals, this space station is more valuable to itself. He is just a civilian spaceship used for mining and lacks everything. Collecting minerals from asteroids can only replenish the most basic supplies needed by the spacecraft, and the products of industrialization cannot make up for it, such as daily necessities, and some tools and materials for spacecraft equipment. It is impossible for Mr. Qin Ming to just use the repair kit on his hand to rub a chip out in space. But it's different in the space station. This is a place that needs to maintain long-term operation and provide a living environment for many people. All kinds of sophisticated and professional electronic equipment, all kinds of rare metal materials, and all kinds of necessities for human life are everywhere in the space station. Even though the bugs above were very dangerous, Chinning couldn't just give up and leave. Even if it is just to remove some iron sheets from the side. It will be more efficient than Chinning's own search for asteroids with iron resources in space, and then smelting them into iron. So even if he wants to leave, he must at least wait until Chinning obtains enough resources from above. After completing the setting of the spacecraft's orbit, Chinning's urgent matter at hand was finally completed. A fatal crisis will not appear in front of Chinning for the time being, and death will come at least 3 months later. And then the key to stating the idea is food. This problem can only be solved after Chinning repairs the landing module of the spacecraft, and the spacecraft can land on the planet. To repair the landing module, Chinning had to use the repair techniques in his mind, and the fact that he could directly open the spacecraft panel. So now, Chinning finally has time, and the need to study the abilities he gained after traveling through time. Chinning's consciousness focused on the spacecraft, and he opened the panel again. Ship panel. Ship name, iron ore. Type, small civilian mining cargo ship. Fuel reserve, 99.8%. Port side weapon, 22mm cannon damaged. Starboard weapon, 22mm cannon in operation. Armor, aluminum steel composite external armor. Engine, civilian guard grade engine. Built-in cabins, captain's cabin. Engine cabin. Work cabin. Planting cabin. Living cabin. Storage cabin. Important equipment, bridge control system module in operation. Stance traction module in operation. Life support system module in operation. Simulated gravity module in operation. Landing module damaged. Hyperspace channel system module missing. There are no changes on the panel except for the fuel column. But Chinning suddenly discovered something that he had not noticed before. Chinning can click on these columns of content displayed on the panel to view more detailed data. For example, after clicking on the Type, Small Civilian Mining Cargo Ship column, a more subdivided panel appeared in front of me. Small Civilian Mining Cargo Ship. Manufacturer, Cinder Rockwell Shipbuilding Company. Captain, 33 meters. Breadth, 15 meters. Ship height, 7 meters. Ton level, 2,000 tons. Power source, civilian-grade fusion reactor. Maximum speed, standard speed. Spaceship bearing point, standard civilian-grade, small bearing point *2. Hyperspace channel system, carrying capacity. Looking at this newly emerged panel, Chinning quickly retrieves several new concepts on this new panel in his memory, combining his own memory with the content introduced on a small panel that pops up after clicking on these items on the panel again. Chinning gave a rough summary. That load bearing point is a basic component or facility used by the spacecraft to place marine weapons. It protects the spacecraft so that the recoil of the weapons will not affect the normal operation of the spacecraft. All marine weapons must be placed on it. If placed elsewhere on the spacecraft, it can easily cause unnecessary damage during the operation of the spacecraft. Civilian guard-class spacecraft like the Iron Ore were designed with only 2 small load-bearing points for installing some small weapons for self-defense. Military spaceships, or larger spaceships with higher levels, such as destroyer-level and cruise-level spacecrafts, can install more, and the installed load-bearing points can also be larger. The standard speed of this maximum speed refers to the ultimate speed of a spacecraft sailing in a normal cosmic environment, which is 99% of the speed of light. This is the standard speed for interstellar navigation that all spaceships in this world, including civilian ships, can achieve. Of course, for civilian ships to reach ultimate speed requires lengthy acceleration. That's why when Chinning was planning the route between the space station and the military outpost, he said that the distance between the two was not large on a cosmic scale, but it was very large for him. His own spaceship now lacks a hyperspace channel system, and the half-light-year journey is not easy. Chapter 6 Repair. After reading the spacecraft type panel, Chinning had a general understanding of the spacecraft itself. After thinking for a while, he continued to click on the starboard weapon, which was the column of the machine gun that was still intact. 22mm machine gun. Type, small kinetic energy weapon. Manufacturer, Cinder Rockwell Arms Company. Ammo load, 231/1000. Effective precision killing range, 2,000 meters. Rate of fire, 240 rounds/minute. Durability, 54%. Actions that can be performed, replace/repair. Chinning did not expect that the actual condition of this seemingly intact machine gun was actually not very good, and it also needed to be repaired. However, in Chinning's memory, machine guns of this type and caliber are often used on civilian spacecraft to prevent some meteorites in space and provide the most basic resistance in combat. The overall structure is relatively simple, as long as you have the materials. Repairing it is the easiest thing to do. It's just that this panel is different from the Spaceship Repair Guide panel that Chinming clicked on before. In addition to repair, there is also an additional option of replace. Chinming tried to click on it. A new panel popped up in front of me, but it was empty. It may be because there are no spare weapons on the spacecraft that can be replaced. Chinming turned it off directly. It seemed that the choice of replacement would be decided later. However, this panel also made Chinming notice a problem. If you want to operate and understand a certain part of the spacecraft in more detail, you must open a more detailed panel, just like the outer armor of the spacecraft. On the Spaceship Repair Guide panel just now, Chinming can see the overall armor condition of the spacecraft, and the overall durability is about 60%. However, when Chinming clicked on the Armor, Aluminum Steel Composite External Armor column, he could see more detailed information about all the armor of the spacecraft, including 6 directions: front, port, starboard, top, bottom, and stern. Chinming saw some problems here. The armor on the port side of the spacecraft was heavily damaged, and the total durability was as low as 24%. Other armors also have their own damage. The top and bottom armors have the smallest loss, both at around 80%. It's okay to look at the spacecraft as a whole, but in fact, somewhere may be in danger. So Chinming had better look at all the spacecraft panels carefully. If possible, Chinming can also wear protective clothing and go out to take a look, in case there is any damage, and he did not pay attention to repair it. Now that all the panel points are open, Chinming also plans to try this repair function and experiment in advance to repair the landing module later. Previously, Chinming wanted to repair the entire spacecraft at one time, but there was a problem of insufficient materials. But there should still be materials to repair a single machine gun. Chinming remembered that he had seen some materials when he entered the storage cabin to look for food, and their existence happens to be displayed on the repair panel. Just right for this. Chinming got up and entered the storage compartment, and suddenly remembered that there were insect eggs and insect corpses in the refrigerator next to him. However, Chinming is not in a hurry to deal with them for the time being, because sometimes they may become Chinming's last choice. Inside the storage cabin, Chinming once again saw the harvest of the crew 30 years ago. Some were stored here. Some of them have even been smelted and cast into ingots and placed here, ready for use at any time. Chinming clicked on the panel of the completely damaged machine gun. 22mm machine gun. Type: small kinetic energy weapon. Manufacturer: Cinder Rockwell Arms Company. Ammo load: 1/1000. Effective killing range: 2000 meters. Durability: 7%. Actions that can be performed: replace/repair. It can be seen that its durability is only a pitiful 7%, and its ammunition reserve only has 1 round left in the magazine. Chinming didn't think much and directly clicked the repair button on the panel. The new page that pops up shows the various materials needed for repair, and the ones in front of you are enough. Chinming clicked the confirmation button again. Immediately afterwards, his brain suddenly seemed to be drained, and a feeling of exhaustion suddenly surged into his brain. At the same time, the materials needed for repair on the shelf in front of him melted like liquid and flowed out of the spacecraft along the spacecraft's electrical system. Through the camera outside the spacecraft, Chinming could see that the damaged 22mm caliber cannon seemed to be absorbing metallic liquid, and its damaged appearance gradually returned to like new. The durability on the panel was restored to 100%, and the repair button disappeared. Although Chinming himself was not in good condition due to using this repair ability, he was still very satisfied with the effect and was about to cut off the camera's field of view. But at this moment, Chinming suddenly noticed that the ammunition count of the machine gun he had just repaired returned to 1000/1000. Chinming thought for a while and tried to fire in an uninhabited direction. As a result, a dozen bullets were actually fired under Chinming's control. But Chinming remembered very clearly that before the machine gun was repaired, only 1 bullet was still in the chamber. In order to confirm that he was not dazzled just now, Chinming once again clicked on the panel of another reasonably good machine gun. Its durability is 54%, and it has 231 rounds of ammunition left. Chinming pressed the repair button again. Repairing this machine gun requires the same materials, but the quantity is much less than the one that was completely damaged just now. Chinming chose OK. Immediately afterwards, My brain felt tired again, and my spirit was being consumed. However, compared to what he had consumed before, Qinming could still hold on. This time, Qinming did not pay all his attention to the metallic liquid flowing outside the spacecraft, but also paid attention to the changes in the panel. Just like what happened just now, all the bullets that Qinming had consumed by shooting the bugs that were chasing him were refilled, and his ammo reserve returned to 1000/1000. Repair? You can even repair all the lost bullets, which is a bit exaggerated. Seeing this scene, Qinming felt more and more that his abilities were too magical. Since the effect is so outstanding, there is no need to worry about repairing the landing system in the future. Even if he is just a dabbler with no memory as a repairman, he can repair the spacecraft with just the panels as long as he has the materials. But Qinming doesn't want to rely solely on this panel. Sometimes he still wants to do things within his power himself. You will never suffer from learning a technology, or reviewing and mastering a technology. Qinming, who felt a little tired, postponed repairing the external armor for the time being. If he repaired it again, he might faint directly. After taking a short rest and relieving some mental fatigue, Qinming plans to do something else next. For example, consider how you would utilize your grow chambers. Chapter 7 Planting Cabin. Qinming only took a look at the equipment in the planting cabin when he first boarded the ship, because Qinming was looking for food at the time and found that the planting cabin was empty. He didn't pay much attention to it. Therefore, it is not clear what the equipment in these planting cabins does or how it works. So Qinming's thoughts returned to the previous question: how to use the planting cabin. In this way, when we land on the planet later, we can make faster and more accurate plans. Qinming clicked on the planting cabin in the cabin column on the panel. A three-dimensional image of the entire planting cabin suddenly appeared in front of him. Qinming glanced at the extremely detailed image in amazement, and then looked at the panel that appeared along with the three-dimensional imaging. Growing cabin. Space, 5x5x5. Fixed equipment, hydroponic warehouse, out of operation. Nutrient solution extractor, out of operation, dismountable equipment, solar lamp, out of operation. Advanced plant analyzer, out of operation. Agricultural machinery components, out of operation. Object, 500 milliliters crop nutrient solution *2. Qinming thought about it for a moment, then stood up and went to the planting cabin. There are some things that you can't understand just by looking at the panel, but it's better to see them with your own eyes. Qinming entered the planting cabin this time and took a look at the overall layout. It can be said that it is exactly the same as the three-dimensional imaging presented on the panel. Even after Qinming entered the cabin, his appearance was not shown on it. But this is not an important thing. Qinming looked around the entire cabin and looked at the device that occupied the largest area in the entire cabin, occupying almost half of the space. At the same time, he clicked on the name of the equipment displayed on the panel. Hydroculture chamber. Hydroponics warehouse. Planted, none. Remaining planting space, 100%. Nutrient solution reserve, 0 milliliters. Current maintenance environment, none. The appearance of the hydroponic warehouse looks very simple. It is a device used to isolate the surrounding environment where crops are grown. According to the panel, and the introduction of all the functions of the spacecraft in the Spaceship Operation Manual that Qinming found in the spacecraft computer, it can be seen that the hydroponic warehouse has the function of maintaining the most basic environment needed for crop growth. It's large in size, but simple in function. However, it also has a special feature. That is, it can cultivate crops without soil through nutrient solution. The efficiency of planting, the utilization rate of unit planting area, and the utilization rate of spaceship space are very high. This function needs to be carried out with the supporting equipment, nutrient solution extractor. The nutrient solution extractor is right next to the hydroponic bin, and the whole thing looks like a juicer. The upper level is an opening into which various items can be filled. The middle layer is a transparent tank with various sophisticated devices inside. The lower level is a small storage space, which contains the two 500 milliliters cans of nutrient solution displayed on the panel. Qinming clicked on its panel. Nutrient solution extractor. Material, empty. Finished product, none. Internal storage, 500 milliliters crop nutrient solution *2. 3 pieces of content correspond to 3 parts. At this time, Qinming also understood the meaning of the object on the cabin panel, which should refer to all the items in the entire room that were not equipment. As long as it is placed in this cabin, it will be detected by the panel. These 2 cans of nutrient solution must be 30 years old. And I don't know if they have expired. Qinming estimated that there shouldn't be one yet. Otherwise its name might not be nutrient solution, but water or some other suspension. Then, there are the raw materials for this nutrient solution extractor, which Qinming also saw in the spacecraft operation manual. Anything that has nutrients for crop production can serve as a raw material. For example, the corpse of the bug and its eggs in the cold storage. However, when Qinming saw the range of raw materials available, the first thing that came to his mind was soil. Although I don't have it on hand at the moment. It is obvious that dirt is definitely the most indispensable thing on the planet below. The crops Qinming chooses to plant will be selected from this planet. So it would be perfect to use the soil on the planet to extract the nutrient solution. Qinming has a general understanding of the two fixed equipment, and the other three are detachable devices. Solar lamps can be used to provide sunlight for crops grown in hydroponic barns. The agricultural machinery component is an accessory equipment installed on the hydroponic warehouse. It takes care of the crops inside according to its own internal program settings, which is very worry-free. As for the advanced plant analyzer, its data chip records most of the plants that humans have discovered, which can help Qinming determine whether various plants found on the planet in the future are edible. Even if a new plant is discovered that is not recorded in the database, the analyzer can still analyze the sample to determine whether it is toxic and whether it is edible for humans. The function of this thing determines that it is the key to whether Qinming can survive in the future. Qinming understands the planting process of the planting cabin, so the subsequent planting will be very simple. Land on the planet. Find food. Analyze it. Get enough seeds and food. Take off. Leave here. And return to the human world. It seems simple. But in fact, we haven't even started the first step yet. Now it's just planning, before officially starting the first step of landing on the planet. Qinming needs to repair the damaged landing module of the spacecraft. Then a very real problem was placed in front of Qinming. The materials on the spaceship are not enough. So Qinming chose to continue entering the work cabin. This spaceship named Iron Ore is a mining spacecraft. The spacecraft is located in an asteroid ring that is extremely rich in minerals. How could I be stifled by the issue of materials? After entering the work cabin, Qinming also opened the panel of the work cabin. Work cabin. Space. 5x5x5. Fixed equipment, asteroid scanning detector, out of operation. Marine smelting furnace, out of operation. Dismountable equipment, Type 2 mining laser transmitter, out of operation. Asteroid traction equipment, out of operation. Object, none. The functions of these devices on the panel are all written on the names. So Qinming does not need to study too much. You only need to start using the entire set of equipment according to the usage procedure stored in the database of the spacecraft computer. The entire process of scanning, hauling, mining, and smelting can be controlled by computers. Only when Qinming tried to start the asteroid scanning detector, he discovered a problem. The number of asteroids near the mining station is small. Either it was cleared out many years ago when the space station was under construction, or it was dug up when the space station opened. If he wants to find an asteroid that contains a large amount of materials needed to repair the landing module, Qinming must leave the space station and go farther away. But Qinming didn't want to lose the coordinates of the space station. Therefore, he had to wait for the spacecraft to wait for the planet below to rotate in its orbit for a day, confirm the rotation and revolution trajectory of the planet, and lock the relative position of the space station close to him before leaving. Qinming remembers that the rotation period of the planet below seems to be similar to that of the Earth. He could afford to wait for a day. And it doesn't mean that the spacecraft can't do anything near the mining space station during this period. It's not that there are no asteroids near the space station. It's just that the number is relatively small, and the distribution is scattered. If you have no experience in using mining equipment, you can take advantage of this opportunity to become familiar with the equipment. Try to collect minerals from nearby asteroids that are not that valuable. Chapter 8 Mining Attempts. Qinming's consciousness can control the operation of the spacecraft. Naturally, you can also control the equipment inside the spacecraft. Under the control of Qinming's consciousness, the asteroid scanning detector quickly located all the asteroids containing minerals on the screen of its own device. Although the number was small, it was enough for Qinming just to get familiar with the spacecraft equipment. Under normal circumstances, this part of the spacecraft system will plan its own route to collect minerals based on the material priorities set in advance and the different mineral contents inside the asteroid. But now Qinming just did it for experiments. So he manually locked an asteroid about half the height of a man. Scans revealed that its interior contains a large amount of iron and some scattered associated minerals. Among them are materials for repairing the landing module. Qin controlled the spacecraft to approach the asteroid and turned on the asteroid traction device. After locking the target in advance, the asteroid was quickly towed and fixed in the direction opposite the work cabin of the spacecraft. The Type 2 mining laser started working, and the orange-yellow laser shot out from the side of the cabin quickly shattered it. The traction equipment accurately collected the high-quality ore that was crushed into the spacecraft through the pipes connecting the inside and outside of the spacecraft, and sent it to the ship's smelting furnace. Before the working cabin heated up due to smelting, Qin had the foresight to put on a partially charged protective suit, stay in the work cabin, and watch the ship's smelting furnace gradually separate metal materials with different melting points and cast them into ingots. Until the smelting is completed, the slag waste is discharged from the interior of the spacecraft. Qin stepped forward and immediately counted the harvest of this mining work. 36.5 kilograms of iron, 2 kilograms of whole zinc, 1.63 kilograms of copper, 0.9 kilograms of lead, and 0.3 kilograms of aluminum. The amount of aluminum that Qin most hopes to have is very small. However, at the end of the furnace, Qin spit out about half a gram of gold, which was enough to make up for it. Even if the value of gold is not considered, its properties alone determine that it is indispensable in many electronic devices, which means that it will be one of the materials needed to repair the spacecraft in the future. Although the most desired and high-value harvest was not much, it was just an asteroid that Qin randomly found that looked pleasing to the eye. Any asteroid has such a rich variety of minerals. It's no wonder that the company has to spend so much effort building a space station in such a ghost place. Looking at it this way, the problem behind the company's abandonment of the space station becomes even bigger. Qin didn't bother with this problem that he couldn't figure out just by thinking about it. Instead, the smelting results were piled on a trolley and placed in the storage cabin. By the way, I plan to take inventory of the warehouse and find out how much stuff I have now. But before Qin started, he suddenly had an idea and opened the panel of the storage compartment. Storage compartment. Space, 5 by 5 by 5. Warehouse items, metallic minerals, iron, zinc, copper, etc., totaling 135.15 kilograms. Fuel, fusion fuel, totaling 492 kilograms. Items in the cold room, food, packaged survival food, totaling 102.5 kilograms. Sundries, thorn stratopod corpses. Thorn stratopod egg corpses, totaling 72.6 kilograms. Forehead. Although as Qin expected, everything in the warehouse was written on the panel in great detail. But when Qin looked at the two items in the refrigerator room, he suddenly didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that these were also included in the items of his spaceship. After thinking about it, Qin decided to ignore them for now, as they might be useful in the future. Qin continued to look at other places on the panel. You can also click on the large categories, such as metal minerals and food in the storage area, to see more detailed information about the different materials contained in each category. It allows Qin to clearly know what is in the storage compartment. Qin looked at it carefully, and after having a clear understanding of the material situation of his spaceship, he turned off the panel. After all, this kind is rare, and looking at the empty warehouse always makes people feel a little sad. It may be that the crew of the Iron Ore sold the mining items directly to the space station, that is, the company, and exchanged them for common currency to facilitate the next mining activity quickly. Only a small amount of materials that may be used to repair the spacecraft are left. It would be hard for Qin to trouble the former crew members, who may have been dead somewhere in the space station for 30 years at this time. At least they left some materials for Qin to repair his weapons. And with this mining spacecraft, it would not be difficult for Qin to dig from scratch. 3 months may not be enough to go to the pirate space station, but it is more than enough for Qin to mine in space, repair the spacecraft, and land on the planet. After thoroughly going through the mining process, Qin returned to the work cabin again. The first mining test took less than an hour, and the dozen or so hours left until the planet rotated once could not be wasted. The mining work of the spacecraft can be completely automated. You only need to set the types of minerals you need in the program, and the spacecraft can automatically navigate, capture, collect, and smelt automatically. Everything is fine except that the smelted minerals cannot be automatically sent to the storage compartment. Although the number of asteroids with minerals near the space station is not large, it is not something that the iron mine can collect in one day. When Qin was resting, he didn't need to worry about his spaceship flying too far away and not being able to find the space station. The real disadvantage of this system is that the overall fuel consumption of the spacecraft will be higher when mining. But Chin-Ning could afford these necessary expenses. After the asteroid scanning detector is set to have the highest priority of metal materials such as aluminum and gold that are currently in urgent need of repairing the spacecraft. Chin-Ning thought for a while, and thought about what else he urgently needed to do. I just wanted to get familiar with the overall spacecraft. The spacecraft has a total of 6 cabins. The captain's cabin, engine cabin, work cabin, planting cabin, living cabin and storage cabin. I had already seen the engine compartment before when I put fuel in it, and there was nothing special to pay attention to, apart from a layer of dust. The living cabin is actually very tidy overall, and can be lived in with a little cleaning. After all, few people would want to sleep on a spacecraft after returning to a mining space station after working in space for an extended period of time. So at the end of a mining operation, the former crew members packed up their living cabins, left a new set of daily necessities for the next trip, and chose to find a place to live on the space station. Then he never came back. The things left behind were cheaper for Chin-Ning. At this time, Chin-Ning didn't care whether these daily necessities would be expired for 30 years. After all, there was nothing in the entire space station that was not expired for 30 years, as long as it was usable. At this point, Chin-Ning basically has a complete understanding of the spaceship. But less than 4 hours had passed since Chin-Ning woke up from the freezer. Although he was a little mentally exhausted because he had just repaired 2 machine guns, Chin-Ning was not sleepy at all. After thinking about it, Chin-Ning now has 2 choices. One is to use existing materials on the spacecraft to repair part of the outer armor of the spacecraft. The armor of the spaceship is aluminum steel composite armor. Although aluminum comes first in the name, overall steel accounts for the majority. Compared with the steel materials needed to repair the armor, the aluminum consumed now will not affect the subsequent repair of the landing module at all. Another option is that Chin-Ning can take this opportunity to take a look at what is in the 2 personal terminals he has on hand. Chapter 9 Personal Terminal. Chin-Ning considered these 2 options. Decisively chose the latter. If you were repairing the outer armor of the spaceship, you might pass out while repairing it. You can repair yourself before going to bed. If you faint, you can fall asleep quickly. So Chin-Ning, who had made up his mind, took 2 personal terminals and sat on the chair in the captain's cabin, together with the constantly changing starry sky outside the porthole due to the movement of the spacecraft. The personal terminal device was studied. With the memory of maintenance engineer Chin-Ning, Chin-Ning quickly became familiar with the personal terminal in his hand. After all, it itself is almost the same as a personal computer, with only a few functions, such as communication, recording, and file saving, which are pretty much the same. However, it doesn't matter what the device looks like or what its functions are. What's important is what's inside. When he was at the space station before, Chin-Ning found the space station map and his log in the doctor's terminal. Let Chin-Ning know the situation of the space station, and also provide a lot of convenience for Chin-Ning's subsequent actions. This time when searching in the doctor's terminal, Chin-Ning really found something new. Some e-books. The content of the book is mostly about the use of simple medical equipment, the collection of common herbal medicines, and the methods of preparing medicines manually, etc. Although it seems useless at first glance, there are so many planets and common plants in the universe. Even if you list all the names, I am afraid it can fill the capacity of the entire personal terminal. But when Chin-Ning opened one of the e-books, he found that the common herbs recorded in the book all came from the same place. It comes from the planet called Ramu that the space station orbits. Needless to say what this means. The content in the book will have an immeasurable effect on Chin-Ning's subsequent landing on the planet, in a completely unfamiliar natural environment. Who can guarantee that he will not get sick or injured in his life? Although Chin-Ning just saw the medical kit prepared by the former crew member in the living cabin, this medical kit was placed here 30 years ago. The medical tools inside should still be usable, but the medicine must have lost all its medicinal properties in the past 30 years. What Chin-Ning needs most now is these things. Although the doctor died 30 years ago, he really helped me a lot. If given the chance, Chin-Ning almost wanted to burn or bury the doctor's body, so that he could at least put it to rest. Chin-Ning also looked at his personal terminal. Inside I found my electronic identity certificate and Imperial Savings card, which is also my salary card. Maintenance engineer Chin-Ning's identity and resume can be clearly seen here. He is very similar to Chin-Ning. He is an ordinary person who was born as an orphan and lived an ordinary and difficult first half of his life. It seems that the debit card cannot be viewed because it is not connected to the internet. I don't know if the company has continued to pay me wages in the past 30 years. Or has my name been erased? Or the company has actually disappeared? Chin-Ming didn't think much about it. It was better not to have anything to do with the company now. Speaking of which, I didn't seem to find these two functions on the doctor's terminal. Maybe there is, but it's hidden by doctors. Chin-Ming picked up the doctor's terminal again. And it didn't take long to find these two functions in a hidden private folder. Although they are all locked. The doctor's specific resume and past conditions cannot be viewed. But Chin-Ming still knew the doctor's name. Ding He. If you have the chance to erect a grave, you might even be able to write your name on it. Chin-Ming carefully checked the doctor's terminal again. And after confirming that nothing was missing, he picked up his own terminal. Just now, in addition to his identity certificate and debit card, Chin-Ming also found some other things in his personal terminal. It is an ebook similar to those in a doctor's terminal, but the type is completely different. They are all professional books related to maintenance work. I don't know if it's because there are too few recreational activities on the space station, or because doctors and maintenance engineer Chin-Ming both like reading. Chin-Ming himself actually has similar hobbies. After casually flipping through the terminal, Chin-Ming saw two books that he was very interested in. Analysis of Shinda Company's spaceship design ideas, and Prerequisites and Applicable Environment for Ship Weapon Modification. In addition, there are blueprints of some weapons and equipment commonly used on civilian ships, as well as blueprints of their modifications. It just so happens that there isn't much that Chin-Ming can do on the spacecraft right now, so he can take a look around and get familiar with the job of a maintenance engineer. If repairing spaceships in the future still consumes so much energy, then we should try our best to repair some simple and easy to repair damage by ourselves. Although panel repair is efficient, Chin-Ming still feels that it would be better to experience it less often, as if his energy has been drained. Chin-Ming got rid of the messy thoughts and opened the book he was interested in. While reading, he reviewed the memory of the maintenance technician in his mind. When the two are combined, Chin-Ming can read and digest these professional books very quickly, and he can basically understand some contents after reading them once, although it may be a bit unfamiliar in practice. Since I will need to fly a spacecraft over half a light year in the future, I will be able to accumulate experience in repairing spacecraft sooner or later. The time for reading passes quickly. A few hours later, until the work cabin gave a notification that the temporary storage was full. Chin-Ming reluctantly raised his head from a book called Common Weapon Modification Manual that he was more interested in. He came to the work cabin and set a batch of newly minted metal ingots into the storage cabin opposite the door. It's still the same as before. Most of them are worthless metals like iron. To be honest, if Chin-Ming is really a crew member who makes a living by mining in a mining spacecraft, then in the end, he may not even be able to earn back the fuel consumed by mining like this. But Chin-Ming is not there now, and the fuel is also shipped from the space station, so it's okay. After placing the metal ingots, Chin-Ming stuffed his stomach with several mouthfuls of the package of packaged survival food that he had torn open in the cold storage. Then he continued to invest in the content on the terminal that was extremely interesting to him. The process of reading a book is combined with the memories of the past, as if you are doing it yourself. Chin-Ming kept reading, and saw that he felt obviously tired mentally and physically. After collecting the last wave of metal ingots produced in the work cabin, he lay down on the bed in the living cabin. After looking at the 8 a.m. display on his personal terminal based on Earth's 0 time zone, Chin-Ming silently changed it to 10 p.m. In this situation, you can do whatever makes you feel comfortable. Finally, Chin-Ming opened the panel, looked at the 24% durability of the port armor on the panel, and chose to repair it. Then Chin-Ming lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 10 Asteroid Ring. The next day, the first thing Chin-Ming did after waking up, it is to clear out the temporary storage space of the overcrowded working chamber and smelting furnace, so that it can continue to work. Although the smelting furnace will automatically expel the metal ingots inside when the space is filled. But it was obvious that the metal ingots piled on the floor at the exit of the storage space had blocked the opening for discharging the metal ingots. After spending some time getting rid of the messy pile of metal ingots, Chin-Ming returned to the living cabin to wash up and regain his energy. He returned to the storage cabin and took inventory of what he had gained during his rest time. Overnight, the weight of iron ingots in the storage cabin reached 419.5 kilograms, followed by copper and tin at 51.4 kilograms and 43.3 kilograms, and then the aluminum that Chin-Ming needed most now, 11.5 kilograms. There are also some scattered metal ore products, which basically weigh between a few hundred grams to several kilograms. But what caught Chenming's attention the most was the dozen grams of gold. Such an achievement couldn't help but make Chenming nod slightly. The time required to collect an asteroid is basically about an hour. If you include the consumption of flying in the middle of a night's rest, you can gain so much beyond your expectations. Although the most collected iron is not valuable, the quantity of other metal minerals is actually not too small. At this rate, even if we only move around the mining space station, we should be able to collect the materials needed to repair the landing module in about 10 days. What's more, the spacecraft computer will be able to obtain the planet's orbit data and the space station's revolution data around the planet this afternoon. This means that Chenming no longer needs to have the spacecraft follow the space station to lock the location of the space station. After that, you can go deeper into the asteroid ring to find the minerals that Chenming needs most. In this way, the efficiency of obtaining minerals will inevitably be higher, and the time to start repairing the landing module will also be earlier. But Chenming also has to pay attention to it later. The probability of obtaining asteroids with high ore content in asteroid rings far away from the space station will increase. But correspondingly, the number of asteroids themselves will also increase. This means that the spacecraft may hit an asteroid after flying 2 steps, and the weapons guidance system of the spacecraft needs to lock on to the asteroid and crush it in advance, as long as the speed is not too fast. Some scattered stones are just scratching the armor of the spacecraft. But to be honest, Chenming felt that this guidance system was a bit unreliable. The spacecraft operation manual states that the spacecraft's weapon guidance system uses a dynamic object scanning program to scan image signals to lock on asteroids. This means that errors may occur during the image scanning process, and some asteroids may be missed. This requires Chenming to pay more attention to himself. So Chenming chose to open the spacecraft armor panel and press the repair button. After a burst of mental exhaustion, the metal ingots melted into a liquid with a metallic luster and seeped out of the ship's hull. It only needed to flow through to restore the armor to its original state. The pieces of armor exuded a thick color again, and Chenming still found it unbelievable even after seeing it twice. Of course, Chenming didn't repair all the damage to the spacecraft's armor at once, which would make him mentally unbearable. So he just restored the durability of all the armor of the spacecraft to over 70%, so that it could withstand at least a few hits from asteroids. If the armor durability is reduced to a dangerous level, it will be enough to have the ability to evacuate from the asteroid belt. The rest of the morning was still spent by Chenming flipping through the e-books on the 2 terminals. At noon, I took a short break to recuperate my energy. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon set by Chenming himself, the spacecraft suddenly prompted that the space station's orbit was locked. Chenming, who was a little sleepy after taking a nap, suddenly felt full of energy. Sitting back in the captain's seat, a picture of a camera connected to 2 22mm caliber machine guns appeared in the center of his sight. The surrounding area is covered with everything seen by all the external cameras on the spacecraft, and you can see all directions outside the spacecraft without any blind spots. Chenming really couldn't think of a way to solve the error in the guidance system other than repairing the armor to make the spacecraft more resistant to asteroid impacts. So in the end, the only thing I could do was control the flight of the spacecraft myself and assist in the control of the weapon guidance system. If the computer misses the asteroid, you can make up for it. And if the computer misses it, you can make up for it. If neither you nor your computer can see it, there's nothing you can do. The spacecraft can still withstand being hit a few times. Chenming sat on the chair and moved around a little, becoming familiar with the overall control of the spacecraft. Even if you are distracted from controlling the 2 turrets, you still need to control the movement of the spacecraft itself. And you still need to pay attention to all the cameras on the outside of the spacecraft. Chenming didn't feel any jerky or rushed. It's as if he is the brain of the spacecraft, and all the equipment on the spacecraft are his own organs, like arms and fingers. Being distracted is nothing compared to what Chenming is doing now. Chenming enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything in the spacecraft for a while, and then started the scanner. An asteroid ring area with medium density was found at a certain distance from the space station. After all, this was the first time to actually control the spacecraft and weapons into a dangerous place. So Chenming felt that it was better to play it safe. After you gain experience and become proficient in controlling the spacecraft, you can then go to more dangerous places with denser asteroids to collect minerals. After a period of flying, the spacecraft entered the area in front of the spacecraft from the side close to the space station, where a medium number of asteroids had been scanned in advance. Through the fine scanning function of the asteroid scanning detector, the minerals inside the asteroid are scanned. Soon, The scanner found an asteroid that looked ordinary on the outside. But the scan results showed that the internal aluminum content was very high. Qin-Ming immediately moved to let the spacecraft get closer. On the way closer, Qin-Ming controlled 2 machine guns to fire from time to time, crushing the asteroids that were about to hit the spacecraft. With the assistance of the guidance system, this matter was relatively easy for Qin-Ming. At the same time, the automation system of the work chamber is executing, and will soon capture the asteroid that has entered the towing range. Although the work cabin can work under the control of Qin-Ming's consciousness, a work cabin will not burden Qin-Ming in controlling the operation of the spacecraft. However, Qin-Ming still chose to let the computer control this part of the function, and he focused all his attention on the spacecraft driving and weapon systems to prevent the spacecraft from being hit by the dense meteorites and asteroids here. After all, if you do one thing for a long time, your concentration may be lost, let alone 2 tasks that need to be done for a long time without making mistakes. Qin-Ming also chose the safest method in this regard. The purpose is to allow my previous plans to proceed smoothly and step by step. Chapter 11 Rare Ore. The asteroid with extremely high aluminum content was quickly pulled to the left side of the spacecraft under the control of the spacecraft computer. Within the range of the mining laser crushes the minerals, and the traction device captures the crushed ore and transports it to the smelting furnace. The internal ores are precipitated separately according to the different melting temperatures of different materials. Finally, it is poured into a mold and cooled into a standard metal block. Everything went as smoothly as yesterday. The amount of aluminum provided by this specially found asteroid is even close to 1/10 of the amount needed to repair the landing module. This is a bit more than the amount of aluminum dug out last night. Such efficiency made Qin-Ming feel a little excited and let the scanner continue to scan the next asteroid. However, after starting the scan again, there are no asteroids with such high aluminum content nearby. But this is a normal situation. Although Qin-Ming was a little regretful, he didn't worry too much. He continued to drive the spacecraft and flew to the next asteroid that contained important metal minerals. Today is going to be a busy day. Scan, analyze, mine, smelt, transport. Although most of the work can be performed by computers, Qin-Ming still needs to be under overall control. At least the transportation can only be done by Qin-Ming. Moreover, Qin-Ming still needs to concentrate on staring at the meteorites that come out from behind some asteroid from time to time. At the end of the day, not only my brain and eyes, but also my hands and feet were a bit out of control. But correspondingly, the gains are also considerable. Mining in areas with dense asteroids is very efficient. Not only is the mineral content inside each asteroid very high, but it also takes much less time to move between different targets than near a space station. Even excluding the first asteroid collected with extremely high aluminum content, the amount of minerals collected today is almost equivalent to the amount of minerals collected in 3 consecutive nights. During today's day and last night, half of the materials needed to repair the landing module were collected. If this progress continues, Qin-Ming will be able to find a landing place on the Ruemu planet below at the latest the day after tomorrow. Qin-Ming smoothly closed the panel in front of him that displayed the materials inside the storage cabin. We are almost here today. Both physically and mentally have reached the limit, and we must rest. Continue tomorrow. And tomorrow, you can try to enter a more densely populated area of asteroids. Mining may be more efficient. After Qin-Ming made his plans, he prepared to withdraw from this area and return to the space station. But at this time, Qin-Ming suddenly discovered that the scanner seemed to have found an asteroid surrounded by many asteroids whose internal composition could not be scanned. Qin-Ming's expression suddenly became serious. There are many possibilities for the interior of this asteroid not being picked up by scanners. But the biggest is probably only 2. One is that it contains some kind of rare or that cannot be scanned by the relatively basic asteroid scanning detector of the iron or number. Second, it contains the same things inside the asteroid that was collected by the mining space station and whose internal composition could not be scanned. Those bugs seem to be named Thorn Zerg. Of course, Qin-Ming actually knows that the probability of the latter is not greater than the probability of the former. But Qin-Ming had just seen the tragic situation of the space station before, and now he had to have such doubts in his heart. Qin-Ming thought about it for a while, but still didn't plan to let this opportunity go. Now that I have decided to give up my identity as a company, I will go to the pirate space station. Then your personal terminal must not be taken out and used at will. And the same is true for the wages in the salary card. But Qin-Ming has always understood that having no money is absolutely impossible. So he needs some startup capital. Depending on local conditions, These rare ores are the best first pot of gold for Qinming. Qinming also knew the dangers involved. So Qinming's plan is to use mining laser to nourish it from a distance first. Peel through the asteroid's outer rocky layer to see what's inside. If it is a normal mineral, and he is dragged to the vicinity of the spacecraft for normal collection. If it is something else, then this distance is enough for him to escape. The spacecraft gradually approached the asteroid that could not be scanned. The machine guns on both sides of the spacecraft opened fire under Qinming's control, shattering the asteroid and other asteroids closely surrounding it. Then he slowly adjusted the hull, pointed the Type 2 mining laser transmitter at the mysterious asteroid, and fired the mining laser. The power of the laser weakened after passing a certain distance. It only shattered a small part of the asteroid's outer SHL, but there was no reaction inside the asteroid. Qinming stopped the mining laser when he saw this, and immediately saw a dark blue, or with a metallic luster in the area where the laser had shattered. The spacecraft's mining laser has no way of crushing these dark blue ores at this distance. The asteroid seems to have lost some momentum due to the shattered gravel, causing it to be pushed further and further away. Qinming immediately used the tractor beam to fix the asteroid in place. As the asteroid rotates, lasers are used to remove all the rock layers surrounding the internal minerals. Soon, a whole group of dark blue minerals appeared in Qinming's field of vision. There doesn't seem to be any problem. The size of the asteroid is not that big. After shattering the outer rock, the remaining part cannot fit a complete insect. Even the half-human-sized insect eggs that Qinming had seen before could only be squeezed in, and part of the outer tissue of the eggs might be exposed somewhere. This is truly an asteroid that contains rare minerals. After Qinming confirmed it again and again, he put down his worries and used a traction device to pull the ore back and fixed it next to the spacecraft. Some are looking forward to what this dark blue metal ore will look like after smelting. Only, Qinming looked almost close to the dark blue ore. The continuous mining laser could not even leave a mark on the ore, and he didn't know what to say. The intensity of the mining laser of my own spaceship seems a bit insufficient. Looking at the intact dark blue ore, Qinming opened the panel of the Type 2 mining laser. Type 2 mining laser. Manufacturer, Cinder Rockwell Mining Company. Strength, Level 2. Applicable environment, basic metal ores. Durability, 89%. Actions that can be performed, replace/repair/renovate. Mining lasers are also a product of this subsidiary called Cinar. The second level of strength on the panel allows it to collect most basic minerals, but it obviously has no effect on the dark blue mineral in front of it. Wait, what is transformation? Qinming suddenly noticed that there was an option in the column of executable operations on the panel that he had not seen before. Transformation. Qinming was subconsciously wondering, is this something he picked up after reading a few transformation books before? Qinming was a little unsure. After thinking about it, he reached out and tapped it. Modification options Type 2 mining laser. Advanced lens, energy focusing ring, cyclic wave oscillation. Chapter 12 Transformation. After seeing the three options displayed on the panel, Qinming finally understood that the appearance of this transformation option was indeed related to the book he had read before. These three options are all contained in the Spaceship Modification Manual that Qinming had read. Advanced lens, energy gathering ring, and cyclic wave oscillation all have examples recorded in the book, and they happen to be seen by Qinming, remembered in his mind, and finally became one of the transformation options. 1. These three modification options are the same as repair. You only need to prepare the materials. Click the modification button, and the panel will complete all subsequent work by itself. And the actual effect of these transformations. Qinming remembered that cyclic oscillation was a modification of the mining laser's emitter, which could expand the size of the laser beam and slightly enhance the mining efficiency of the mining laser. Gathering ring, modify the laser restrainer next to the launcher. Limit the energy dissipated during laser emission, while slightly enhancing the laser intensity, while saving power consumption when the laser is activated. The little savings each time may not be noticeable, but they add up, and are very valuable when fuel supplies may not be available for a long time after Qinming. As for advanced lens, Qinming remembered that it was a transformation of the most core component of the mining laser, the laser lens. It can greatly enhance the range and intensity of mining lasers. If you want to collect this sky blue ore, higher laser intensity is definitely indispensable. But when Qinming looked at the materials needed for the transformation, he wanted to give up. Those ordinary metal materials are nothing. But there is one thing that Qinming can't get at all now. A complete high-intensity laser lens. Currently, Ning knows that there are two places with high-intensity laser lenses, the human world half a light year away, and the mining space station right in front of him. Aren't you kidding me? The location where components such as high-intensity laser lenses are stored on the space station must be in the storage area next to the mining area. Going there is no different than seeking death. Wait a moment. Ning suddenly remembered that the dock of the space station was often tasked with repairing spacecraft. So there seemed to be a small warehouse nearby to store some parts and materials that might be used to repair the spacecraft. There might be the lenses you need in this small warehouse. Looking at it this way, it seems that it is not impossible to try to get it. Ning looked at the time on the terminal. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening. If you're fast enough, you should be able to get it before the break comes. Want to try it? It's been a day and a half since he left the space station. And it's almost time for the Zerg to calm down. And this modification that requires a high-intensity laser lens is not only effective on the dark blue ore. It also plays a very important role in collecting minerals after Ning. Higher laser intensity means faster mining efficiency. Ning weighed the pros and cons in his mind and finally decided to go. As for this, there is still no way to mine ore. Ning planned to use the traction device to drag it back to the space station. Because although the overall volume of this dark blue ore is almost half a person, its shape is very irregular. So much so that its narrowest part is much wider than the hatch of the spacecraft. And it cannot be stuffed into the spacecraft at all. The mining laser is not strong enough to cut it. If you leave it here, you might not find it next time you come here. So you can only use this method to drag it back first. After thinking about what to do next, Ning moved quickly. He soon returned to the space station with the ore. However, Ning did not keep his distance from the space station as before, but continued to fly to the living area of the space station where he woke up. Ning remembered that when he just woke up, he saw many holes and damage in the buildings here. It's the same now. Even through these damages and loopholes, Ning could see bugs inside the living area that seemed to be attracted by the movement of the spacecraft. If I want to implement the method of sneaking in quietly that I thought of before, there seems to be some problems. Ning did not consider what method to use now if the previous method failed. He went to the space station where the bugs had become active again to obtain a high-intensity laser lens. Nor did he care about the bugs. Instead, he searched nearby and found a gap of suitable size. And then he stuck the dark blue ore pulled by the spacecraft into it. As long as the space station is still there, the ore will still be there. And you don't have to worry about not being able to find it later. After getting the ore, Ning turned the ship's bow and looked at the insects huddled together in the corridor of the living area that was exposed due to the damage to the building. Immediately afterwards, the two machine guns on both sides of the spacecraft opened fire. The pouring bullets crushed all the bugs exposed within the cannon's firing range before gradually extinguishing, seeing their corpses being quickly devoured by the insects that came around again. Ning couldn't help but think of the time when he was being chased 2 days ago. Ning smiled and fired more than 200 bullets at the bugs again, shooting the second batch of bugs into pieces. Seeing that there were more bugs approaching in the distance of the space station, Ning couldn't help but sigh at the exaggerated number of bugs. He didn't stay any longer and controlled the spacecraft away from the space station. The spacecraft didn't stop until the space station was no longer visible to the ship's cameras. But then, Ning changed direction, made a big turn, and flew to the other side of the space station. Ning just took the initiative to shoot at the bugs. In addition to revenge and relief, he actually had another idea. It just attracts bugs from other parts of the space station to the living area. Because the dock he was going to immediately was opposite the living area and was located at both ends of the space station. If bugs gather in the living area, you will be safer when you go to the dock to find things. The plan I originally thought of, sneaking in quietly, grabbing things and leaving without disturbing the bugs at all, was ruined when the bugs discovered the spaceship as soon as it approached the space station. So Ning simply improvised and chose to use the insect's keen perception to attract them from all corners of the space station. As for whether this temporary solution has any effect, the spacecraft soon approached the space station again. This time, none of the insects that had been attracted to the living area found Ning. It seems that my idea is still very effective. Ning put on protective clothing and did not let the spacecraft approach the dock directly. Instead, it stayed a certain distance away from the space station. After confirming again and again that there are no bugs or other strange movements at your target location, Ning opened the hatch, stepped on the edge of the hatch, and jumped in the direction of the space station. Chapter 13 Eggs. After Ning jumped, he successfully entered the space station under the influence of inertia. The sudden gravity in the space station area made Chenming almost fall. But he still landed safely. Chenming did not dare to waste time, and quickly identified his location. He immediately left the dock and ran towards the small warehouse closest to the dock. Chenming had to act quickly this time. God knows how long it would take for the bugs that were attracted to disperse again and scatter in the space station. Chenming ran all the way and soon arrived at the small warehouse. The metal door of the warehouse has long been destroyed, and the interior is dark. Chenming turned on the flashlight function of the terminal, followed the path under his feet, and walked in carefully. I can't guarantee that there won't be bugs crouching in this warehouse. Safety is the most important thing. The warehouse is divided into two areas. One part stores the equipment and tool components needed to repair the spacecraft, which is Chenming's goal. The other part stores some express packages. Interstellar Era also has express delivery business. And because this mining space station is located in an edge star field quite far away from the lush star field with a large number of humans, it is not that easy to go back. And because there are many mineral asteroids, it is very common for people who work here and people who come here to send some ores as souvenir gifts to relatives and friends. Therefore, many parcels that should be stored in large warehouses according to regulations are often placed in this place, which is very close to the dock and is convenient for express ship transportation. In addition, there are also material supplies sent regularly from the outside world, which will be temporarily placed here before being counted and transported to the official warehouse next to the mining area. So in the end, this small warehouse was divided into two areas. But when Chenming walked a certain distance, he discovered that this place should be quite neat, with goods and packages not interfering with each other or affecting each other. The space station had become a mess during the last chaos 30 years ago, and all kinds of messy packages and cargo were piled up. Chenming could only use his own memory to recall where the components for repairing the spacecraft's mining laser were placed, and try to find them. After searching in the warehouse for about an hour, Chenming finally found a reasonably good-looking box among a pile of debris. There is a laser-engraved label on the corner of the box with the words, "High-intensity laser lens," clearly written on it. Protected by internal cushioning foam. The 3 high-intensity laser lenses of different sizes inside are still intact even after 30 years. The things were in hand. But now that they were here, Chenming searched around the box where he found the lens. Not long after, Chenming stuffed the low-frequency generator into the small backpack he found in the living cabin. As the name suggests, this thing is used to transform mining lasers into cyclic wave oscillation. As for the laser restraint required for the transformation of the last energy-gathering ring that Chenming now knows about, it does not require specially industrialized products as materials. Basic metal can be used for modification. So Chenming did not stay any longer. More than an hour has passed, and it may be dangerous to stay any longer. Chenming glanced at the contents of his backpack, put it on his back again, and prepared to leave. When Chenming returned to the warehouse exit, he suddenly noticed a half-person-high wooden box in a hidden corner near the exit. The warehouse was in chaos, but this box was placed here alone and intact. It was hard to believe that there was nothing wrong with it. So Chenming stopped and approached. The appearance of the box is intact, and it was specially placed here. But its label is missing, and it is unclear what is stored inside. After thinking about it, Chenming took out the tools he brought with him and started working directly on the box. Anyway, 30 years have passed, and no one will come to pick up the packages or goods. Chenming pried open the top lid of the box 3 times and threw the lid aside. Shined the light of the flashlight in. The next moment, Chenming's eyes couldn't help but widen. "This!" Chenming couldn't help but exclaimed. Inside the box is an insect egg wrapped in various cushioning and thermal materials. Yes, it was the insect eggs that Chenming had seen in the central hall of the space station before. There is no way a bug could lay its eggs in a box, and then pack the box, and put it in this corner. Someone in the space station must have discovered the bugs while collecting minerals, obtained the egg samples, and placed them here. But in the end, they did not have time to send them out. Looking at it this way, Chenming suddenly felt that the possible reasons for the accident on the space station and the truth behind it were even more bizarre. This person has known about the existence of bugs for a long time. So he obtained the eggs and wanted to send them somewhere? Or maybe he simply stumbled upon bugs and discovered that they could survive in a vacuum. So he thought it was some kind of rare creature. The greed in his heart made him choose to hide it, and plan to return to the human world with the eggs to sell? If it's the latter, that's okay. But if it's the former, it means that there must be a more terrifying conspiracy behind the destruction of the space station. Chenming stopped thinking about it. since he had decided to stay away from anything related to the company and the space station. There was no need to explore the reasons. Living well was the most important thing. After Qinming made up his mind, the insect eggs in front of him also began to move under the influence of light and vibration. Qinming did not hesitate, raised his gun, and shot it to pieces. Suddenly, Qinming felt a chill from head to toe, as if some danger was coming. Qinming didn't waste any more time, and quickly left the warehouse with his backpack. Just 10 seconds after Qinming stepped out of the warehouse, Qinming suddenly felt the floor of the space station shaking violently. Looking in the direction of the vibration, behind the damaged building wall, a large number of insects were approaching Qinming like crazy. Qinming subconsciously clenched the gun in his hand, but he immediately realized that this was not a problem that a pistol could solve. He quickly threw away his unnecessary thoughts and ran back and forth. These bugs suddenly appeared to chase me. Could it be that these bugs have a hive mind? A community sharing a consciousness? He killed the insect egg, so other insects followed him? Qinming didn't know, but he quickened his pace again after feeling the vibration becoming more and more intense. I always feel like this scene looks a bit familiar. This thought flashed through Qinming's mind for a moment, but he immediately shook it off, because he has returned to the dock. There is nothing here except a few tattered spaceships that were there last time, and the iron ore is also missing. However, Qinming did not hesitate for a moment and continued running towards a gap at the edge of the dock. When he was approaching the edge of the dock and there was only a void in front of him, Qinming's footsteps still did not slow down. At the moment when there was no way ahead, Qinming chose to jump into the boundless space. The crazy bugs behind them didn't care about any external situation at all, and followed Qinming to jump out of the gravity range of the space station. At this time, in order to prevent being discovered by the Zerg, the iron ore, which had been hidden for a long time at a distance, suddenly flew out from the other corner of the space station. He stopped in front of Qinming and caught Qinming. Its engine then sprayed out a red tail flame and disappeared around the space station. And those bugs that followed Qinming and jumped out of the space station would probably have no choice but to drift in space until they died. Chapter 14 Sky Steel. Qinming sat down on the floor of the spacecraft, took off his helmet, and threw it aside. He breathed heavily in the oxygen that had just been replenished by the life support system. Looking at the backpack in his hand and the few things in it, he couldn't help but smile. Qinming adjusted his breathing, stood up, and gave the movement command to the spacecraft. Then came to the work cabin, ready to start the transformation of the mining laser. Qinming held two lenses of different sizes in each hand, and the largest one was placed in the temporary storage space of the smelting furnace in front of him. The low-frequency cycle generator I found before leaving was also put aside. Qinming pressed the confirmation button after confirming that the materials needed to modify the mining laser were sufficient and would not affect the subsequent repair of the landing module. An extremely strong feeling of fatigue instantly surged into Qinming's brain. But the smallest lens in his hand turned into a pure and transparent liquid, and the low-frequency generator also gradually melted. The two streams of liquid, together with other metal materials flowing out of the storage cabin, were integrated into the Type 2 mining laser in the working cabin. All the liquid was quickly absorbed, and the Type 2 mining laser transformation was completed. The overall appearance has not changed much, except for an additional ring-shaped component on the edge of the transmitter, which is the laser restrainer. At the same time, the panel of the mining laser equipment has also undergone some changes. Type 2 mining laser modified. Manufacturer, Cinder Rockwell Mining Company. Strength, level 3. Applicable environment, high-grade metal ores. Modify components, advanced lens. Energy gathering ring. Cycle oscillation. Durability, 100%. Actions that can be performed, replace/modify. The intensity and applicable environment of lasers have reached a higher level. At this time, under the settings set by Qinming just now, the spacecraft circled back to the living area of the mining space station again. The traction equipment removed the dark blue ore that had been stuck in the loophole in the building in the living area. At this time, Qinming was not sure whether the enhanced mining laser was strong enough, so he started the mining laser nervously. The orange-yellow mining laser, which was brighter than before, was fired and successfully shattered the dark blue ore when it hit it. Good. Qinming couldn't help but mutter to himself, still nervously watching the ore fragments being pulled into the furnace. All processes are like collecting ordinary asteroids. The furnace begins to heat up, and the dark blue ore begins to gradually melt. Only then did Qinming feel completely relieved. Fortunately, the temperature of the furnace is enough. Otherwise, I might have to find a way to see if there are any furnace-related modification methods in the terminal book. The smelting speed of dark blue ore is much slower than that of ordinary metal ore. It wasn't until nearly 2 hours later that a total of 5 smelted metal ingots that turned sky blue appeared in the furnace. Jinming had already eagerly opened the panel of the work cabin. I saw the name of this metal in the object column. Sky steel? Jinming's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Unexpectedly, this is a very valuable metal material. In Jinming's memory, he had learned about this advanced material. It is a necessary material for some key components of the spacecraft, especially those that require very high structural strength. It is also the basis for manufacturing the spacecraft. And more importantly, sky steel is a raw material for the hyperspace channel system. These few sky steel ingots are enough to meet the needs of manufacturing a hyperspace channel system. Although it was difficult for him to gather other materials when he arrived at the pirate space station, at least with it in hand, Jinming could feel more relaxed. Even if you don't need it to build the hyperspace channel system in the end, you can still find a way to sell it as a rare metal resource on the pirate space station. Just like what I planned from the beginning. It would be my first startup capital to start over. Jinming rubbed his hands on the sky steel ingot, feeling the warmth that had just cooled down, as if he had gotten his favorite toy when he was a child. This special sense of satisfaction made Jinming enjoy it very much. But gradually, Jinming's excitement dissipated due to the outstanding results of his transformation and the excitement of collecting sky steel. A feeling of extreme fatigue filled the brain. The mental aspect of modifying the equipment feels much greater than the repair. Jinming put the sky blue sky steel ingot into the storage cabin and stood at the door of the living cabin. It was almost time to rest. But just before walking in, Jinming thought for a while, then turned around and went to the captain's room. I took the initiative to find an asteroid and planned to test the effect of the upgraded mining laser on ordinary asteroids and ordinary metal ores. Traction, fixation, mining laser firing. In less than 3 seconds, the asteroid was directly crushed by a level 3 mining laser, and the ore fragments were pulled into the furnace and began to be smelted. This kind of efficiency makes Jinming very satisfied. Although smelting takes up the majority of the entire mining process, the time required for collection is also not short. If you add up a little in this way, you can save more than a little bit of time. The sooner he collects enough materials, the sooner he can set off for the planet the spacecraft orbits. After confirming the efficiency of the mining laser, a somewhat irrepressible smile appeared on Jinming's face. But soon, extreme fatigue emerged again. Jinming reluctantly shook his head to wake himself up a little. Then the instructions of the spacecraft were set so that it could continue to collect common ores around the space station. He quickly returned to the living cabin and lay on the bed. Before closing his eyes, Jinming opened the panel of the spacecraft armor and used the panel to repair the remaining damage on the armor. About 70% of the overall durability was instantly restored to 100%, and the entire hull looked brand new from the outside. Then Jinming passed out directly. The next day, Jinming got up from the bed, feeling a little groggy. The first thing after getting up is the same as the day before, which is to go to the work cabin to collect the minerals smelted overnight. During his free time yesterday, Jinming deliberately dismantled a shelf in the storage cabin and built a slope at the outlet of the smelting furnace. This will allow the metal ingots that overflow when the furnace is full to slide to the side along the slope, so that more metal ingots can be stacked here. And when Jinming got closer to the work cabin, he found that what he was doing was indeed effective. Although the slope had been crushed, the extra metal ingots still blocked the mine outlet, causing the furnace to stop working. But the number of metal ingots piled here is about 50% more than the previous day. Jinming went back and forth several times to stuff these metal ingots into the storage compartment. Looking at the iron ingots that took up almost half of the used space in the storage cabin, Jinming always felt that sooner or later some of them would have to be thrown away. However, if you are lucky today and the efficiency is high enough, you might be able to directly collect the materials needed to repair the landing module. Once the landing module is repaired, there will be no need to continue collecting iron, as the landing module is about to be repaired. It is time to think about what happens after landing. Chapter 15 Location. After Jinming washed briefly, he sat on the chair in the captain's cabin. He looked at the planet named Ramu not far from the spacecraft. Its overall color is blue, green and purple. Although I once worked on a space station orbiting the planet, I am still not sure what is on the planet. I only know that the blue one is the ocean, and the remaining green and purple colors are the land. They have two similar, but somewhat different natural environments. Oh! By the way, there is a creature that Jinming already knows about. There is a delicious local product in the ocean of the planet. A blue arthropod similar to a lobster. Qin Ming was lucky enough to eat it after entering the space station. Because the output is small and difficult to preserve. It has basically no export value. It is often used as a supplement for space station staff. Although it was just a memory for Qin Ming. The identical faces of the maintenance man Qin Ming and the time traveler Qin Ming, as well as their similar life trajectories, allowed Qin Ming to relate to them many times. Qin Ming does not reject this situation and feeling, because it allows him to better integrate into the world. In general, although Qin Ming didn't know much, it wasn't important, because there are several books on the terminals of myself and the Doctor with a brief introduction to this planet. You can take a look before landing and use this information to analyze what happens next. But not right away. Because at this time, the spacecraft is about to enter the dense area of the asteroid and start today's mineral collection. Qin Ming drew his attention back from Ramu and began to control the two machine cannons to protect his spacecraft. Just as soon as Qin Ming entered this area, he noticed something was wrong. The concentration of asteroids here is a little too high. After flying for a while, an asteroid entered a dangerous distance on the port side and directly under the hull at almost the same time. And once Qin Ming takes the initiative to destroy an asteroid, the fragments of the asteroid are likely to touch several other nearby asteroids that have not affected the spacecraft. Then the asteroid continued to affect the surrounding asteroids, and a series of chain reactions made Qin Ming quite tired to deal with it. If it weren't for Qin Ming's method of controlling the spacecraft, it would be almost equivalent to his brain controlling his body, and it would move extremely smoothly. Otherwise, the iron mine that just entered this area may have to be knocked out of several pits. Under Qin Ming's control, most of the asteroids that hit the spacecraft were dodged. Those that couldn't dodge were basically all smashed into pieces, trying to only let the spacecraft suffer the minimum damage. But even so, after 10 hours passed, the iron ore ran out of the asteroid-dense area of the asteroid belt with its body covered in craters. The durability of the entire hull armor has dropped by 20% to 30%, which directly caused the spacecraft that Qin Ming specially repaired yesterday to return to its original appearance. Even worse. But luckily it's all worth it. With a modified Type 2 mining laser, in the high-density asteroid belt that Qin Ming actively selected, Qin Ming successfully spent a day collecting enough materials to repair the ups and downs of the spacecraft. And there was even a lot left. However, Qin Ming was not in a hurry to start repairing it at this time, because he wanted to stay in the best condition to go to Ruemu. And repairing the spacecraft was obviously an act that would put him in a bad state. So even if it is repaired today, Qin Ming will not be in a hurry to go down. It is better to go to bed early and repair before going to bed to ensure that you have enough energy to deal with everything that may happen the next day. And I have other things to do now. Determine where the spacecraft will land. At this time, both the spacecraft and the space station are on the sunny side of the planet. Most of the planet below is illuminated by the light of stars. The general topography of the planet can be easily seen from space. Qin Ming opened his personal terminal and called up content related to Rui Muxing. At the same time, I recalled the knowledge I learned in high school geography. Although I have almost forgotten it, I still remember some common sense or important content. For example, the deflection angle of Rui Jupiter is similar to that of the Earth, but slightly larger. Therefore, a location close to the equator is likely to have a tropical or subtropical climate similar to that of the Earth. This area should be more suitable for you to find the crops you need. The most likely place for crops to grow is naturally in plain areas where rivers exist. Qin Ming happened to look at the terminal, which was displaying the overall topographic map of the planet. After simple thinking and searching for information, I determined the subtle differences between the climate and terrain of Ramu and Earth. Qin Ming determined the preferred landing location, about 30 degrees north latitude of the planet. The color of this area seen from space is green, which is more pleasing to Qin Ming's eyes. The overall terrain is a coastal plain surrounded by hills near the interior, with a subtropical climate. Simply the perfect location for growing crops. And now at this time and place, it happens to be the autumn of Ruemu. The wind and sunshine are beautiful, and a large number of plants are mature, waiting for Qin Ming to find them. There is also better news for Qin Ming. The orbital period of Jupiter is much shorter than that of the Earth, which means that its seasons change very quickly, and the duration of each season is also very short. This also results in the growth cycle of many plants on the planet being very short. Qin Ming needs such crops. After determining the landing position, Qin Ming looked at the book about other terrains and regions on the planet. I spent some time picking out a few alternative landing locations in case something unexpected happened after landing, and I was forced to start looking for a suitable place to land again. Rather than being in a hurry then, it is better to prepare in advance now. It was approaching rest time after Qinming decided on several alternative locations. So Qinming lay on the bed in the living cabin. The image of the engine room appeared in his eyes. There is a narrow maintenance channel in the engine room that leads to the bottom of the spacecraft. Here are placed the circuits, heat pipes, and landing modules that connect the entire spacecraft. Although Qinming really wanted to try it himself, before his personal safety was completely guaranteed, it was better to rely on a stable panel to repair it. Qinming continued to connect the camera in the maintenance channel and open the panel of the landing module. Several different metallic liquids flow out of the storage chamber after the repair button is pressed. It covered the inside and outside of the spacecraft and was covered with damaged landing modules. The buffer module, with the most damage in the entire landing system, was repaired first. Then comes the positioning module, landing gear module, and finally the overall circuit connections. After a period of time that was slightly dull compared to the previous intrusion into the dense asteroid belt, the landing module is back online. The original, damaged on the panel, also changed to running. Qinming closed his eyes with satisfaction and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at least to Qinming, it was early morning. Qinming sat in the captain's cabin early, looking out the porthole at the planet that was gradually occupying the entire field of view of the spacecraft. My heartbeat was speeding up for some reason. This should be the result of a mixture of fear and excitement in facing the unknown. As the spacecraft completely locked the landing position scheduled for yesterday, Qinming knew the time had come. He took a deep breath and controlled the spacecraft to fly towards the distant planet. Chapter 16: Empty Jellyfish. Some locations in the dark part of the twilight line of Ramu. Before dawn in this area, Qinming's spacecraft deliberately chose this time to enter the atmosphere. As Qinming's vision gradually appeared, orange-red fire produced by high temperature appeared. Telescopic metal plates gradually rose up on the surface of the ship's portholes to isolate the heat. The temperature inside the spacecraft has increased slightly, but overall it is stable. During this period, all Qinming could do was wait. But soon, the hull suddenly shook slightly. This is the buffer system of the landing module at work, which indicates that the spacecraft is about to approach the surface. Not long after, the metal plates protecting the portholes were closed again, and the most dangerous period before the spacecraft landed passed. The star's light refracted from one end of the horizon of Ruemu, introducing a scene that had never been seen before into Qinming's eyes. A jungle of green plants with many shapes that look like snail L patterns. Qinming's eyes were full of curiosity, and he couldn't help but want to go over and see these novel plants. However, Qinming immediately restrained himself and did not forget what he had to do. Find a specific landing location. Only the general terrain can be seen in space, and the map in the terminal cannot be accurately drawn in meters. Therefore, the final landing location must be confirmed on site. Qinming's idea is to find a river and give priority to ensuring his own water supply. However, you cannot land directly next to a river to prevent flooding or other possible dangerous creatures. In addition, Qinming did not have high requirements for the landing location, so he quickly found his niche. On the top of a small hill, there is a certain arc next to the hill, but the top is relatively flat, which is very suitable for a spacecraft to dock. And as long as you walk a short distance to another hill next to it, you can see a river not far away. After confirming the position, Qinming prepared to land. Just as the spacecraft passed through a forest, a group of things suddenly flew up from the woods and pounced on the spacecraft. A group of basketball-sized creatures that looked like blue balloons. Qinming's spaceship was slowing down and preparing to land, but it didn't have time to get rid of them. Almost instantly, these balloon creatures covered the entire porthole, completely blocking the view of Captain Qinming's cabin. At the same time, Qinming also felt obvious vibrations on the spacecraft. It's this group of strange creatures that are crashing into his spaceship. Qinming immediately gave up the landing and accelerated the spacecraft, planning to think about it after getting rid of these things. However, after the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, the main engine at the tail was shut down, and only the secondary engine was still running, so it could not pick up speed at all. It could only squeeze out of the way of the balloon creatures blocking the way, and the distance between the spaceship and them was still not wide enough. Moreover, the main engine of the spacecraft does not run in the atmosphere at all, and the consequences of operating it may be worse than being chased by these balloons. This is the landing place he carefully selected, and Qinming doesn't want to give up so easily. We can only let the spacecraft fly upward for a certain distance and hover in the sky. I managed to put a little distance away from the balloon group, looking at the increasing number of balloons following the spacecraft. Qinming frowned and took out the terminal and took a photo of them. Then I did an image search in the e-books introduced by Planet. Qinming originally didn't have much hope, but what he didn't expect was that the terminal quickly retrieved the corresponding creature. An introduction page full of densely packed small characters was displayed on the terminal. However, Qinming's focus was now on controlling the spacecraft, and he could not be distracted. So he pressed the voice play button. The empty jellyfish, also known as the balloon jellyfish, has a docile personality and lives in plains, hills, and other areas. Meek? That doesn't look like it. Qinming's mind took the initiative to ignore the meaningless content broadcast by the terminal and grasp the key points. Their behavior just now, and what is captured by the external camera of the spacecraft. It is obvious that this group of empty jellyfish looks like they want to eat people, and they are very aggressive. Could it be that I have stepped into their territory? This idea just came into Qinming's mind, and the voice also broadcast this paragraph. The main mode of movement is wandering in the wind, without any sense of territory. Question mark. Qinming controlled the spacecraft to flash past several empty jellyfish, and glanced at the content on the terminal during the gap. The text cannot be seen clearly, but Qinming can clearly see the pictures accompanying the text. It can be clearly recognized that the empty jellyfish in the picture and the one chasing him behind the spaceship are of the same species. There is no suggestion that there are other subspecies with more violent personalities. Qinming took another look at the large group of empty jellyfish chasing behind the spacecraft, and shook his head slightly. Then there's no way. Qinming connected to the cameras of the two machine guns without any psychological burden. The machine gun turned around and fired directly at the rear. As long as a large caliber bullet scratches a little, these balloon-like empty jellyfish can directly deflate and lose their ability to float in the air. If the bullet hits head-on, it can even directly shatter the empty jellyfish, exploding into a ball of crushed light blue gel and slightly darker body fluid. Seeing that the machine gun was very effective against air jellyfish, Qinming began to shorten the distance of his circle, gradually guiding the not-so-smart air jellyfish into a ball. Each shot fired by the machine gun can penetrate the huge balloon being composed of the entire empty jellyfish, and is extremely efficient. But time passed by minute by second, and the bullets of the machine gun were being consumed rapidly. However, the number of empty jellyfish behind the spacecraft was not small. Some empty jellyfish even appeared in other places around and flew towards Qinming's spaceship, following the wind. It is not only replenishing the number of empty jellyfish, but also blocking the direction of Qinming's flight. Several times, Qinming could not avoid a large group of empty jellyfish, so he had to bump into them and smash them into pieces. Only the gelatinous substance and their bluish body fluids remained. Seeing that the number of bullets has bottomed out, the number of empty jellyfish hitting the spacecraft is increasing. Qinming was even thinking about how to run away, just when the number of these empty jellyfish was so large that Qinming couldn't control it at all. An empty jellyfish approached the port side of the spacecraft and got close to the machine gun. The flame from the flashing arc at the muzzle slightly touched it. The next moment, this empty jellyfish exploded. At the same time, the terminal on Qinming's lap happened to play this segment. The interior is filled with flammable gases and fluids and is prone to explosion. The explosion of this empty jellyfish, which was ignited by the machine gun fire, was like a chain reaction. It directly detonates the body fluids and gel of other empty jellyfish stuck to the armor of the spacecraft. The spacecraft was shaking violently. The terminal suddenly fell to the ground, and the voice broadcast stopped abruptly. Grass. Qinming barely managed to maintain his body shape amid the violent shaking and quickly put on his seat belt. I glanced at the terminal on the ground. I don't know whether it was broken or accidentally touched which button stopped working. There were more and more empty jellyfish outside, and there were not many bullets left. There is also a machine gun whose rate of fire cannot keep up with the growth rate of aerial jellyfish. Qinming now knows very well that with just the two machine guns of the iron ore, it is impossible for him to clear out these empty jellyfish while ensuring the safety of the spacecraft. If it is bombed again, the spacecraft may even crash. Qinming didn't hesitate much. Stabilized the attitude of the spacecraft, made the bow of the ship directly perpendicular to the ground, rose again, and flew high into the sky. Chapter 17: The Choice of Weapon Modification. As the iron ore gradually flies higher into the atmosphere, the number of empty jellyfish following the spacecraft is gradually decreasing. Just like what the terminal reported when Qinming was cleaning up the empty jellyfish. The gas in the air jellyfish's body cannot be converted quickly. which means that it is difficult for them to immediately reduce the density of the gas in their body, and cannot move to high altitudes quickly in the atmosphere. You just need to find a way to quickly lift off. And after the gas density at high altitude decreases, you can get rid of the empty jellyfish. The spacecraft quickly escaped the pursuit of the empty jellyfish, and Qinming immediately let the spacecraft hover in place to maintain balance. He quickly unbuckled his seat belt, picked up the terminal that had just fallen to the ground, and checked it quickly. Fortunately, it was just a minor problem. Qinming picked up the tools in the repair kit that he had always kept by his side, and repaired it immediately. Qinming immediately opened the section introducing the empty jellyfish again, and quickly read through it. It can only be said that what was recorded in the terminal was completely different from what Qinming just saw. The empty jellyfish in the record should be a docile animal, but the group I encountered were extremely aggressive for unknown reasons. Qinming glanced through the porthole at the original location below. I definitely can't go there anyway. After all, the iron ore is still a civilian spacecraft, and the firepower of the ship's weapons cannot handle that amount of empty jellyfish. Even if Qinming has a panel that can replenish bullets, it is still possible that the machine gun's rate of fire is not enough to control it, causing the empty jellyfish to explode at close range. The armor of the spaceship can no longer withstand it, and any mistake may lead to the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. It is impossible for Qinming to gamble. Fortunately, I was prepared beforehand. I selected several alternative landing locations, but I didn't expect that they would actually be used. Qinming called up the map on the terminal, and found the landing site with the second highest priority. This place is not far from the first priority location, and is also a plain. But the difference is that the color seen here from space is purple. This time Qinming was very cautious, and carefully confirmed the target location in the air. All of his attention is placed on the nearby purple forest. If there is any disturbance, he will fly away immediately, giving priority to ensuring the safety of the spacecraft. But this time it went very smoothly, and the spacecraft successfully landed on the gentle slope of a hill. There were no aggressive animals around. Qinming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first thing Qinming did after the spacecraft came to a stop was to open the spacecraft's panel to confirm the damage to the armor. Under the self-destruction attack of the air jellyfish just now, the damage to the spacecraft's armor was more serious than that of the previous high-density asteroid belt. The durability of the port side armor once again dropped to about 40%, and other places also suffered losses. Qinming pressed the repair button immediately, and after spending a certain amount of energy, the durability of all armors was once again increased to about 70%. At least it can withstand a wave of attacks of the same intensity just now. If it was repaired again, Qinming might have to spend the rest of the day in a daze. After repairing the spacecraft armor, Qinming immediately opened the machine gun panel. 22mm machine gun. Type: small kinetic energy weapon. Manufacturer: Cinder Rockwell Arms Company. Ammo load: 1000/1000. Effective killing range: 2000 meters. Rate of fire: 240 rounds/minute. Durability: 19%. Actions that can be performed: replace/repair/renovate. Just as Qinming thought, the transformation option appeared in the column of executable operations, just like the mining laser. After clicking it, four options appeared in front of him. Configurable options: 22mm cannon, chain feed, twin barrels, stabilizing bracket, high strength barrel. Chain feed is to replace the original mechanical device inside the spacecraft with a chain feed to speed up the loading of bullets. But it is very unfriendly to logistics. But Qinming doesn't need logistics. The bullet consumption is replenished with one click on the panel, so there is no harm. Double barrel, as the name suggests. If you install another barrel on the machine gun, the overall rate of fire will be doubled, or increased by 80%. The stabilizing bracket is a device placed inside the machine gun to stabilize the shaking of the barrel under continuous firing. Even if a computer controls the firing of the machine gun, it cannot avoid the problem of recoil. This modification is used to improve shooting accuracy. The high-strength barrel is a modification that allows the machine gun to keep the barrel temperature from being too high after a long period of firing. These four transformation options are also the transformation methods that Qinming saw when he was reading books before. When Qinming was flipping through the books in the terminal, he was thinking, why are there so many types and contents of books about weapons and spaceship modifications? Now, seeing that the port-side machine gun only had 19% durability left, Qinming understood. There is no guarantee that you will encounter any danger during space navigation. Using only 2 basic weapons will certainly not be a peace of mind for veteran crew members, who often have to run outside. Therefore, it has become very common to modify the hull and weapons, as long as some very outrageous modifications are not carried out, such as biological and chemical weapons. The law enforcement agencies in most places will turn a blind eye. So Qinming decided to modify the weapons according to the practices of the old predecessors. He didn't want to be in a situation where he was in danger, but didn't have enough ability to resist. As for these 4 transformation options, Qinming can only say that he wants them all. Just not now. The armor repairs just now took a lot of mental energy out of Qinming. The most he could do was replenish the durability of the machine gun first. Unfortunately, Qinming only repaired the machine cannon. Suddenly, he saw a few more blue balloons floating outside the porthole. Qinming immediately became nervous. The barrels of the 2 machine guns were already aimed at them. These empty jellyfish that suddenly appeared again were larger than the group he had seen before. And the power of the explosion may also be more terrifying. But this time, these large empty jellyfish did not show aggression, but were very docile, as if they were just passing by. But Qinming did not dare to relax at all. His consciousness was focused on the engine of the spacecraft, ready to shoot and start the engine to run away at any time. It wasn't until these empty jellyfish floated away in the wind that Qinming relaxed his tense nerves and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that not all empty jellyfish are hostile to the spacecraft. But this doesn't mean that Qinming is safe. The danger may come again at any time. However, Qinming did not back down. In order to find food that could support his space voyage, he had to bear such risks. Qinming strengthened his determination, brought an advanced plant analyzer the size of his own arm that was removed from the planting cabin, and stood in front of the hatch on the side of the spacecraft. The hatch opens. Under the light of the gradually brightening stars, a purple world appeared in front of Qinming. Purple trees, purple grass, purple sky. Everything looks purple. But it's not the kind of purple that makes people sick, but the kind of purple that makes people feel comfortable like lavender. Qinming did not rush out of the spacecraft, but looked at the wrist of his protective suit. The gas quality detector on the wrist matched with the protective suit displayed a few lines of words. Livable air environment. No lethal gas. No pathogenic microorganisms. Qinming once again confirmed that there was no danger around him before taking off his helmet, standing on the edge of the hatch and taking a breath of fresh air from the outside world. The expression on Qinming's face gradually calmed down. Then he stepped off the spacecraft. Chapter 18 Another Way. Qinming stood on solid ground. The world in front of him is full of unknown, but extremely new things to him. Not just those purple plants that look similar to the green plants on the planet, but are different in color. Qinming could see several new creatures that he had never seen before just by turning his eyes. There were so many new things here that Qinming suddenly felt a little confused. If you want to obtain crops that can be grown with high yield and short growth cycle, where do you start? Where are suitable crops most likely to grow? Qinming's eyes unconsciously diverged, and he fell into thinking. However, Qinming did not dwell on this issue for too long. Nor did he dwell on where to start looking. Instead, he directly chose the stupidest, but also the most direct and practical method. Start with your feet. Qinming squatted on the ground and pulled up a handful of purple grass blades under his feet. After taking photos using the built-in shooting function of the advanced plant analyzer, a small section was taken as a sample and put into the analyzer. A line of small characters appeared on the analyzer's display. Analyzing. Then it turned into a dozen lines of densely packed small characters. Contains various properties of this purple grass blade. However, most of the analyzed results have no practical significance to Qinming, because for Qinming now, it is enough to only read the first 2 lines. Name, purple orchid. Edibility, not edible. The results of this analysis were within Qinming's expectations. Qinming didn't expect to find suitable crops as soon as he landed on the planet, so he had more patience now. After throwing away the clump of grass, Qinming noticed that a small insect flew out of the discarded clump of grass and settled on another blade of grass. Qinming stared at the chubby little bug and suddenly realized something. Meat is also a kind of food. If Qinming wants to survive half a year in space, he can't just rely on the cultivation cabin. Hunting can also yield large amounts of food. If you can fill an entire freezer with meat, it shouldn't be a problem even if it lasts for another 3 months. Qinming's thinking was restricted because of the planting cabin. Now I suddenly saw an active creature and reacted immediately. And Qinming doesn't have to worry about whether some animals on Ramu are poisonous, since the existence of empty jellyfish could be retrieved in the terminal before. Other animals must also be retrieved. Even if you do encounter an unknown animal, you don't know if you can eat it. It's not that Chinming doesn't have a solution. He found several handy tools left behind by previous crew members in the living quarters. Among them is something called an edibility analyzer. Can be used to help tell whether something is edible. If it really doesn't work, it's the worst thing you can do if you don't eat. Chinming followed the idea of hunting and thought of something. That is, you could observe the behavior of those animals during hunting. If they are herbivorous animals, then they may also eat the plants they eat. If you can eat it, that's the best. If you can't eat it, you still have the animals you're targeting as a guarantee. Chinming's train of thought suddenly became clear. After watching the little bug disappear into the grass, Chinming stood up and returned to the spacecraft. Not to fly the spaceship, but to make other preparations. Preparation for the hunt. Although the terrain where I landed was relatively flat, the surrounding area was basically still woods with lush foliage. The low-altitude flight of the spacecraft is likely to scare them and cause them to hide. When the spacecraft's field of view is limited by the woods, it is easy to miss animals hiding in them. Therefore, you cannot directly use a spaceship to hunt animals. You can only rely on Chinming himself. Therefore, Chinming planned to modify the pistol he picked up from the space station to use it as a hunting tool and a guarantee for his own safety. Although this pistol is not part of the spacecraft, Chinming only needs to place the pistol in any cabin of the spacecraft, and the object column on the panel of that cabin will show its existence. Then the faceplate of the pistol can be displayed in front of Chinming. 9mm semi-electromagnetic excitation pistol. Manufacturer, Cinder Rockwell Arms Company. Ammo preparation, 5 out of 7. Durability, 79%. Actions that can be performed, repair/renovate. As Chinming expected, the pistol also has two options, repair and modification. When Chinming pressed the repair button, the pistol's bullets were filled up just like when the machine gun was being repaired. As long as Chinming brings enough repair materials when he travels later, and as long as his spirit can hold on, then it is equivalent to a pistol with unlimited bullets. Then comes the transformation. Although Chinming had basically been looking at the modification manuals for ship weapons and the spacecraft itself, but Chinming has also read some firearm modification manuals. And many times, the modification of firearms is common to ship weapons. Therefore, there are many ways to modify firearms, including various accessories, various external devices, various modifications to the gun body itself, etc. Similar options like this make the modified panel of the pistol much larger than the panels of other equipment that Chinming has modified. Chinming took a final look and chose 6 of the transformation options. The first is caliber modification, .45. As this pistol will be used as a hunting and self-defense weapon in the future, Chinming only needs its caliber to be moderate, not too small, and not too big. The second is extended magazine 20. When Chinming first saw this modification option, he was a little surprised and didn't quite understand it, because Chinming thought that the expanded magazine was actually just an accessory of the pistol that could be replaced at any time. But since it is placed on the modification panel, Chinming will naturally not miss the opportunity to improve the capabilities of firearms. Although you can refill the gun by relying on the panel, repairing it always takes time, and a larger magazine means greater error tolerance. Of course, being too big is not good either. The excessive weight of the firearm may cause some problems that are not good for people like Chinming who are purely relying on exploration and have no experience in using guns. For example, the gun is not held steadily, and the physical strength is not enough to wear it for a long time. Chinming thought that a 20-round magazine would be more suitable. Then, there is the armor-piercing warhead. When Chinming saw this modification, the same thought flashed through his mind as when he saw the expanded magazine. This was even more extreme. It was just a modification of the consumables of the pistol, and Chinming didn't even know how to include it. But Chinming didn't hesitate. No matter what the transformation was, it just needed to be easy to use. Although Chinming has never hunted himself, he once heard someone say that to hunt animals, it is enough to let the bullet pass through the animal's fatal organ. So the penetrating power of the bullet is very important. The remaining 3 modifications are also accessories. Flashlight and red dot sight have nothing to say. The last thing, muffler, was specially found by Chinming when he saw other accessories. Chinming felt that this thing was the most important thing for him to hunt in the future. However, after these 6 choices were determined, Chinming got off the spacecraft again. At least today. After repairing the spacecraft's armor, Chinming has no extra energy to modify the pistol and spaceship weapons. However, Ming is not without things to do. He can still search for the kind of strange plants he needs within the protection range of the spacecraft. Chapter 19 the next day. For half the day, searching only within a safe distance near the spacecraft would obviously yield no results. After Ming confirmed the plants near the spacecraft, he returned to the spacecraft early and began to prepare for the official start of the search tomorrow. After confirming that his condition would not cause him to faint suddenly, Ming held a pistol in the storage compartment, selected all 6 modification options, and then pressed the modification button. Some of the metal in the storage cabin melted into liquid and gathered into Ming's hands. These metallic liquids did not have the cold touch of normal metal. Instead, Ming felt a warm and comfortable feeling. This feeling did not last long, and soon the 6 modifications of the pistol were completed. The modified pistol is significantly larger, and its appearance has also changed significantly. This pistol looked like an ordinary pistol before, but now it looks like a professional pistol only used by special forces. However, although there are many items displayed on the panel for the modification of the pistol, the appearance also seems to be many. But in fact, the overall transformation was so small that the consumption of materials was very small, mostly iron, and the consumption of Ming's spirit was not large. So Ming thought about it, and clicked on the panel of the protective suit. Lightweight vacuum environment protective clothing modified. Manufacturer, Tachyon Technology Company. Electricity, 100%. Oxygen, 100%. Modified components, self-restoring oxygen components. Radiation-proof interlayer. Gas quality detector. Durability, 96%. Actions that can be performed, repair/renovate. The company that produces protective clothing is different from the Shindok company where Ming works. But that doesn't matter. What is important is that the suit has been modified and can still be modified. The scene where you need to wear protective clothing after Ming must be when you go out hunting. Therefore, the protection ability of the protective clothing itself against attacks must be strengthened. For example, add a layer of bulletproof sandwich to fatal parts such as the heart and neck. It doesn't need to be very thick. It just needs to be able to prevent the surprise attack of some small beasts. If he is inadvertently approached by a large beast secretly, then unless Ming is wearing a thick space suit, the effect of the bulletproof sandwich may only prolong his pain. Furthermore, protective clothing that is too heavy will also affect Ming's subsequent actions. To be honest, Ming felt that he could do the bulletproof sandwich modification. But since his current condition was pretty good, Ming chose to directly modify it with one click. After the metallic liquid flows, some vulnerable parts of the protective clothing corresponding to the human body are slightly thickened, and the interior is filled with bulletproof splints. The overall weight has also increased a bit, but it is still within Ming's acceptable range. After the transformation of the protective clothing was completed, Ming's consciousness became a little groggy. So Ming tidied up, returned to the living cabin, and first activated the spacecraft's automatic defense system. Sound an alarm when attacked, and depending on the setting, you can quickly leave or fight back directly. Ming set up a plan to take off quickly when the spacecraft was attacked, because the previous self-destruction of Nakong jellyfish left a deep impression on Ming. He did not want to be bombed again. Ming then pressed the option to modify the machine gun and fell into a coma. The first night on the planet passed peacefully. At dawn the next day, Ming woke up very early. After putting on the modified protective clothing, he picked up the terminal and the advanced plant analyzer, 2 pieces of equipment he would need later, as well as the most important pistol. Although Ming was quite confident in his future exploration, to be on the safe side, he still planned to walk around first and become familiar with the general environment before venturing out. At the same time, you could also build a temporary survival base with the spacecraft as the center. Of course, you can live directly on the spaceship, but Ming feels that some simple defense facilities must be installed around the spaceship. Let the spacecraft be your last line of defense, not the first or only one. In this way, you will have room to pull out when you encounter danger. In addition, Ming even had the idea of opening up several pieces of wasteland nearby for planting. But let's not rush this matter for the time being. The seeds haven't been planted yet, so things have to be done slowly and step by step. And today Ming's plan. It is the function of automatically recording the surrounding terrain by taking photos through the terminal, determining the precise terrain around the landing point of the spacecraft, and obtaining a detailed map to facilitate subsequent work. In fact, this was something that Ming should have done on his first day before the spacecraft landed. But when the spacecraft just approached the surface, The attack of the crazy group of sky jellyfish disrupted Qinming's rhythm, so that he forgot about it. And if the spacecraft now takes off again to confirm the terrain, the surrounding animals will definitely be frightened again, and the possibility of hunting and harvesting will definitely be greatly reduced. So Qinming simply decided to go out and confirm the terrain by himself. Anyway, I already need to go out to look for suitable plants and animals that may appear nearby, so it won't be a waste of time to check the surrounding terrain along the way. There is no problem if you do 3 things together. The only thing I have to say is how to arrange this route. When it comes to finding crops to grow, it's certainly better to head into the woods. If you want to find hunting targets, then the river is definitely more suitable. No animal will not need to drink water. And if he wanted to confirm the surrounding terrain, then high places were where Qinming had to go. To be honest, these 3 places to go are somewhat conflicting, but the terrain nearby is perfect. The south side of the hill where Qinming is now is a slope with no trees growing, and there is a relatively higher hill to the north. The vegetation on the hill is relatively denser than that near the spacecraft. And further north, there is a very dense forest, and there happens to be a river to the west of the 2 hills. Go north and then west. This way, you can meet all your needs. 10 minutes later, Qinming climbed from the hill where the spacecraft was to the foot of the hill to the north. Qinming took several photos of the surrounding environment on the way, and then they were automatically converted into flat topographic maps in the terminal. This function does not seem to be built into the terminal. Perhaps the maintenance engineer Qinming had considered that one day he would be in trouble on the planet when he came to work here. Strange thoughts flashed through Qinming's mind, but he didn't pay much attention. Continue along the easy-to-walk gentle slope on the south side of the hill and reach the top of the hill. Qinming heard a rustling sound in the nearby trees, like some kind of small animal. But Qinming didn't see anything. Qinming ignored it for the time being. Instead, he found a thick and curved tree and climbed up with some effort. He leaned out from the canopy of purple leaves that were also slightly curved. Chapter 20 Orange Fruit. Qinming, half of his body exposed outside the tree canopy, raised the terminal and looked to the northwest. It was just like the one Qinming had glanced at in the air before. In the northwest direction centered on the spacecraft, there is a river running northeast and southwest. From the hill to the north of the spaceship, where he is now, to the other side of the river, there are very dense woods. Only on the southwest side of the hill, where the spacecraft is located, the vegetation appears slightly sparse. But looking at the flat terrain there is also a small river that flows down from the north, but happens to go around in a circle to the south. Qinming thought it might be caused by floods that often flooded there. However, while the floods took away the plants, they also brought fertile soil. So although the amount of vegetation in this area is not more than that in the north, the overall growth is very good. And more importantly, Qinming saw several vines growing in the gaps between the trees. Even though they were far away, Qinming saw some orange fruits on the vines in the video captured by the terminal. As for the east side of the 2 hills, it is the area where purple plants and green plants on the planet meet. Large areas of purple plants and green plants grow alternately among them, competing for nutrients and sunlight. At first glance, it appears to be the densest place with the densest vegetation around the spacecraft. But when he looked carefully, Qinming discovered that most of the vegetation here was dead, and only a small number of survivors were enjoying the corpses of other vegetation. Looking at it like this, the possibility of getting the crops you want here is very low. On the contrary, the area in the southwest near the river bank with fewer plants is more likely. The soil there is fertile, the water is plentiful, and I just saw a few plants that have already produced fruit. The surrounding terrain has been determined and taken using the terminal. The terrain map surrounding the spacecraft has appeared in the terminal. With the help of technology, Qinming was able to complete the whole day's task with very high efficiency. Next, Qinming had 2 choices. One is to squat by the river to see if any animals will come to drink water. The other is the area southwest of the spacecraft, where you can find the fruit cluster you just saw. Qinming chose the latter. The crops and crop seeds that can be planted, and the stable acquisition of these 2 points are better than squatting by the river and waiting for God to give you food. And it doesn't mean that the previous choice has been completely given up. The fruit cluster was located on a small piece of low-lying land along the river. Qinming could have walked along the river and checked to see if there were any animals on the way. Qinming spent some time coming to the river. We walked along the gravel beach on the river bank to the sparse woods with orange fruits in the southwest direction. The river water next to it was quite clear, but Qinming did not see any animals such as fish or shrimp in it. After watching for a while, Qinming couldn't see anything interesting in the river. so he focused more on both sides of the river bank. However, until Chenming walked into the woods at his destination, he didn't see any animals, but he saw a lot of footprints. The footprints ranged from large to small, and there were even some very fresh footprints that looked like they had just passed through and been soaked in the river water. However, Chenming did not go up to track him. He only had 2 legs and was wearing protective clothing. How could he outrun 4 legs? What if you catch up and end up working in vain? And when you look back and find that the orange fruit you discovered earlier has been stolen by others, then it's a loss to your grandma's house. It is better to continue with the previous idea. At least the fruits you see can still fall into your pocket. And although there was no real gain from walking along the river, at least Chenming could be sure that this river was a drinking point for many nearby animals. This time I just stopped by to take a look, so there was no result. Next time, I come back with more preparation. I can always find a few animals without eyes. Soon after, Chenming found the vines growing in the gaps between the woods. The top was the same as what he had seen before. Under the purple curly leaves, there were fist-sized fruits with curved lines growing on the surface. Chenming wanted to complain about the appearance of this thing, but he restrained himself. Analyze it directly with the Advanced Plant Analyzer. There are still a lot of properties related to it, but this time, the useful entries in this pile of entries are different from the purple orchid and other plants that I found before. There are 3. Name, berry orange fruit. Edibility, edible. Growth cycle, 15 days. This is a plant that perfectly suits Chenming's needs. Not only is it edible, the growth cycle is also surprisingly short. Originally, Chenming thought that the reason why this fruit grew here and was not eaten by animals was because the fruit might be poisonous or for some other reason. Now it seems that I have overthought it. These orange fruits have just matured, so they have not had time to be discovered by herbivores. And they finally took advantage of Chenming. Chenming naturally accepted it with a smile. Take out the knife in the repair kit and remove the orange berries from the vine one by one. I also cut one open, under the curved lines on the outside. The inside is similar to the pulp of a cantaloupe melon with seeds inside. However, the pulp of orange fruit is not as hard as cantaloupe, but as soft as strawberry. Chenming scraped off the seeds, put them in the empty jar in his backpack, and took a bite of the pulp. The pulp gave Chenming a big surprise as soon as he took it into his mouth. There is not much juice in the orange fruit, but the pulp has a very good taste. The sweetness is very high and the sugar content is high. Not only is it delicious, but it is also an excellent food. With the harvest, Chenming stopped hanging around outside. After searching through the terminal, I searched for the crop orange fruit. After confirming that as a vine with a 15-day growth cycle, its own vines can only bear fruit once. They returned to the spacecraft with more than 30 fruits harvested. Start working on the fruits. What Chenming has to do is also very simple. Take out the seeds, save the pulp in the refrigerator, and then stuff the seeds into the agricultural machinery components that are matched with the hydroponic bin. It is enough to leave the rest to the mechanical equipment. It will automatically pour the nutrient solution from the nutrient solution extractor next to it into the hydroponic bin. It will also automatically adjust the simulated environment inside the hydroponic warehouse based on the conditions of the crops. The current maintenance environment, none, line that Chenming saw on the hydroponic barn panel changed from nothing to Ruemu star after the orange fruit was planted. In addition to the planting environment, agricultural machinery components will also allocate the planting area of each crop according to the needs of the crops. If it is an unrecorded plant, then this requirement needs to be entered by Chen himself. But orange fruits are obviously not such a crop, so this also saved him a lot of effort. But in the end, the hydroponic warehouse was not full. It was not because there were not enough seeds, but because Chenming deliberately left it empty. What if you find a better crop in the future? Should you not pluck the half-grown orange fruit? So make some space in advance in case you need the growing space in the hydroponic warehouse someday. As for the extra seeds, Chenming did not choose to store them in cold storage. Instead, he picked a place outside the spacecraft, cultivated it a little, and planted it. When the time comes, I will cultivate the crops planted outside according to the records of the agricultural machinery components, and leave it to fate whether I can survive. After finishing all this, it was almost evening. Chenming is ready to take a rest. But just when Chenming turned off the lights of the spacecraft, many green eyes flashed outside the captain's cabin. Chenming immediately controlled the machine cannon, and at the same time shined the searchlight on the top of the spacecraft. Under the strong light, a deer-like animal was frightened and ran away, and there were some noises in the trees nearby. The other animals that were peeping at him also disappeared into the night. It seemed that they were some brave animals. After noticing that there was no big movement when the spacecraft landed, they took advantage of the night to come over and take a look. Qin was a little regretful that his first reaction was a little slow, and the machine cannons didn't have time to fire, leaving a few behind. But since they came to spy today, they might do the same tomorrow. Qin had plenty of patience and time to wait for these animals to become bolder and bolder. Sooner or later, they will fall into their hands. Chapter 21 Crazy Animals. 2 days passed quickly. 3 days after Qin found the orange fruit. It was also the 5th day after the spacecraft landed. With Qin efforts, the temporary survival base around the spacecraft has taken a slight shape. Qin was next to the spacecraft 2 days ago. Starting from the area where orange fruits were planted, he cleared out an entire open space without weeds. Using the tools in the repair kit, the chainsaw was slightly modified and used as a tree-cutting tool to cut down some trees in the surrounding woods. A simple fence was then installed around the spacecraft, and some traps were arranged. I have to say that Qin terminal really has everything. The number of books such as Wild Survival Guide and Simple Environmental Trap Layout in the terminal is second only to those professional books related to maintenance. It is simply that all the knowledge of surviving in the natural environment is crammed into the terminal. Although Qin doesn't have much time to watch it completely, it's okay to watch part of what he needs now. So the temporary camp was built during Qin exploration process. In addition to the work near the spacecraft, Qin also basically checked all the surrounding plants. In the current autumn, Qin found 2 other edible crops without too much difficulty. The appearance of one type is similar to that of rice, but there are many lavender fluffs on the ears, which look like flowers from a distance, and its name is a very vivid flower rice. The other is a crop that looks very much like soybeans, with fruits and seeds wrapped in pods. The name is simply purple beans. Qin found only a few samples of these 2 plants, but the number of seeds of each variety was large, so Qin planted some in the hydroponic warehouse. Orange fruit, flower rice and purple beans. 3 different seeds almost occupy the space of the hydroponic warehouse. The excess seeds, like the orange fruit seeds, were all planted by Qin into the land that had been cultivated in the past 2 days. The insect eggs and insect corpses that had been kept in the cold room were squeezed into juice by Qin using a nutrient solution extractor, and then sprinkled into the soil, becoming the first batch of nutrients for the field. After Qin realized that he could obtain meat through hunting, the insects and eggs that were originally used as the last backup food were useless. They ended their mission after letting Qin understand the working process of the nutrient solution extractor. However, the hydroponic warehouse is not completely empty. Qin also deliberately left a small space in the corner of the hydroponic warehouse. Use it to give those who find the herbs on Ruimu Planet by comparing them with the book. Preparation of Common Herbal Medicines, Ruimu Planet. In the doctor's terminal, Qin is very clear about the importance of medicine. Even if he is not sick or injured now, he must not miss this medicine. With sufficient nutrient solution, the hydroponic warehouse maintains the native natural environment of Ruimu Planet and the careful care of farming equipment. The growth rate of the crops in the hydroponic warehouse can only be described as rapid. It can almost be said that they are growing visibly to the naked eye. As long as the first batch of crops is cultivated and can be stably cultivated for the 2nd generation, then the spacecraft will have a steady stream of renewable crops and herbs that can ensure its own health. Next, just wait until you have enough harvest from hunting, or enough crops grow in the fields outside, and then include the packaged survival food to last for half a year, and then leave a certain margin. Qin can let the spacecraft take off again and prepare to leave. In the past 2 days, Qin also found many traces of animals near the spacecraft. Although I had used a searchlight to scare away the peeping animals that night, the next day I could clearly feel that those animals had become bolder. Last night was even more outrageous. Qin was awakened in the middle of the night by the moving object alarm he set for the spacecraft's external camera. I found that after I fell asleep, animals had even approached the place where I was growing vegetables. If it hadn't been blocked by the fence he prepared in advance, Qin might have suffered a heavy loss. So Qin task today is to strengthen the fence and create traps to prevent the situation like last night from happening. If the monitoring failed even slightly, the crops Qin planted outside would suffer. The second is to try to track down the traces of a smaller animal among the animals that came to peek at the spacecraft last night. The traces of this animal are the most obvious compared to the others, and Qin can't just let it go. After watering the crops outside, Qinming put on his equipment and prepared to go out. But just when Qinming was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that on the east side of the hill where the spacecraft was located, an animal that looked like a deer that he had seen at night had its head exposed. Qinming suddenly became energetic and picked up the gun in his hand, feeling slightly excited in his heart. Are you finally going to hunt your first prey? Wait. Qinming suddenly realized something was wrong, as the animal that was probably a deer showed its head. Several more deer emerged from behind the hill. Their state is very strange. Their eyes are dull. Their teeth are grinning, and saliva is constantly drooling from the corners of their mouths. This seems a little unusual. Qinming frowned and stopped walking out of the spacecraft. Somehow, the more Qinming looked at these deer, the more he felt that they were similar to the group of empty jellyfish he had encountered before. To be on the safe side, Qinming's consciousness was connected to the spacecraft's two modified cannons. By the way, he glanced at the panels of the two machine guns. 22mm machine gun modified. Type: small kinetic energy weapon. Manufacturer: Cinder Rockwell Arms Company. Ammo load: 1000/1000. Effective killing range: 2000 meters. Rate of fire: 800 rounds/minute. Modified components: chain feed, twin barrels, stabilizing bracket, high strength barrel. Durability: 100%. Actions that can be performed: replace/modify. This is the most powerful weapon that Qinming can currently produce. Its firepower is at least 3 times higher than the previous machine cannon. Qinming was confident that all the empty jellyfish in that quantity would be wiped out. The deer in front of him were just spraying water. That's when this group of deer that suddenly appeared seemed to have discovered the spacecraft, and suddenly charged towards the spacecraft without warning. Qinming had already prepared. The two machine guns opened fire immediately. The metal storm covered nearly the entire herd. But these deer seemed to have lost the function of fear. Violent gunfire, fire, and fallen members of the same species failed to stop them from charging towards the spacecraft. Qinming even saw a deer with its 2 front legs broken, its stomach torn apart by bullets, and its internal organs spilled all over the floor. It still stared with red eyes and squirmed in the direction of the spacecraft. After struggling for a while, dead. There was definitely something wrong with this herd of deer. At this time, Qinming's heart was completely filled with confusion and uneasiness. This planet seems to be somewhat unwelcome to me. Chapter 22 Virus? The crazy herd of deer are all flesh and blood after all. There was no room for struggle in the fire of metal bullets. After about 300 rounds of ammunition were consumed, all the deer in front of them fell down, and not one of them had a whole body. Qinming immediately stopped pouring firepower, and accurately found a few deer that were still breathing their last breath among the fallen deer. Then the machine gun opened fire again, sending the deer where they should go. Qinming checked carefully again to confirm that there was nothing alive in his field of vision. Then he repaired the machine gun, replenished the bullets, sorted out the equipment he was wearing, and got off the spacecraft with the pistol in hand. Qinming cautiously approached the position of the deer. Looking at the mess, some gloom suddenly appeared on his face again, because in Qinming's eyes, the carcasses of these deer were already rotting. An animal that was moving just a moment ago was dead in the blink of an eye. Even if the meat is placed in a humid or hot place, it should not rot so quickly. Qinming frowned, opened the terminal, took a photo of a relatively intact body on the ground, and started searching. The terminal quickly gave the answer. Purple-tailed deer. A herbivorous animal. Timid and easily frightened. Sure enough, just like the group of empty jellyfish Qinming encountered before, their personalities had almost a 180-degree reversal. Qinming couldn't understand what happened to these deer and those empty jellyfish. Qinming's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene where he saw the first deer showing its head. At that time, the deer's eyes were very dull, and saliva was constantly drooling from the corners of its mouth. Something was very wrong at first sight. Now, Qinming's eyes were fixed on the body of a deer whose head was overturned by a machine gun. The state of its body's decay was okay, but its brain had basically turned into a rotten mush. Like its rot begins in the brain. Could it be that this kind of behavior is caused by some kind of disease that infects the brain, causing them to go crazy, and causing them to quickly deteriorate after death? The more Qinming thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. So he immediately took advantage of the fact that he had protective clothing on him, selected 2 corpses that were relatively complete and not highly decomposed, and dragged them to the river bank on the west side of the spacecraft. Then he took out the knife and stabbed the purple-tailed deer directly in the abdomen, slashing hard. The next moment, A large pool of organs, with a higher degree of decay, leaked out of the slashed hole. Qinming glanced twice, held back his nausea, and then stretched out the knife towards the deer's head. The deer's skull was quickly pried open, with the assistance of Qinming's pistol. Sure enough, just like what Qinming saw just now, this deer, which was not very rotten on the outside, had its brain turned into a mess. Qinming took a few glances, and continued to target another deer. The result was just as Qinming expected. The other deer's brain was completely rotten. This situation forced Qinming to think in the direction of rabies. What Qinming is encountering now is probably not a disease that is unique to the planet and spreads between animals. And I am afraid that the possibility of human infection cannot be ruled out. Qinming's expression suddenly changed when he thought of this, and he looked at his left wrist with a sullen face. There are still only those 3 lines on it. Livable air environment. No lethal gas. No pathogenic microorganisms. Qinming's expression relaxed a little. Fortunately, this suspected virus was not spread through the air. But Qinming didn't dare to eat these deer, and he didn't even dare to use them to squeeze juice like insect carcasses. He had to find a way to dispose of them. Otherwise, if these rotting corpses are left here for a few days, it will be a question whether they can stay near the spacecraft. The way Qinming disposed of these deer carcasses was really unbelievable. If you want to dig a pit deep enough to bury all the corpses, you will not only need the tools at hand, but you will probably have to work for several days. But Qinming doesn't have that much time to spend on this now. After thinking about it, Qinming simply dragged the deer's body along the river to the place where he found the orange fruit before, and dumped the body here. It's better to be left here than rot next to the spaceship. For the rest of the day, Qinming could only go back and forth between the spacecraft and here. Even without digging a hole, it still took Qinming a long time to dispose of the body. It was not until noon that Qinming finally threw the last deer carcass into the woods. Today's plan was completely disrupted, and it was definitely too late to track the animal's footprints. It is better to go back and strengthen the fence and make some traps to ensure that your basic base will not be destroyed by animals that come to eat at night. Qinming sighed. He clapped his hands and patted away the dried and dirty blood clots on the protective clothing. Returning to the spaceship, he took the bucket he used to water the fields and returned to the river again. He cleaned himself and his bloody knife. All sewage Qinming is very careful not to let it flow directly into the river. But Qinming knew that this was only temporary, and the blood that seeped into the soil would seep into the river sooner or later. We can only hope that the filtering effect of the soil can filter out the dirt in the blood. After washing the protective clothing, Qinming returned to the spacecraft. He took out a disinfected herbal medicine that he had collected before and sprayed himself, the protective clothing, and the inside with the juice of this herbal medicine. After doing the last thing of wiping the butts of those crazy deer, Qinming finally couldn't bear the high-intensity physical activity and laid down directly on the bed. He reached for the terminal and recorded what just happened in the log. I learned this from the doctor. Maybe one day I forget something, and I can remember it through the log on the terminal. After lunch and rest, Qinming spent the afternoon reinforcing the fence and making traps. At night, Qinming noticed that the number of animals peering into his spaceship was significantly reduced. They must have been scared away by the smell of blood and the sound of gunfire during the day. Most of the animals that continued to observe Qinming showed no aggression, and would even be scared away at the slightest sign of trouble. It looks very normal, and it is still the best source of meat for Qinming to hunt. But Qinming also knew one thing very well in his heart at this time. Although these animals look normal, who can guarantee that they are not infected with the virus? And the virus has no incubation period? Unless Qinming can successfully hunt them and see with his own eyes that their bodies remain intact after death. Otherwise, there is no way to confirm this issue. Chapter 23 Hunting. Early the next morning, it was the 6th day after the spacecraft landed. Qinming put on protective clothing again and brought a pistol, planning to continue the unfinished work yesterday. Hunting. What happened yesterday, and what he thought before falling asleep, did not affect Qinming too much, because Qinming knew very well that hunting might lead to nothing. If you hunt an animal that has been infected, you will probably consider it as a hunting failure. As long as one of the hunting results is successful, the benefits obtained will definitely be greater than farming the land next to the spacecraft. As for that possible virus, since it cannot spread through the air, Qinming only needs to protect himself from injury, boil drinking water, and do a good job of sanitation and disinfection inside and outside the spacecraft every day. Basically, you can treat it as if it doesn't exist, and it may only appear suddenly when hunting to make you feel sick. So in the final analysis, It is definitely better to do hunting than not to do it. What's more, when I was reinforcing the fence yesterday afternoon, I took the time to weave myself a very rough camouflage suit using long purple leaves obtained from chopping down trees. It took a lot of effort to make it, so it can't be used. Chin-Ning put on the camouflage suit over the protective suit he was already wearing, looked at the map on the terminal with various marks on it, and came to the river. There were still no fish seen in the clear river, but this time Chin-Ning saw many animals with SHLs. They were strangely shaped and lay on the sand very quickly. They disappeared into the mud at the bottom of the river in the blink of an eye, leaving Chin-Ning with no desire to catch them. Chin-Ning continued to walk along the river for a while and looked down at the map. We're almost there. Not far ahead. There was a place that I had specially written down on the map. This is where Chin-Ning discovered a large number of animal footprints densely distributed when he passed by the river a few days ago. The appearance of such footprints on the riverside probably means that this is a drinking point for these animals. After Chin-Ning arrived at the place, he found a tree nearby and climbed up. Then all you have to do is wait. Wait for those animals that may be present to come to drink water, and leave the rest to the sky. After those animals that leave obvious footprints are scared away, the remaining animals are obviously more difficult to track. It is very possible that Chin-Ning is chasing the footprints, and the prey has discovered him before he, the tracker, has discovered the prey. Chin-Ning is not a professional hunter. He has no special hunting knowledge and no hunting skills. So crouching hunting like now is obviously more suitable for me. At least what he had to do was simple. Wait for the animal to come, then raise the gun and shoot. When there is a temperature control device inside the protective suit, it is not difficult to spend some time outdoors in the still hot weather of early autumn. Otherwise, Chin-Ning would have been unable to carry the body when he was halfway there yesterday. Now Chin-Ning only needs to squat on the tree, which is much easier than yesterday. I even brought the terminal with me. While waiting for prey, I could read the books on the terminal, so it wouldn't be a waste of time. 2 hours passed quickly. Just when Chin-Ning had already put into the contents of the books in the terminal, in the bushes on the other side of the river, an animal suddenly appeared. It has a pair of curved horns on its head, a slender body, and its hair is purple with lavender spots in the middle. It seems to be a kind of antelope. It's really here. Chin-Ning was a little surprised in his heart. He had already prepared to wait for several days in a row to see the animals that came here to drink water, but he didn't expect to encounter them so soon. Chin-Ning slightly moved his arm that had not moved for 2 hours, slowly raised the terminal, and took a photo of the antelope. The search also produced results. The name of this antelope is the purple antelope, and it is a herbivorous social creature. Knowing what he wanted to know, Chin-Ning immediately put the terminal away. He raised the pistol, pointed it at the purple antelope, and put his index finger on the trigger. Chin-Ning was not in a hurry to shoot, but continued to hold his breath and wait quietly. After the first purple antelope poked its head out of the trees and confirmed that there were no dangerous animals around, soon, other purple antelopes emerged from the woods one after another. The antelope herd soon gathered on the river bank, and the purple antelope that came out first stood alone at a certain distance from the antelope herd, on guard. The other purple antelopes huddled together and began to drink water in batches. During this process, none of them noticed the signs on the trees on the other side of the river. There's no better time than now. Chin-Ning's gun was aimed at the largest antelope in the group drinking water, breathing at its slowest pace. The moment it lowered its head to drink water, he pulled the trigger. Under the action of the silencer, an extremely low gunshot sounded, and the .45 caliber bullet passed straight through the body of the purple antelope and penetrated its lungs. The pain stimulated the purple antelope to jump up, turn around and rush into the woods. In just a few seconds, Chin-Ning clearly saw the blood foam between its mouth and nose. Several nearby antelopes also reacted quickly and fled into the woods after the injured antelope. However, the purple antelope that was a little further away did not react so quickly. They continued to drink water without warning from the leader responsible for the warning. This gave Chin-Ning a chance to shoot again. Chin-Ming's second shot was fired quickly. Another precise hit on the chest of a purple antelope. This time, stimulated by the pain, it rushed into the river in front of it in a panic. After struggling for a few times, it stopped moving. Bright red blood gradually spread in the river water. The violent splashing sound and the spreading smell of blood completely frightened the purple antelope group, and they all turned around and ran away, raising dust all over the ground. Chin-Ning could no longer aim stably at this time. Shooting on a moving target was much more difficult than on a fixed target. In addition, there was smoke and dust blocking his vision. Jinming could only roughly aim and pull the trigger one after another, emptying the remaining bullets in the magazine. This round of shooting caused the group of antelopes to fall to 2 again. Counting the previous 2, there were a total of 4 purple antelopes that were about the same size as wolf dogs. As long as they didn't rot, they would be enough for Jinming to consume food for a long time. Jinming refilled his pistol with bullets and waded across the river with anxiety. The carcass of an antelope was found floating on the water. When he saw the appearance of the corpse, a smile finally appeared on Jinming's face. The body had not decomposed. Jinming quickly dragged it to the river bank, and then continued deep into the woods, following several obvious blood stains. The bodies of 3 other purple antelopes were found about 100 meters away. They were also not decomposed. Jinming restrained his inner joy and nervously cracked open the skulls of the 4 purple antelope corpses by the river. After confirming that their brains showed no signs of decay, Jinming was finally relieved. The first hunt was successful. Chapter 24 Hamster. On his first hunt, 4 prey fell under his gun. This harvest made Jinming very satisfied. Soon, he dragged the bodies of the 4 purple antelopes back to the river bank. Before officially starting the process, Jinming went back to the spacecraft and pushed the trolley that had been taken from the space station here to facilitate subsequent transportation. For purple antelopes are quite heavy. A purple antelope weighs almost 80 pounds. Even if the internal organs are removed, the skin and bones are peeled off, and only the tight meat is left. The remaining weight of one weighs more than 20 kilograms. What's more, some inedible parts can be juiced as nutrient solution. So apart from the blood that is not easy to collect, Jinming didn't want to waste any of it, especially the skin of the purple antelope. The soft dark fur with lavender pattern-like spots looks quite good, and Jinming remembered that there seemed to be a book on leather tanning on the terminal. Although I don't seem to have the materials needed to tan the leather on hand. If I freeze it for now, the fur will not go bad. It might be useful in the future. After working for several hours on hand injuries caused by not handling animals for too long, Jinming finally returned to the spacecraft with 4 completely decomposed antelopes. Most of the organs and bones were stuffed into the nutrient solution extractor by Jinming. Because the organs are very perishable, Jinming would not dare to eat them if they had been frozen for several months. So he might as well just dispose of them like this. It just so happens that using this type of thing to extract nutrient solution is much more efficient than using a shovel to shovel the soil outside. However, Jinming deliberately left some organs behind. He took it to the woods to the east of the spacecraft, learned from the deployment of simple environmental traps, and set up several simple trigger traps. Both animal offal and ordinary soil can be used to extract nutrient solution. But soil is not like offal and can be used to attract carnivorous animals, taking some things of low value in exchange for the opportunity to harvest meat. Even if it fails, there is not much loss. If you succeed, you will make a profit. Jinming is happy to do this kind of exchange. A whole morning of hunting and handling prey, plus coming back later to set traps. The morning passed quickly. At noon on the 6th day after the spacecraft landed, Jinming finally had his first meal of meat since he came to this world. Although there is no seasoning and only the purple beans that Jinming found before as a side dish. The taste of the purple bean stewed antelope meat is much better than the sweet orange fruit that Jinming ate 2 days ago. After all, no matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of it if you eat it every day. Being able to change the taste a little is already a very luxurious enjoyment for Jinming. After lunch, Jinming still spent the afternoon in the reinforced fence. Apart from anything else, Jinming felt that the fence he built must at least be able to withstand the impact of yesterday's group of purple-tailed deer. Otherwise, it would be better not to build a fence that will collapse immediately. Until night, Jinming spends his last time before taking a break to read various books in the terminal that he may need to survive on the planet, as well as other professional books that may be used in the future. The day passed like this. The next day, the 7th day of landing of the spacecraft came. As usual, Jinming first took care of the land he planted outside, and then went to the place where he set the trap yesterday to check. No animal was caught in the trap, but all the internal organs that Jinming poured into it were eaten. It seems that animals are smarter than they think. Jinming was not surprised by this result, and he had no fluctuations in his heart. This failure was just an episode. Anyway, animals are not as smart as humans. If you fail this time, try again next time. As the person setting the trap, you can make many mistakes. Once you make one mistake, the animal will become your meal. Jinming cleaned up the mess in the trap a little, and improved the trap a little based on what he read last night. The leftover offal that had been left in the refrigerator overnight was dumped into the trap as bait. If there is no harvest from the trap this time, then we have to wait until the next hunting has results before continuing. Tending the fields and checking traps are daily tasks. But what Chen-Ming really wants to do today is hunting. After yesterday's successful hunting, Chen-Ming has completely understood what an inexperienced person like himself should do when hunting. It just so happened that I had found more than one trace of animals drinking water by the river. The purple antelope herd will definitely not come, but other animals may still come to drink water. Chen-Ming returned to the spaceship, put on the rough camouflage suit he made, and set off towards the river. But not long after Chen-Ming left the spacecraft, a long, hamster-like animal suddenly appeared in the woods. It glanced at the spacecraft for a few times, then scurried from the woods to the fence. He quietly passed through the gap between the fences, followed the bottom of the spacecraft and the space supported by the landing gear, and ran into the field cultivated by Chen-Ming next to it. A few paws dug up a flowering rice seedling that had just begun to sprout, and a pair of big fangs bit off a section in one bite. The little hamster had a humane expression of satisfaction on his face, enjoying the food he had stolen. However, at the next moment, a shadow suddenly appeared on its head. A basket made of wire mesh was placed directly on its head. "Got you!" Chen-Ming's voice sounded along with the vibration of the basket hitting the ground. He hadn't gone very far when he noticed something strange on the surveillance screen. If he hadn't noticed and actually went hunting, the whole field would have been wiped clean by it. Just after the cage clasped the little guy, its two little paws dug hard on the ground. In a short time, a small hole was dug out on the ground that could accommodate it, and it got into it. But immediately, Chen-Ming picked it up with the back of its neck intact. "Hamster?" This little guy was covered in fur, with a pair of big white teeth partially exposed. He looked like he had given up struggling when Chen-Ming held him. "It looks quite cute." Chen-Ming conveniently threw what looked like a hamster into the wire mesh basket he had just used to hold it, closed the lid and locked it. The entire cage was sprayed with disinfectant herbal juice and stuffed into the storage compartment. "Come back and dispose of it. Some animals drink water at the river very early. Chen-Ming cannot waste too much time and must go there quickly. It would be best if there were any results from today's hunting. If not, then it would be today's dinner." At noon, Chen-Ming returned to the spacecraft empty-handed. Today's hunting did not go as he expected. Apparently, the commotion caused by the river yesterday made many animals temporarily give up their plans to drink water nearby. Although Chen-Ming felt a little pity, he quickly adjusted his mood. But when Chen-Ming stepped onto the spacecraft and opened the door of the storage compartment, he found that the basket he used to contain the hamster he caught in the morning was broken. The broken parts of the iron basket showed signs of being chewed by something. Chapter 25 Taming. Chen-Ming immediately frowned and closed the door of the storage cabin. His eyes first looked at the refrigerator room, where all his food was stored. The door of the refrigerator compartment is now tightly closed, and there is no leakage of cold air. And the refrigerator must be opened and closed by manually pressing a button on the wall. A hamster shouldn't be able to do things like open a button, go in, steal food, run out, and then close the door. So Chen-Ming cast his eyes on all the dark corners in the storage cabin. But Chen-Ming searched for nearly half an hour. But he failed to find the hamster in a small room of only 25 square meters. It's like finding a cockroach in the room. But when you turn around, it disappears, and you can't find it at all. Just when Chen-Ming was about to give up, a slight grinding of teeth suddenly sounded in the quiet storage cabin. Chen-Ming immediately became alert, followed the source of the sound, and looked at an asteroid about the size of a human head that he had collected before landing on the planet. Because this asteroid was very angular in appearance and almost formed a natural icosahedron, Chen-Ming specially brought it back and put it into the storage compartment. And the little hamster is inside the asteroid at this time. It dug through the outer rock layer of the asteroid, creating a hole leading to the interior. When Chen-Ming looked through the dug hole, he saw the little hamster curled up into a ball and sleeping soundly. The sound of teeth grinding just now was made when it was sleeping. Chen-Ming's mouth twitched, and taking advantage of the opportunity, before he could take off his protective clothing, he reached out and took it out, lifting the back of its neck. The little hamster struggled desperately but to no avail, and stuffed it into another basket. Then I took out the terminal and took a picture of it. Soon the search results appeared on the terminal. FC-103 hamster, also known as stone hamster, big-toothed hamster, and Fonch's pet rat. A product of Fanchow Laboratory. A specially bred pet hamster breed with a docile and active personality, strong physical fitness and survivability. and the hardness of its teeth and front claws exceeds that of most common metals. The cerebral cortex is complex. The IQ is high, and it is extremely easy to domesticate. Eat little and survive for a long time with just a little food and water. Trace iron needs to be supplemented regularly. Otherwise, stone or metal products may be damaged. Posted here are a few photos of the damage caused by the little hamsters. Chin-Ning couldn't help but glance at the basket and the ore dug up by it, and immediately had a clear understanding of the hardness of its teeth and claws. However, these photos seem to have been taken in a laboratory-like setting. Think about it. After all, as a pet, it must live in the city. The most indispensable thing in the city is iron, and it couldn't be easier to supplement trace amounts of iron. This strange behavior can only be discovered through special research in the laboratory. Chin-Ming continued to read. It likes to eat plant buds, but the relevant laboratory employees said when this pet study was published that it only eats plant buds because it feels delicious. And it doesn't matter if you don't give it to it. Currently, under the bad behavior of a certain association, this species is distributed on many planets, and there are different mutant varieties. What followed was all unimportant information. Chin-Ming glanced at it casually and closed the terminal. Then he moved his gaze to the front. A artificially bred pet? What should I do? Chin-Ming looked at the little hamster in the new cage that was eager to move against the iron cage itself, and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Chin-Ming decided to keep it as backup food, although it only takes one mouthful. Even one mouthful can be life-saving at critical moments. Chin-Ming went outside to pull out a bud of a crop in the field. When he turned around and came back, he saw the little hamster squatting on the spot obediently, but it had already chewed holes in the iron cage in several places. Chin-Ming twitched the corners of his mouth again, opened the lid, and stuffed the sprouts into its arms. The little hamster's eyes seemed to be shining. He gnawed the sprouts cleanly in a few mouthfuls and continued to stare at Chin-Ming. Give you tomorrow. Chin-Ming didn't know if the little hamster understood what he said, but it did not move, just squatting obediently in the cage. Chin-Ming nodded slightly. If it can really stay in the cage honestly, then it would actually be good for me to have a pet. Then the next day, Chin-Ming found that the basket was bitten again. Chin-Ming searched for a long time in the storage cabin, and finally found the sleeping little hamster in the asteroid he had dug a hole in before. Chin-Ming didn't know whether he was angry or funny. In short, Chin-Ming immediately went outside the spacecraft to pull out a seedling, returned to the storage compartment, picked up the little hamster, and carried it to the damaged cage. He waved the fresh buds he had just pulled out in front of it, and then pointed to the place where the basket was bitten by it. Finally, he stuffed the sprout into his mouth. Seeing the little hamster's eyes widening with disbelief, Chin-Ming was very satisfied. Then I spent some time welding a new cage for the little hamster and stuffed it inside. Finally, he pulled out another sprout and handed it to it. Seeing the little hamster nibbling on the sprouts with satisfaction, Chin-Ming sighed slightly. Let's take another look. It would be best if it could be tamed like this. But if you can't tame it, you'd better treat it as food to prevent it from destroying the spacecraft one day. But when Chin-Ming came back from outside that day, the little hamster still stayed in the cage quietly, and did not continue to bite the cage. The wide, watery eyes stared at Chin-Ming, as if waiting for something. Chin-Ming smiled, turned around and pulled out a young sprout outside the spacecraft and handed it to it. Looking at the little hamster's satisfied expression, Chin-Ming was now sure that this little hamster could be kept as a pet. Having a small animal by his side really spices up Chin-Ming's boring daily life. I may have to fly in uninhabited space for a long time in the future, so it would be nice to have a living animal to accompany me. And if the recorded content on the terminal is correct, this little hamster needs very little food to survive every day, which is almost equivalent to a fraction of Chin-Ming's daily needs multiplied by 0.1. For Chin-Ming, the material cost of raising a pet is not on the same level as the spiritual satisfaction he gets. And as I said before, this little guy is really at his last moment and can be used as Chin-Ming's backup ration. The little hamster seemed to feel something, and his body suddenly trembled. After looking around and finding nothing, he continued to focus on the food in his hands. Chapter 26 Cow Beast. Time flies. 6 days have passed since Chin-Ming caught the little hamster. Hunting is still Chin-Ming's unbeatable task every day. But in the past few days, the number of failures has far outnumbered the number of successes. But every success means that there will be a large amount of meat in the cold room of the spacecraft. And very fortunately, Chin-Ming did not encounter any infected animals during his 2 successful hunts. About half of the space in the refrigerator room has been taken up by meat. And in the past few days, The 3 crops planted by Qinming have blossomed and bear fruit under the efficient cultivation of the hydroponic warehouse, providing Qinming with a batch of vegetarian income. Therefore, although the remaining half of the cold storage room is not full, it still contains the results of many 3 types of crops grown in the hydroponic bin. The amount of this batch of crops harvested also made Qinming certain of one thing. The output of crops in a hydroponic warehouse in one growth cycle can completely ensure the food needed for survival in the next production cycle. In other words, Qinming can even fly the spacecraft and set off now, as long as he ensures that the crops in the hydroponic warehouse can mature stably every time. He can reach the pirate space station alive. But Qinming will not choose to take risks. For crops grown by oneself, especially orange fruits, the output of one growth cycle can even meet the needs of 2 growth cycles. And it is also the shortest growth cycle among the 3 crops found by Qinming. The second batch of orange fruits that Qinming planted in the hydroponic barn after the last harvest have even begun to bloom. Even on the vines of the first batch of orange fruits that were grown in the ground outside, without the optimal environment provided by the hydroponic warehouse, there were already some tiny fruits that would mature immediately. And the growth efficiency was extremely exaggerated. Just wait a little longer for the crops outside to mature, for the second batch of crops in the hydroponic warehouse to be harvested, or for another successful hunt or 2. It is obviously more prudent to make sure that you already have enough food to last the entire journey before setting off. And although orange juice is good, it also has some shortcomings. The nutrient solution is consumed quickly. For this reason, Qinming must take time to dig some fertile soil by the river every day and bring it back to extract nutrient solution. A small half of the space in the planting cabin was filled with iron cans filled with nutrient solution. But if Qinming wants to ensure the growth efficiency of crops for more than half a year in space, then these nutrient solutions alone are not enough. And Qinming must prepare more. So we can't rush to set off for the time being. We have to wait. In addition to paying attention to food these days, Qinming is also paying attention to the little hamster that he brought to his door. Relying on the temptation of the buds, Qinming was able to even let the little hamster stay on his shoulder after a few days of training. Qinming also gave it a name, Xiaoshi. After all, it is also called a stone hamster. And it also dug a hole in Qinming's, or when we first met. After almost taming Xiaoshi, Qinming took it out twice while hunting. Xiaoshi would take the initiative to keep quiet during every hunting process, and would not disturb himself at all. When you are tired of reading, while waiting for the prey to appear, you can play with it for a while. And today, the 14th day since the spacecraft landed, is the same. After Qinming finished his daily farming work, he took Xiaoshi out for daily hunting. Follow the river and look for signs of drinking water from the fauna you marked on your map. As Qinming has been hunting more frequently recently, he can clearly feel that the number of animals leaving traces on the river bank is decreasing. You have to go farther to find fresh traces. Just like Qinming's current goal, it takes about an hour and a half to walk northeast along the river. Qinming has nothing to complain about. If you want to gain something, you must make sacrifices. Some physical exertion is nothing to Qinming. With Qinming deliberately speeding up his pace, he arrived at the predetermined marked position an hour later. As before, he found a tree nearby, climbed up, and began to wait. But this time, there was a small stone by his side, so that he would not only be accompanied by those books during the waiting process, but Qinming's previous luck seemed to have been exhausted. Qinming waited until the afternoon and ate the orange fruits he brought out for lunch, but still didn't see any animals. And at this moment, the weather suddenly turned cloudy, and it looked like it was going to rain at any time. The gloomy sky made Qinming feel a little depressed. This should be the first rain I encountered after coming to this planet. And now I am about 6 kilometers away from the spaceship. It doesn't matter if I take a walk on a sunny day. If it rains, it's better not to take risks. It's best to go back as soon as possible. Qinming moved his somewhat stiff limbs, patted Xiaoshi who was sleeping against the open terminal in his arms, and prepared to leave. But just when Qinming was about to climb down the tree, something suddenly appeared vaguely in the woods on the other side of the river. Qinming immediately cheered up, grabbed the small stone that almost rolled under the tree, put it on his shoulder, and pointed the terminal's camera function there. Then, Qinming saw a very large animal with a pair of cow-like horns on its head, and it was quite plump and looked a bit honest. After taking the photo, the terminal immediately retrieved the situation of this species. Cow beasts are omnivorous animals that live in groups. They are docile during the non-breeding period. Female cattle animals during the breeding season or with cubs are aggressive and irritable. Seeing the word living in groups. Qin Ning couldn't help but have some thoughts. This kind of cattle beast is close to the size of a hippopotamus. And hunting one is enough to consume Qin Ning for a long time. Not to mention that they are still social animals. They don't need too many. Just two. Qin Ning can just ignore the crops growing in the field and leave directly. Driven by such thoughts, Qin Ning did not choose to go back immediately, but continued to stay in the tree to see if he could find some opportunities. The herd of cattle quickly approached the river bank and jumped into the water one by one. The plump front hooves dug out the not-so-deep river bottom, digging out the strange-shaped crustaceans that Qin Ning had seen before, crushing them with one hoof, and began to enjoy the meat inside. During this process, several bull beasts had already given their seats to Qin Ning. Although their layers of muscle and fat are very thick, they certainly cannot stop the power of Qin Ming's modified pistol. But just when Qin Ming raised his gun and took aim, he suddenly heard a squeak. This was the sound made by Xiaoshi, who had never called out since the day Qin Ming caught it until today. Just after it screamed, its little paws grabbed the protective clothing on Qin Ming's shoulders and shook it desperately, trying to attract Qin Ming's attention. Chapter 27 Mutation. Qin Ming also noticed Xiaoshi's situation immediately. He immediately gave up the opportunity to shoot and looked at Xiaoshi. The tame Xiaoshi will not disturb him when he is doing his business. There must be something special about the way he is now. After Qin Ming looked at it, Xiaoshi quickly climbed down the tree where Qin Ming was hiding. He kept circling under the tree, looking very impatient. The more Qin Ming looked, the more something was wrong. At this time, he didn't care whether the hunting could be successful or not. So he followed Xiaoshi down the tree. What happened? Xiaoshi walked around in circles for a long time. Seeing that Qin Ming couldn't understand its meaning at all, he suddenly ran a distance towards the river. Qin Ming's eyes were once again drawn to the group of cattle and beasts just now. Qin Ming took a few glances and couldn't see anything wrong. But just when Qin Ming was about to look away and look for Xiaoshi, the herd of cattle that had just been looking for food in the river suddenly twitched and lost their balance in the river, causing large splashes of water. This scene is quite wrong. Qin Ming immediately raised his pistol and pointed it in the direction of the cattle herd. At this moment, a mist of rain fell without warning. The rain quickly created a layer of mist on the river bank, making it difficult for Qin Ming to tell what happened to the cow beast in the water. In this fog that made Qin Ming feel depressed, the water in the river suddenly weakened. The cattle and beasts all stood up tremblingly. But what is different from before is that their simple and honest appearance just now is completely gone. Instead, there were dull eyes, gritting mouth, saliva flowing out, and a restless body. It was exactly the same as the empty jellyfish and purple-tailed deer that Qin Ming had seen before. What's the matter? Qin Ming couldn't help but ask to the air. His feet unconsciously moved away from the river bank. The small stone that had just escaped came back at this time, climbing up Qin Ming's shoulders along the protective clothing. And the cattle beasts that had fallen into madness suddenly looked at the bushes where Qin Ming was hiding without any warning, and rushed over like mad dogs. This strange scene made Qin Ming's hair stand on end instantly, and the gun in his hand emptied the magazine almost instantly. However, only one of this group of cattle beasts, whose size was similar to that of a hippopotamus and was already completely crazy, fell down. The remaining bull beasts seemed to not feel the pain of the bullet at all, and continued to charge in the direction of Qin Ming without any delay. The number of cattle herds is close to 30. Without sufficient time and absolute geographical advantage, it is impossible for the small pistol Qin Ming has to kill them all. Qin Ming didn't have time to figure out what was going on at this time. When a round of bullets has almost no effect, the only option is to escape. But the rain that had just started made the ground very slippery, especially the muddy ground in the forest, which was 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, making it impossible for Qin Ming to run any faster. The cattle beasts behind were like a fish in water in such weather. Their fat bodies moved without any sluggishness at all, and it didn't even take long for them to catch up with Qin Ming at the speed they ran on land. If it weren't for the fact that they weren't moving too fast in the river, Qin Ming would be able to distance themselves a little. Otherwise, Qin Ming would have been trampled to death by the crazy cattle by now. At this time, the panic caused by the unexpected situation on Qin Ming's face had gradually dissipated, and his steps on the slippery muddy ground were much more steady. But as the distance between the cattle and beasts behind him got closer and closer, Qin Ming could only choose to speed up his movements again. The rain is getting heavier. It became increasingly difficult for Qin Ming to see the situation in the distance clearly, so he could only rely on his impression just now to choose the smoothest path forward. But not long after, the gentle slope of a small hill suddenly appeared in front of Qin Ming. This kind of gentle slope can easily go up and down a dozen times on a sunny day. But on rainy days, this kind of gentle slope is definitely the place where accidents are most likely to happen. But the dull footsteps getting closer, and the sound of water splashing behind him left Qinming with no choice. Qinming can only choose to move forward. The rain became heavier and heavier, and a sudden flash of lightning dazzled Qinming's eyes. Amidst the thunder that followed, Qinming missed his footing and fell on the gentle slope. When Qinming fell down, he reached out and grabbed the purple orchid grass on the ground to prevent himself from sliding down the slope. He immediately adjusted his body shape, maintained his balance, and stood up again, wiping off the mud and water on the protective suit and helmet. Qinming looked at his shoulder. Xiaoshi's body was also covered with mud and water, and a pair of small paws tightly grasped the collar of Qinming's protective suit, daring not to let go at all. Qinming took a breath and climbed up the gentle slope with his last strength. When standing at the top of the gentle slope, Qinming suddenly stopped, covered in mud and looking a little embarrassed. He turned around and looked at the herd of cattle behind him that had climbed halfway up the gentle slope. "Coming!" Qinming's words had just finished. Suddenly there was a sharp sound breaking through the air from the southwest. A black shadow that almost covered the entire hill fell from the sky. Qinming's spaceship has arrived. The door of the spaceship that landed next to Qinming opened, and Xiaoshi rushed in immediately. Qinming, on the other hand, took one last look at the herd of cattle and beasts that were still desperately charging towards him, and stepped onto the spacecraft. Xiaoshi didn't know where he ran, but Qinming didn't have time to care about it for the time being. While taking off his protective clothing that was covered in mud and water, Qinming connected to the two machine guns of the spacecraft. An unprecedented sense of security arose spontaneously. This was the confidence the spacecraft gave him. The spacecraft took off again, and the machine guns on both sides opened fire on the cattle below without warning. The fire, which looked extremely dazzling in the dim environment, brought an endless metal storm to the crazy cattle. The herd of cattle that had threatened Qinming's life just now all fell in just a few seconds. But Qinming still poured out firepower on the cattle with suppressed anger. It wasn't until the spacecraft sent a message that the bullets were exhausted that Qinming suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. When you have emotions, you should vent them to these things as soon as possible. After calming down, Qinming first spent some mental energy to refill the machine gun's bullets. Then, he controlled the spacecraft to land under the gentle slope. In the rain which has weakened somewhat, Qinming saw the black corpse liquid flowing from countless fragmented corpses flowing along the rainwater in the direction of the river in the distance. Now he has no way to stop it, and can only let the corpse liquid pollute the river water. Qinming shook his head, and found the body of an ox beast that barely looked like one. He took out the knife he carried with him, pried open its brain. As before, the beast's brain looked rotten for a long time. It was obvious that all the cattle and beasts were normal when he looked at them just now. But in the blink of an eye, they all turned into this ghostly appearance. Qinming couldn't help but recall the scene that just happened. Nearly 30 cattle beasts, all of different sizes and genders, could be said to have fallen into madness at almost the same time. There was also Xiaoshi's sudden impatience before, as if he had noticed something in advance. Qinming didn't believe there was such a coincidence in the world. The source of these crazy animals is definitely not just a virus. Chapter 28 Source. Qinming wiped off the rainwater on his helmet, and took another look at the fallen cattle herd under the hill. After confirming that there were no living beasts, he turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Qinming suddenly saw a huge figure limping over in the rain curtain not far away. This is also a crazed bull beast, but its right front leg seems to have been broken on the road. So much so that all its predecessors were already dead, and it had just arrived here. Qinming raised his pistol and aimed at the bull beast's eyes, preparing to end its life. But after thinking about it, Qinming moved the muzzle of the gun away, aimed at its other good leg, and fired. The bullet failed to completely penetrate its knee, but was stuck between the bones. But the cow beast didn't feel any pain at all, and instead dragged its injured leg and continued to move forward. Before it even took 2 steps, it fell to its knees on the ground. Squirming desperately, Qinming went around behind it and shot off its 2 hind legs. The bull beast with all its limbs could only struggle in vain on the ground. A large pool of blood under its body instead of rotten blood gradually accumulated into a small pool and was washed away by the rain. Qinming immediately sped up his movements, returned to the spacecraft, and found the herbs to stop the bleeding in the cold storage, and a piece of extra iron chain that Qinming made 2 days ago to strengthen the fence. After a lot of effort, Qinming tied up the paralyzed cow beast with an iron chain and connected one end of the iron chain to the spacecraft. During this period, it was still struggling, and the strenuous activities made its blood loss worse. Fortunately, Qinming applied medicine to its wound before it completely bled to death. The injured legs, which had lost consciousness and could not move at all, were also wrapped in bandages to stop the bleeding. Do it all. The beast's madness still hasn't eased in the slightest. Qinming shook his head slightly, and after confirming again that the chains would not be broken, returned to the spacecraft. The spacecraft slowly took off, and the sound of the iron chains also made noise. Hanging the rickety beast, the spacecraft flew towards the temporary survival camp built by Qinming Jian. After setting the flight route, Qinming searched around the spacecraft and finally found the small stone in the ore in the storage cabin. At this time, it was shrinking into a ball, and its body was shaking slightly unconsciously. Qinming poked it with the buds he usually kept in his pocket. Xiaoshu's body shook violently and turned around slowly. A pair of small eyes lost their previous agility, as if they were suffering from uncontrollable pain. It even lost interest in its favorite young leaves placed in front of it. Seeing that Qinming made no further movements, Xiaoshu continued to curl up into a ball, his body still shaking unconsciously. It wasn't fear. It was more like some kind of physical discomfort. Xiaoshu seemed to be affected by unknown things that would make animals go crazy and cause their bodies to rot, just like those animals. But Xiaoshu seems to be under control and actively suppressing the madness. What is the source of this madness in animals? Qinming had to figure it out. If one day this madness affects people and affects me, maybe I can start to think of a way now and save my life or Xiaoshu's life in the future. That's why Qinming saved the life of the bull beast hanging by the spacecraft, hoping to find some answers from it. But Qinming didn't just do it and it was over. Just catching a crazy animal doesn't mean everything is figured out. So even though it was almost dusk now, Qinming still planned to do something else. After leaving the cow beast at the edge of the temporary camp, it was confirmed that its wound had not burst again, and that it would definitely not die of excessive blood loss in a short period of time. Qinming controlled the spacecraft to take off again, and flew to the east of the camp. There may be answers there, because just now, Qinming noticed that there was a very slight time difference in the transition from calm to crazy among those cattle beasts. The water splashing closer to the east side splashes faster, which means that the cow beasts closer to the east side fall into madness earlier. Qinming didn't believe in coincidences, and he didn't think that going crazy would happen very regularly in this herd of nearly 30 cattle. There must be something to the east. Moreover, the same was true for the group of empty jellyfish that Qinming encountered when the spacecraft tried to land for the first time. The initial landing point was actually not too far from where Qinming was building the camp, although I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Now I can clearly see it when I reopen the video of the spacecraft camera. Crazy empty jellyfish were present in all directions of the spacecraft. However, the first batch of empty jellyfish to attack the spacecraft also came from a direction close to the east side. This situation further confirmed Qinming's guess. As the speed of the spacecraft increased, today's sudden heavy rain gradually stopped. The stars behind the clouds emerged again, and the light shone on the ground, making everything in Qinming's field of vision look brand new. There are also many new shoots growing at the junction of purple vegetation and green vegetation, creating a vibrant scene. But before he figured out what was going on with the crazy animals on this planet, Qinming had no intention of enjoying this beautiful scenery. The spacecraft quickly crossed the area where purple vegetation and green vegetation meet, and completely entered a place covered by green vegetation. Several cameras on the outside of the spacecraft kept scanning the ground below, hoping to find something. But after some time passed, Qinming still didn't find anything abnormal. However, Xiaoshu suddenly ran out of the storage cabin, climbed up along the chair in the captain's cabin and onto Qinming's shoulders, holding the sprouts that Qinming had just placed next to the ore, and nibbling on them bit by bit. It looks like it's back to normal. Qinming reached out and touched Xiaoshu's head and said, "Are you okay?" Xiaoshu couldn't say anything in response. He just rubbed Qinming's face. The urgent feeling in Qinming's heart relaxed slightly. However, although the abnormality on Xiaoshu's body disappeared, he could not give up casually. If there is a next time, if Xiaoshu can't bear it anymore, where can I find a being who can accompany me to spend the lonely days in space? And not only Xiaoshu, other animals will be affected even more. If all the animals around you are going crazy, where can you find your prey? Find a priority landing location again? Let's not talk about whether there will still be these crazy animals even if we change places. Even if not, How long will it take to earn back the cost of time it takes to refamiliarize yourself with the landing site? And the cost of losing crops that you have already planted but still have some time to harvest? Therefore, Qin Ning could not just leave so casually before the possibility of solving this situation was completely lost. Time passed as the spacecraft searched all over the place. The star has already half disappeared over the horizon. Qin Ning originally had no hope. But just before the star's light disappeared, Qin Ning suddenly saw a special place on the surveillance camera that was incompatible with the surrounding environment. An abandoned stone building complex. Chapter 29 Traces. Following Qin Ning, he found the stone building hidden in the woods. The stars also completely fell below the horizon, and darkness suddenly enveloped the land below the spacecraft. Qin Ning immediately started the spacecraft's searchlight and shined its light on it. A total of 3 small stone bungalows appeared in Qin Ning's eyes. A wooden foundation frame, stone exterior walls, and an insulation layer filled with earth and foliage for insulation. This is obviously man-made construction. Someone has lived here before, and has lived there for a long time. But these 3 buildings have also been abandoned for a long time. Less than half of the stone bungalow closest to the west has collapsed, and many signs of damage due to lack of maintenance can be seen on other buildings. There are overgrown weeds around the 3 buildings, and there are even a few trees growing in the gaps between the buildings. In other words, these trees made it difficult for the spacecraft searchlight to fully illuminate the building. It was so dim that it was impossible to see what was inside the building and whether it was dangerous. It was impossible for Qin Ning to enter an unknown place to search in such an environment. And the dark environment also prevented him from finding a suitable place for the spacecraft to land nearby. Qin Ning could only take out the terminal, mark the points on the map, and wait until dawn tomorrow to explore again. The spacecraft returned to the temporary camp again. The heavy rain just now did not have much impact on the temporary camp. Although it had not rained before, Qin Ning had already dug a drainage ditch while digging for soil materials needed for the nutrient solution analyzer. It's just that the crops looked a little damaged after being soaked by the heavy rain. But overall it's not a big problem. After the spacecraft stopped, Qin Ning stepped off the spacecraft. You can see that the bull beast that you just left beside is still tied up in place. And the look of madness has not diminished at all. Xiao Shi was fine after being uncomfortable for a while. But Niu Beast seemed completely different. And this madness seemed to never fade away. Is it an influence on IQ? This idea flashed through Qin Ning's mind. But he couldn't be sure. At least until more samples are obtained for comparison. All ideas are just ideas. All Qin Ning can do now is to strengthen it with a few more chains to prevent it from suddenly breaking free of the chains. Wait and observe its changes later. Lying on the bed in the living cabin of the spacecraft, Qin Ning had trouble falling asleep because of what had just happened. But Qin Ning also knew that he couldn't do anything before dawn. But if he didn't take a good rest now, it might affect tomorrow's tasks. After thinking about it, Qin Ning directly opened the panel and looked at the modifications that the remaining materials of the spacecraft could support. In addition to preparing supplies before departure, I have been busy reading books recently. I have read many books on transformation and memorized them. After opening the spacecraft panel, the large number of modifications that can be made to different equipment on the panel really proves Qin Ning's efforts during this period. Qin Ning chose for a while, and finally chose a transformation called Overload Power Grid. Qin Ning saw it from a book in the terminal called Choices for Spacecraft Modification Under Extreme Conditions, LUD. The LUD in his name seemed to be the name of a certain force in the human empire. So Qin Ning didn't pay much attention to it. But the contents in the book are all modifications that can enable the spacecraft to exert higher combat capabilities in some difficult and critical moments. Qin Ning made a special note of many of the techniques he would use in the future. This overloaded grid is one of them. Its function is to directly provide excessive output to the power grid when necessary to improve the overall operating efficiency of the circuit. All equipment connected inside the spacecraft can be overloaded at the expense of its own losses, such as engine overload or weapon overload. It's obvious what the ultimate effect will be. If Qin Ning does not want certain equipment to be overloaded, he can place a voltage converter where the equipment is connected in parallel to the circuit and activate it when overloaded. The materials required for this kind of transformation of the power grid are not much in themselves. In addition to a very small amount of the most basic ordinary metals, it is nothing more than some byproducts of Qin Ning's previous collection of asteroids, gold and silver. For Qin Ning, if there is no way to go back alive, then these gold and silver are just garbage. Therefore, Qin Ning is naturally willing to take out these precious metals and carry out transformation that may play a very important role at this critical moment. After pressing the transformation button, a familiar feeling of fatigue surged into Qinming's brain. This time, Qinming did not resist and fell asleep. The next day, routine hunting activities were suspended. Qinming didn't care whether it would disturb other animals or not, and planned to drive the spacecraft directly to the location he discovered last night. Before setting off, Qinming took one last look at the beast. The bull beast is still alive so far, but his condition is the same as yesterday. And he is still as crazy, and there are no signs of being chewed on the grass next to it. It seems like it can't even eat now. Qinming couldn't risk losing his hand to feed it. How long it could survive depended on its life. Qinming returned to the spacecraft and started the spacecraft. It flew straight towards the position recorded yesterday. Soon, the spacecraft landed near several stone buildings. The spacecraft made a lot of noise, and other animals were scared away. The spacecraft seemed a little quiet after landing. Qinming sorted out his equipment and stepped off the spacecraft. Before taking 2 steps, Qinming found that Xiaoshi, who had been sleeping just now, had also come down. Qinming did not stop it. If Xiaoshi was there, if there was a crazy animal nearby again, he might be able to remind himself in advance. After waiting for Xiaoshi to climb onto his shoulder, Qinming continued to walk forward. 3 stone buildings. Qinming's first target was the collapsed building closest to the west. The building happened to have collapsed on the side with the door. After discovering it, Qinming went around to the other side, where there were windows. The light from the collapsed side shines into the building, and it can be seen that it is empty inside, with nothing except a stone stove that was built. Qinming looked at it for a few times, then turned it in directly, came to the stove, took out a flashlight, and illuminated the inside of the stove. But there was nothing left inside except some dust. With no results, Qinming dug out what was probably the kitchen and approached the largest of the 3 buildings. However, there were only a few wooden items that looked like bed frames. Qinming searched carefully but still found nothing. In the end, only the smallest building remained. As before, Qinming made sure there was no danger inside and walked in with a flashlight. The light of the flashlight flickered across the dim interior. Qinming suddenly discovered that in the corner of the room, there seemed to be something carved on the stone wall next to a wooden table. 0258. Chapter 30 Coordinates. It really does. Qinming stepped forward and took a closer look. It was found that the most common marks carved on the stone walls were the zheng, marks used to record dates. In addition to these zheng, there is also a very large character, dong, and a question mark that matches the character, dong. It seems that someone once worked here and carved it conveniently. The number of positive characters indicates that the person who lived here before has been here for at least 3 months. And this east coincides with Qinming's previous thoughts. But other than that, there is no other valuable information on the stone wall. Qinming thought for a while, then reached out to move the table to see if there was anything carved on the wall under the table. But just as Qinming reached out to grab the edge of the table, he suddenly felt a special touch on his fingertips. I seem to have bumped into something. Qinming subconsciously let go of his hand, squatted down, and looked under the table. Something like a USB flash drive was attached to the back of the table. Qinming frowned, and after confirming that there were no traps hidden in this rotten wooden table, he reached out and took out the USB flash drive. The interface of the USB flash drive can be adapted to the 2 personal terminals in Qinming's hands. Did he forget to take it away? Or did he leave it here on purpose? Who exactly lives here? Is it possible that it was left behind by those who escaped from the mining space station where the insect infestation occurred 30 years ago? The answers to these questions may be found in this USB flash drive. For safety reasons, Qinming used the doctor's terminal in case there was a virus in the USB flash drive. However, when the USB flash drive was inserted and read normally, Qinming found that there was no virus in it. Only a few logs and file records. The contents of these files are all about a special mental wave called psychic pulse. Soul. Qinming frowned and recalled. It seems that there are memories related to the soul in my mind. There are some special people among humans who are born with the potential for psychic abilities. This spiritual ability refers to the aspects of human will, thinking and spirit. And most of the time, such people will be discovered by the military and taken away. Some said they were captured and killed to avoid threatening peace, while others said they were sliced and studied. But what Qinming believes in the most is also the most widely circulated statement. It can even be said to be the official default statement. It was these people who mastered psychic talents under the training of the military, became psychics, and fought on the borders of the empire. They are generally called psychers. Ning has never seen a psyker in his memory. But this does not prevent him from hearing similar news from other colleagues or on the internet. After recalling the past for a while, Ning returned his attention to these documents. Because the documents recording Psychic Pulse in front of him seemed to confirm the existence of psychics that he had never taken seriously. But psychers are completely unimportant to Ning now. What is important is the nature of the psychic pulses recorded in the document. Psychic pulses themselves are not a naturally occurring phenomenon, but are produced through a device called a psychic pulse generator. The actual effect is obvious, and Ning has seen it many times, which is to make the subject affected by the psychic pulse fall into madness. And a certain chemical substance will be produced in the brains of these crazy animals. The effect of this chemical substance is the same as what Ning has seen all along. The animal's body and brain decay rapidly after its bodily functions cease. This substance is produced from the brain, which is why Ning discovered that the brains of crazy animals have the highest degree of decay. Understand the origin of animal madness. But problems also arise. The psychic pulse device will not appear and activate for no reason. Since it appears on this planet, there must be some reason behind it. It's just that these documents do not give a conclusion on how the psychic pulse and the psychic pulse generator appeared on the planet. Only in a few other diaries did the person who recorded the diary write such a sentence in a questioning tone. The psychic pulse device may be in the hands of the machine race. Ning was very impressed with this mechanical clan. This is a kind of mechanical life with extreme hatred for humans that was discovered on the way to continued expansion after the territory of the human empire expanded to a certain extent. And as the existence of the mechanical race was discovered, human pioneers also discovered some relics in the galaxies and planets where the mechanical race was discovered. There are some relics left by civilizations that existed in this star field. This is why the fringe star territory is obviously poor and full of dangers. But there are endless adventurers and explorers coming here. Although Ning did not come to the Edge Star territory to explore those ruins. Since he is here, there are some things he should know. It would be strange if there was no mechanical race on a small planet like Ruemu, which is located on the edge of the Edge Galaxy in the Edge Star field. So Ning subconsciously agreed with this conjecture. Perhaps the origin of the mechanical race on Ruemu is the relics left by that civilization. Speaking of which, Ning suddenly thought, is it possible that these psychic pulse devices on the planet, or the machines that create psychic pulses, are the reason why the space station was abandoned? Ning thought about it carefully, and suddenly felt that this was not necessarily the case. With so many subsidiaries under the company, its military strength cannot be underestimated. Except that the Imperial military cannot confront them head-on. Some scattered mechanical tribes should be able to deal with them. And if a large-scale mechanical tribe appears, even if the company cannot defeat it, the military will definitely come to encircle and suppress it. How can it still exist on the planet and force the company to leave? There must be other reasons why the company gave up on the space station. Ning did not go into details and continued to read these documents. But the content at the back of the document is basically an analysis of equipment such as the psychic pulse generator. It is the same professional content as those professional maintenance books that Ning has on hand, and is completely incomprehensible. And when Ning flipped through it from beginning to end, he did not find the name of the person recording these documents. It can only be said that Ning now knows the source of animal madness. But he has no effective solution. He can't even determine whether this spiritual pulse will fall on him one day. But at least Ning can still judge some other situations by analyzing the current situation of this temporary residence. First of all, if you look at the building, you can determine that it was abandoned very early. Although it was abandoned, Ning did not find any traces of chaos in the buildings. Explain that they left normally, and were not forced to leave due to some circumstances. This means that they will definitely have a next destination when they leave. As for where this destination is, Ning frowned and looked at the stone wall with a mark east, with some uncertainty, his thoughts gradually diverging. After being stunned for a few seconds, Ning seemed to suddenly realize something and immediately opened a document he had just closed. There is a series of complex calculation formulas in this document. Although the contents of the formulas are all the most basic mathematics, I don't understand what was just stated in the calculation. But now, after incorporating this on the wall, which is probably representing the direction east, Ning suddenly seemed to have an enlightenment and added the longitude and latitude coordinates of the planet where these three buildings were located into the formula. What was finally calculated was a coordinate point that Ning could understand. Chapter 31 Psychic Pulse. Ning looked at the calculated results and felt a little hesitant. This coordinate is not too far from where I am now, and it won't take long for the spacecraft to arrive. But the group of people who stayed here before probably went there. And their identities should be investigators or researchers. Since the psychic pulse is still continuing, that means they most likely died there. Although it is also possible that they successfully found the psychic pulse generator and took it away or destroyed it. A new one appeared again later. But no matter what, this coordinate point and its vicinity are quite dangerous. Qinning did not want to get in touch with the mechanical race that could slow down the expansion of the human empire, even though there may only be a few scattered machines on the planet. Qinning also has no military spacecraft or weapons specifically for combat. It is not certain who has the higher actual combat effectiveness. So Qinning thought about it for a long time. Still decided to go and have a look. Even though he knew the danger and the difficulty of handling the psychic pulse transmitter, he still wanted to touch this bad luck. Because Qinning didn't know when the spiritual pulse would fall on him. Although the group of people who had lived here for 3 months seemed not to be affected by the psychic pulse, Qinning was not sure whether they would have special protective equipment. In addition, I am only a few inches away from leaving this planet. If something goes wrong at this last moment, the consequences will be unimaginable. But Qinning was also a little worried if the target of the spiritual pulse could be chosen. So if I just go through like this, will the psychic pulse device just turn the gun and give me a hard blow? Qinning was not sure. But even if it was true as he guessed, Qinning would rather take the initiative in his own hands than pray that he would not suffer. But Qinning actually thought of another method. Just leave here and hunt farther away from the psychic pulse generator. Previously, Qinning thought that the source of animal madness was viruses. So he preconceived the idea that animals anywhere could be infected by viruses. But now, it's been determined that the source of the animal's madness is the psychic pulse generator. That means that as long as you are far enough away from the generator, even if it is not guaranteed to be 100%, there is a high possibility that you will not encounter the psychic pulse again. But once other places are also affected by psychic pulses, or even more seriously, then Qinning may waste more time here by doing this. Just when Qinning was struggling, squeak! Xiaoshi suddenly screamed, just like before the spiritual pulse swept through the nearby animals. But this time, Qinning didn't need Xiaoshi to remind him, because at this moment, Qinning's mind was occupied by a sudden feeling of restlessness. The psychic pulse has indeed affected Qinning, but the effect of this influence seems a bit unworkable. Qinning reached out to touch his head, but he only touched his helmet. Except for the sudden uncomfortable feeling of being stuffed with a lot of messy things in my mind at first. I quickly adapted to this feeling within a few seconds. This sudden anxiety was not even as good as the sudden feeling of exhaustion he had experienced when he was undergoing large-scale modifications and repairs to the spacecraft. Qinning recalled with some confusion the panel of the protective suit he saw last time. Although the panel shows that the protective suit has undergone several modifications. No matter how you look at it, it seems that the protective suit has not been modified in terms of psychic pulse protection. Moreover, Qinning turned to look at Xiaoshi, who was trembling on his shoulder, acting exactly like last time. This time psychic pulse seems to be no different from the last time. Although he was affected by the psychic pulse, there was good news for Qinning. That is, he no longer had to consider whether the psychic pulse would affect him. In this way, Qinning no longer has to worry about whether he should leave this area or not. In short, he should go to the coordinates to take a look first. Qinning made up his mind and quickly took Xiaoshi back to the spacecraft. Although the impact on him was not obvious, Xiaoshi's performance still made Qinning worried about its condition. After all, compared to the location over the camp, the distance between here and the psychic pulse transmitter is obviously closer. Another point is that since Xiaoshi and himself have been affected, will a few of the surrounding animals also be affected? Qinning moved very quickly, and the spacecraft took off again in less than half a minute. But it was just like the worst-case scenario imagined by Qinning. Qinning soon discovered a group of crazy animals gathering in the direction of the spacecraft. And these animals were the empty jellyfish that Qinning encountered on the first day he landed on Rui Jupiter. Say Chow Chow. Chow Chow is here. So you usually can't see a few. But now you can gather such a big bunch. How did you do it? Qinning unconsciously started talking too much. Although the empty jellyfish in front of him may not be the same batch he encountered originally. Although he can directly lift off vertically and get rid of them. But Qinning doesn't want to do that now. Not to mention that I had made a series of modifications to the machine guns just to deal with them. That is to say, even if the machine gun has not been modified, the unknown fire in Qinning's heart makes him not want to let go of these empty jellyfish. Moreover, Ning can also take this opportunity to test whether his modified machine gun can cause enough damage to these astonishing numbers of empty jellyfish. It's a little difficult to control his emotions. But at least Ming's brain is not broken yet. Weapons experiments are quite suitable to be carried out now. It would be best if it succeeded, which means that Ming's transformation was correct. If it fails, Ming can still analyze the problem of modifying his weapon based on today's situation. Then Ming's next modification of the weapon can correct these problems. Moreover, Ming was facing an empty jellyfish, which meant that no matter what, Ming had an escape route that he could use to escape at any time. Just fly straight into the sky and that's it. With so many reasons placed in front of Ming for Ming to attack this group of empty jellyfish, Ming would naturally not let go of this opportunity. The spacecraft quickly drew several arcs in the air, gradually guiding the crazy empty jellyfish into a big ball, just like before. Ming pulled the trigger, with a sense of venting his anxious emotions. The ultra-high rate of fire brought by the two double-barreled autocannons, and the extremely fast ammunition supply provided by the chain feed. In an instant, a large area of empty jellyfish was cleared in the shooting trajectory of the spacecraft. This scene made the corners of Ming's mouth slightly raise unconsciously. Continue to spray bullets at other empty jellyfish. As the speed of clearing empty jellyfish increases, the possibility of empty jellyfish besieging Ming's spaceship again will be reduced to zero. Ming didn't even need to turn on the overload power grid to overload the engine to avoid it, relying only on 2 modified machine cannons. In just 10 minutes, they cleared away almost more empty jellyfish groups than last time. As the anxiety in Ming's head dissipated, the figures of the empty jellyfish that came out of nowhere gradually disappeared. The psychic pulse passed just like that. Ming ignored the blue gel-like objects that almost covered the ground below the spacecraft, including several stone buildings. He didn't want to be bombed again. Just let the spacecraft turn around and leave west. Before going to the location of the psychic pulse generator, Ming planned to go back to the temporary camp. I was in such a hurry when I came out in the morning that I forgot that today happened to be the day when the first batch of orange fruits planted outside the spaceship was harvested. Go back and collect the land first. Food and a stable food source are what you need most now. Everything else can be done later. Chapter 32: The Terrifying Mechanical Race. The spacecraft flew back to the sky above the temporary camp again. As soon as the spacecraft approached the camp, Ming saw the cow beast that was bound by chains, but still struggling. In fact, after learning the truth about animal madness and experiencing it personally, this beast, whose brain was damaged by the psychic pulse, was of no use to Ming. However, Ming was not in a hurry to kill it, and planned to see what its final outcome would be. But when Ming saw it, a question suddenly popped up in his mind. How do these frantic animals find themselves precisely? Previously, the bull beast had found itself hiding in the trees on the other side of the river without any warning, as had the purple-tailed deer that suddenly appeared next to the camp earlier. Ming, the empty jellyfish, didn't say anything. After all, the movement of the spacecraft was so loud. But the cow beast and the purple-tailed deer gave Ming the feeling that they only had him in their eyes. Is there anything special about me as a human being? Ming didn't know how to explain this situation. But Ming then thought about it. Since the machine race has an inexplicable hatred for humans, so it doesn't seem unreasonable that animals that have become crazy under the influence of the psychic pulse of the mechanical race can directly find the existence of humans. Ming didn't think much. After the spacecraft stopped, he picked up the planting tools. I still have things to do next. Time passes quickly. Night came on Ming's 15th day on this planet. Ming spent part of his daytime today investigating the 3 buildings. The rest of the time is basically spent farming. The first batch of orange fruits he planted has been harvested. And the second batch of orange fruits? Although Ming feels that the probability that he will stay on the planet until the next harvest is not high. But since there were extra seeds, Ming planted them as usual. He repaired the weapon during the day and was affected by the psychic pulse, so his mental state was not very good. So even if you want to go to the location where the psychic pulse device is suspected to be, you have to wait until Ming recovers tomorrow. The night is getting darker. Ming was lying on the bed in the living cabin, having trouble falling asleep, just like yesterday. Because where I am going tomorrow, there may be a fight. It is not a battle that is not on the same level at all. Like a spaceship taking advantage of technology and the times to fight animals. But a battle in which the strength gap between the two sides cannot be confirmed in a true sense. Ming is not optimistic about the firepower of the spacecraft. But the limitations of the spacecraft's storage compartment materials make it impossible for Ming to make temporary preparations now. Looking at the modification options on the machine gun panel that appeared in front of me, there were completely insufficient materials. Qin could only sigh and force himself to sleep. Machine Clan. The next day, Qin woke up early again. This time Qin did not complete his daily work, but started the spacecraft as soon as he woke up completely, flying in the direction of the coordinates determined yesterday. Xiaoshu seemed to have noticed that Qin state was different from usual today, so he took the initiative to climb on Qin shoulder and rub Qin face. But Qin didn't have any extra time to play with Xiaoshu today, so he could only touch its head to stop it from running around. Qin wants to use all his energy on what may happen next. As the spacecraft gradually approaches the target location, Qin took the initiative to close the protective layer of the portholes that would be closed when the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, and only relied on the camera outside the spacecraft to observe the situation outside. Not long after, the image of the target location appeared in front of Qin. It was not a mechanical building filled with various advanced equipment, as Qin had imagined before. There is just an open space here. There is a square piece of mechanical equipment, about 2 meters high, placed in the open space. It looks very simple. Next to the equipment, there are a total of 3 mechanical bodies moving with obviously different appearances. That is the mechanical tribe. The mechanical body closest to the equipment is about 1.5 meters tall and has 4 robotic arms, each with different professional equipment. It seems to be a family of machines specially used to maintain equipment. The appearance of the other 2 mechanical bodies is completely different from this logistics machine family. It is 2 meters tall, and its overall appearance is somewhat similar to that of a praying mantis. It has a slender body, and is covered by gray-green external armor with various signs of weathering. Their left arm is a robotic arm constructed like a human arm, while their right arm is replaced by a special large weapon. The appearance of this weapon is similar to a firearm. From a distance, you can see a large number of exposed coils, which seems to be some kind of electromagnetic weapon, although the electromagnetic weapon was almost half the length of the machine itself. Qin didn't feel any incongruity when he looked at it. On the contrary, it made these 2 machines look even more threatening. While Qin saw the mechanical clan through the camera, the mechanical tribe also saw Qin spaceship. 2 combat robots similar to the shape of a mantis simultaneously raised the large electromagnetic weapons on their right arms and aimed at the spacecraft in the sky. Qin immediately let the 2 machine cannons fire in the direction of the mechanical clan, and at the same time, he was also controlling the spacecraft to fly quickly. But as Qin ears heard 2 dull hammering sounds that were almost connected together, Qin suddenly discovered that the durability of the bottom armor on the spacecraft's panel had dropped from 100% to 99%. If it were just like this, it wouldn't be a big deal. But then, a few words were displayed behind the armor's durability value. The armor has been penetrated. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Qin head, and he immediately gave up his plan to fight back. While the 2 mechanical bodies below were still preparing for the second shot, they immediately activated the overload power grid. The engine overclocked, and the sudden burst of speed caused the spacecraft to immediately rise and disappear outside the range of the mechanical body. Qin looked at the picture captured by the camera below the spacecraft with some shock, and at the same time opened the 3-dimensional imaging of the entire spacecraft. The footage on the camera showed that there were 2 more holes in the armor on the bottom of the spacecraft. It can be clearly seen from the 3-dimensional imaging that the bullets from the 2 machines just now penetrated the armor and got stuck between the armor and the structure of the spacecraft. Only a few bullets can penetrate the hull structure and cause damage to the function of the spacecraft's components. The armor of civilian spacecraft is really too weak. Fortunately, he didn't let the spacecraft face down just now. Otherwise, if these 2 shots directly hit the porthole, the heat-insulating armor outside the porthole would be penetrated instantly, and the porthole would end in the same way. Even Qin himself might explain it here. Fortunately, Qin didn't let this happen, and Qin is now clear about it. If you want to have some thoughts about the mechanical race and the psychic pulse generator under their protection, so the current iron or number alone is not enough. Chapter 33 Coping Methods. However, the temptation just now is not without good news for Qin. First of all, Qin can confirm that the psychic pulse produced by the psychic pulse generator is not directional. Otherwise, he should have felt the influence of the psychic pulse just now. Secondly, it can be seen through the video recording of the spacecraft camera. When he discovered that the machine race was hostile, he immediately chose to fire back, and nearly half of the machine gun bullets fired hit the target. Although almost all the bullets that hit the 2 combat machines were bounced off by the seemingly worn-out armor. They had no effect. But the bullet that hit the psychic pulse device at the back did damage part of its SHL. Even that little damage looks like it will be repaired soon by the four-handed repair machine clan. But as long as it can cause damage, it means that Qinming does not have to kill the mechanical race before he can dispose of the psychic pulse device. And Qinming's purpose was not to kill the mechanical tribe from the beginning, but to destroy the psychic pulse equipment so that his hunting could continue. However, even if Qinming's target is not the mechanical race, the difficulty has been reduced. Qinming had to at least thicken the armor of the spacecraft to the point where the large electromagnetic weapon could not be penetrated by a single shot, so that the spacecraft could hold out in the hands of the two mechanical clans until the moment the equipment was destroyed. Qinming opened the spacecraft armor panel. The transformation interface is opened. There are 4 modification options shown above: heavy armor, explosive reactive armor, multiple buffer armor, and armor material replacement. If you want to deal with the mechanical weapons with exaggerated penetration capabilities, heavy armor or armor material replacement are obviously very suitable. However, Qinming can't find any material stronger than aluminum steel composite material, so among these two options, he can only choose heavy armor. This is the simplest and crudest method of thickening and weighting the spacecraft armor, at the cost of losing a certain degree of maneuverability of the spacecraft. More powerful defensive performance is obtained. But after selecting the transformation option, another problem appeared in front of Qinming. The amount of materials required to modify the spaceship armor is very large, which is not at the same level as the materials required to modify the pistol before. But half a month has passed since Qinming landed on the planet from space. Most of the metal resources collected at the beginning have been consumed in transformation and repair. There is not enough material in the storage cabin, and it will take some time even if it takes off again to collect from the asteroid belt. But Qinming immediately thought of a compromise. Just take advantage of the spaceship you have on hand. Qinming had clearly seen the 3 machines before. They had no components such as wings or jetpacks, which meant that they were restricted to the ground. The spaceship can fly, as long as the attitude of the spacecraft is adjusted so that only the bottom of the spacecraft is facing the mechanical tribe. Then Qinming only needs to strengthen one side of the bottom armor. It can save a lot of time in obtaining materials for transformation. In this way, the time cost spent on mining is acceptable to Qinming. But there is another question before Qinming. I went to space to obtain enough materials for transformation at once and then landed. Or should I choose to go up to the sky and collect minerals from the asteroid ring during my normal work breaks, such as at night? Qinming is thinking. What you have to do must be to achieve your goals as the first priority. And my highest priority goal has always been to obtain enough food. Collecting or in space at once is really fast for solving the 2 problems of modifying the spacecraft armor and destroying the psychic pulse equipment. But this also means that Qinming will be completely unable to hunt in the past few days. And the second batch of crops he just planted will be wasted due to lack of care. I can't eat the guaranteed food. So after thinking carefully, Qinming still felt that it was best to continue hunting during the day. Even though the existence of psychic pulse makes hunting very difficult, the difficulty does not mean that it is completely impossible to do it. To be honest, as long as the next hunt can be successful once or twice, Qinming can completely run away regardless of the farmland, the camp, the mechanical tribe, and their psychic pulse equipment. Therefore, continuing to hunt during the day, waiting until night to go to space, and relying on the automatic mining function of the spacecraft itself to collect minerals is the most suitable mining method for Qinming. Moreover, the spacecraft previously stayed on the ground at night mainly to rely on the spacecraft's camera to protect farmland at night. Now half a month has passed, and Qinming has already completely reinforced the fence and laid out a large number of traps outside the fence. Basically, it is unlikely that farmland will be damaged by animals in the middle of the night. Therefore, taking off the spacecraft at night is also an option for the spacecraft to fully exert its full effect. The only disadvantage of this approach is that the spacecraft repeatedly enters and exits the atmosphere, which leads to a significant increase in fuel demand. Qinming didn't want to worry about fuel at this time. Anyway, if he ran out, he would go to the space station to get it. The space station had plenty of it. Having almost considered the issues that should be considered, Qinming turned his attention from thinking about the issues back to the present. In fact, my first trial just now should be considered a success. He knew about the situation of the machine tribe and their equipment, and also knew that the armor of the spaceship could not withstand a shot from the machine tribe's large electromagnetic weapon. If I finish modifying the spacecraft, I will still be in the same mess the next time I come here. Then Ning will decisively give up the current idea of causing trouble with the mechanical tribe. Choose safer but slower ways to get food and plan later. The spacecraft returned to the temporary camp shortly after. After repairing the damage to the spacecraft, Ning continued his daily work, farming and hunting. Anyway, Ning has experienced psychic pulse personally, and knows very well that the impact of psychic pulse on people is not too exaggerated. The psychic pulse generator that cannot be processed for the time being should not have any fatal impact on him, at least in a short period of time. After Xiaoshar experienced a psychic pulse, he seemed to recover from anxiety much faster. As long as I can get through the last few days, I won't have to suffer from the psychic pulse in the future. The daylight hours passed quickly. Before night came, Ning controlled the spacecraft and returned to space again, near the still dilapidated abandoned mining space station. The highest mining priority was set for the most common iron ore. Then Ning started the automatic collection function of the spacecraft. Chapter 34 Considerations. One night passed, and the smelting furnace in the spacecraft's working cabin was filled as before. After counting the harvest through the panel, Ning found that today's harvest roughly met 1/5 of the materials needed to transform the armor. If he could achieve such efficiency every day, Ning would even want to change his plan. Go directly to high-density areas and spend a day collecting. But Ning thought about it carefully and gave up. The main material required for transformation is steel. And iron ore, which is the most abundant and common in asteroids, needs to be collected. Even if you go to a high-density area, the amount obtained each time you collect it will not increase. And it may even decrease due to the presence of other minerals. At most, it would save some time in moving the spaceship. But this time difference is not worth the time Ning spends on tending the fields and hunting. Just continue to follow the original plan. When the sky was just getting light over the temporary camp, the spacecraft landed in the camp again. Ning noticed immediately after the spacecraft landed that the cow beast he had tied up outside the camp seemed to have died last night. Only one body, which was completely decomposed from top to bottom, remained there. The cause of death did not seem to be death from starvation or excessive injuries, but rather a sudden death caused by high-intensity activity of consciousness and body for several days in a row. This is what happens to most animals that fall into madness. The corpse of the cow beast was of little value to Ning when it was so rotten. So before starting work, Ning deliberately cleaned up the plants around the cow and burned the body with a fire. Continue to start the repetitive and boring work every day. The 4 days of accumulating materials for armor modification are neither long nor short. It passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Ning could clearly notice many changes around the temporary camp. It seemed that his last behavior had stimulated the mechanical race. Although the psychic pulse was not directed at him, it appeared more and more frequently. As a result, the number of surrounding animals is decreasing rapidly, and hunting has become almost impossible. Even if Ning was lucky enough to encounter an animal that had not been affected by the psychic pulse, the next moment, the mechanical clan's spiritual pulse may affect them, making Ning's long search and hours of waiting efforts all in vain. Although he was protected by the spaceship, Ning was basically not in any danger when encountering crazy animals. But high-frequency psychic pulses are actually dangerous in themselves. In recent days, Ning was feeling a little uncomfortable due to the frequent psychic pulses. Not to mention Xiaoshar. If Ning hadn't driven the spacecraft into space every night, Xiaoshar and himself could rest peacefully at night. Ning felt that Xiaoshar might have gone crazy a long time ago. Fortunately, last night, the spacecraft had collected enough materials around the space station. After eagerly completing the modification of the spacecraft armor, Ning couldn't wait any longer. He immediately controlled the spacecraft and flew in the direction of the mechanical race's psychic pulse device. The fatigue caused by the large-scale modification of the spacecraft armor was quickly suppressed by Ning's recuperation in the past few days. Moreover, Ning's heartbeat was gradually accelerating as the distance between the spacecraft and Ruemu shortened. Just like when I first came here, I was filled with fear and excitement about the unknown. It was against the Ruemu planet before, but this time, it was against the machine tribe. It will take some time for the spacecraft to reach the target location. When Ning couldn't suppress his emotions, he suddenly remembered that today seemed to be the day when the third batch of orange fruits was harvested. In order to ease his emotions, Ning got up and went to the planting cabin. The agricultural machinery components have harvested all the fruits. All the excess vines have been stuffed into the nutrient solution extractor for recycling, and new seeds have been planted, just like the previous 2 batches of crops. It is enough for Ning to take the fruits to the cold room. Jinming picked up several baskets of orange fruits and prepared to leave. But his steps suddenly stopped when he stepped out of the door of the planting cabin. Because at this moment, Jinming realized something. Because I was worried that there might be a food crisis on the road. I planned to prepare excess food before setting off. But there is actually no need to prepare food on Ramu. He could stay in orbit around the star and grow orange fruits with extremely high growth efficiency in the hydroponic warehouse. If there are problems with the cultivation of orange fruits, such as the degradation of varieties, Jinming can also land on Ramu immediately to find the next batch of replacement crops. The efficiency is a little lower, but the safety factor is definitely the highest. In other words, in fact, on the first day when Jinming landed, after he found the seeds of the orange fruit, if Jinming didn't pursue efficiency at all, then waiting for crops to grow in space would actually be the most stable approach. Jinming turned his head and glanced at the hydroponic warehouse. When he looked back, Jinming's eyes were suddenly attracted by the porthole facing the captain's cabin at the other end of the corridor. The abandoned mining space station floats outside. So it seems that this cannot be said. Even if the space station is occupied by bugs, the lack of attention for the past 30 years definitely shows that there are big problems behind the space station and even the entire galaxy. The longer he stays near the space station in Ramu, the greater the possibility of an accident after Jinming. So it is still beneficial to collect the food you need and leave early. Furthermore, Jinming did not only get food on the planet. Xiaoshi, the hamster, was Jinming's biggest gain on the planet besides food. Moreover, if Jinming can kill those mechanical tribes in the future, the mechanical tribes themselves can also become part of Jinming's harvest. The right arms of the two mechanical bodies were equipped with large electromagnetic weapons that could penetrate the armor of Jinming's spacecraft with one shot. It can definitely be loaded onto the load-bearing point of the spacecraft after simple modifications. This is much more powerful than the civilian 22mm caliber machine gun. You must know that Jinming encountered countless dangers in the space station and Ruimu, two places that can be said to be completely invisible on the scale of the universe. Jinming couldn't even imagine how many troubles he would encounter during the next half-light-year journey. Therefore, for Jinming, powerful weapons are the best way to deal with danger. Therefore, he would rather take certain risks to find a way to obtain the weapons of the two combat machines, facing known dangers now in exchange for the means to deal with unknown dangers in the future. Jinming is happy to do this kind of exchange. The heat-insulating armor outside the porthole window of the captain's cabin gradually opened while Jinming was thinking, but was immediately closed by Jinming on his own initiative, because Jinming's target location has already appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 35 Rough Means of Solving Problems. As the height of the spacecraft gradually decreased to a position where the mechanical family could be seen clearly, Jinming's heartbeat gradually stabilized. He took a deep breath and focused all his attention on what he was about to do. Destroy the psychic pulse generator. Jinming quickly adjusted the attitude of the spacecraft so that the bottom armor of the heavy-duty spacecraft that he had modified was facing downwards. Whether this can happen next depends on the next 10 seconds. The bullet reached the ground faster than the sound of gunfire and the roar of the spacecraft engine. The splashing dust and violent bursts of sparks immediately caused the two combat machine clans to react. Like last time, they raised the large electromagnetic weapons on their right arms and locked onto the spacecraft passing above their heads. The extremely familiar dull hammering sound sounded. The durability of the armor panel of the spacecraft that Jinming had been staring at was instantly reduced by 1%. But this time, the words, armor penetrated, did not appear after the durability value. In the three-dimensional imaging of the spacecraft, Jinming could see that the two bullets failed to penetrate even half of the thickness of the armor. It's over! Jinming muttered to himself, stabilized the attitude of the spacecraft, changed its direction, and hovered above the heads of the mechanical tribe. The two machine guns have each fired nearly 1,000 rounds of bullets since they started firing, even though the battle machines only had some scratches on their bodies after being exposed to the hail of bullets. The appearance of the psychic pulse generators behind them was already riddled with holes. The maintenance machine clan braved the rain of bullets to take out metal materials from the storage space inside the equipment for repair. But it is always easier to destroy than to repair. Jinming filled up all the bullets in the machine gun and fired another round of 2,000 bullets. Even if Jinming controlled the spacecraft at the ultimate killing range of the machine gun, a large number of bullets failed to hit due to accuracy issues. But in the face of absolute numbers, there is no need to care about accuracy. Under the second round of strafing, the outer protective layer of the psychic pulse generator was completely destroyed. The internal circuits continuously erupted into sparks after bullets. and Chen-Ning even saw an open flame igniting inside the equipment. There were 2 more dull hammering sounds. The third and fourth shots from the 2 combat machines hit the bottom armor of the spacecraft again. This time the 2 bullets also failed to penetrate. But Chen-Ning's eyes suddenly condensed. Because in the 3-dimensional imaging of the spacecraft, the impact points of the 2 bullets just now missed the bullet holes left by the previous round of bullets. Chen-Ning immediately chose to repair the armor. The metal liquid quickly squeezed out the 4 warheads, filling the defects in the spacecraft's armor and restoring the armor to its original appearance. He didn't expect that the accuracy of the mechanical tribe shooting would be so exaggerated. If you really give those 2 machines a chance to hit the same location with 2 bullets, your thickened armor may really be shot through. Right now, this psychic pulse device is just 1 breath away from being destroyed. It would be a joke if it overturned in the gutter. Chen-Ning is now extremely grateful that he did not relax his vigilance just now because of the fire in the psychic pulse generator, and was still paying attention to the status of the spacecraft. Otherwise, unexpected situations may hit you head-on at any time. Chen-Ning withdrew his eyes from the panel. Since he was on guard, he could not give the machine clan another chance. As soon as there is damage to the spacecraft, Chen-Ning will repair it immediately. It wouldn't take Chen-Ning much mental energy to repair this kind of penetrating damage. Finally, under the continuous fire from 2 machine guns, the fire inside the psychic pulse generator was completely uncontrollable and suddenly exploded. The entire generator was torn apart and completely destroyed. At this point, Chen-Ning's goal has been completed, and he can just turn around and leave. Without the influence of psychic pulse, hunting will no longer be difficult. So Chen-Ning immediately changed the flight trajectory of the spacecraft and stayed away from the 2 machines that were still aiming at the spacecraft to avoid further attacks. But when the spacecraft completely left their range, the spacecraft stopped again, because Chen-Ning didn't plan to leave just like that. The destroyed psychic pulse generator and the several moving machines were all attracting Chen-Ning to do something. The only problem is that Chen-Ning's only attack weapon now, the 22mm machine gun, is completely unable to penetrate the armor of the mechanical race and cause enough damage. And the modifications on the panel that can be made to the machine guns don't seem to be able to change this situation. If you want to deal with them, it seems that you can only use an immature method that Chen-Ning thought of before. Chen-Ning opened the panel. There is a row like this on the ship type panel. Ton level, 2,000 tons. This magnitude of 2,000 tons is a numerical value used to roughly distinguish the tonnage of a spacecraft. The iron ore is a frigate, and frigates can be further divided into different levels such as 500-ton level, 1,000-ton level, 2,000-ton level, etc. Therefore, the specific quality of the iron or number will be somewhat different from what is displayed on the panel. If the values in the spacecraft manual that Chen-Ning read before are correct, then under the standard Earth weight constant, the weight of the iron ore should be 2,209 tons. There will be some deviation between the weight constants of Jupiter and the Earth, but not too much. The 2,200 tons were directly pressed down. Chen-Ning did not believe that anyone could bear it. The spacecraft moved again and returned to the position where the mechanical clan was just now. The 3 machines did not choose to follow the departure route of the spacecraft, but continued to guard the damaged psychic pulse generator, as if this was their mission. Seeing Chen-Ning's spaceship returning, the 2 combat robots raised the large electromagnetic weapons on their right arms and tried to fight back as before. But the shooting interval of their weapons has become their most deadly problem now. It is impossible for a bullet to penetrate the thickened armor. It is also difficult for 2 different machines to hit the same position at the same angle at the same time. Failure to hit 2 consecutive shots means that the damage in the previous shot will be repaired immediately by Chen-Ning. As long as Chen-Ning can bear it mentally, it will be impossible for the machine race to shoot through this heavy armor in this lifetime. At this time, Chen-Ning, with a trace of uncontrollable excitement, controlled the spacecraft to continuously accelerate, hitting the ground like falling from a high altitude. He didn't turn on the spacecraft's buffer device until he reached the most extreme altitude. The spacecraft continued to approach the ground with terrifying gravity acceleration. The mechanical tribe instantly realized something was wrong and immediately ran towards the nearest woods that could serve as cover. However, they had just run out a few dozen meters when they were completely covered by the shadow of Chen-Ning's spacecraft. In the futile struggle of the mechanical tribe's continuous firing, terrifying pressure was exerted on them. Chapter 36 Harvest. The sound of metal twisting and deforming so hard that you couldn't help but cover your ears came from the bottom of the spacecraft. What followed was a loud noise as the spacecraft hit the ground. But Chen-Ning is obviously not a fool. If the spaceship really lands firmly on the ground, he will not get any good results. So before Qinming did this, he used the computing power of the spacecraft computer to calculate some data about the spacecraft. Through this data, Qinming can choose a specific point in time to start the buffer device, just before the spacecraft hits the ground. The buffer device is used to limit the falling speed to the impact range that the spacecraft armor can withstand. Therefore, the impact of the spacecraft landing did not cause any damage to the spacecraft itself, except that there may be some small objects on the spacecraft that may fall to the ground after a few vibrations. Other than that, there won't be any major problems. Just as he was thinking about this, Qinming saw Xiaoshi running out of the storage compartment at the back and climbing onto his shoulder. Its little paws were pressed on its head, its eyes full of confusion. Qinming reached out and touched its head, comforted it, and continued to do business. At this time, Qinming saw obvious changes in the three-dimensional imaging of the spacecraft. 3 pieces of the bottom armor of the spacecraft were dented, which was obviously caused by the spacecraft hitting the mechanical race. I have to say that the machine race is really hard, and the shape of the dents in the armor is almost the same as the shape of the machine race. However, no matter how hard the armor of the mechanical tribe is, the precision electronic components inside them cannot withstand the impact of thousands of tons of spacecraft. Ever since the spacecraft hit the ground just now, the dull hammering sound of the mechanical clan's electromagnetic weapons firing has completely stopped. Qinming didn't hear any strange noises from underneath the spacecraft at this time. It should be impossible for the machine race to stand up again. Qinming controlled the spacecraft to take off while repairing the armor of the spacecraft. After a feeling of gradually increasing fatigue, the metallic liquid flowing out of the storage compartment squeezed out the mechanical body stuck at the bottom of the spacecraft, and the 3 mechanical bodies fell to the ground like broken dolls. They appear to be quite intact on the outside, but it's hard to say how broken they are on the inside. The spacecraft landed again in the open space next to it. Qinming stepped off the spacecraft and began to clean up the battlefield, relying on the force of force and the small cart that came from the space station. All the things that seemed valuable were moved to the spacecraft in one go after checking their safety. At this time, Qinming had to say that the mechanical tribe was pretty good. Before his own spacecraft pressed down, he took the initiative to distance himself from the wreckage of the psychic pulse device, and did not let the spacecraft crush any good things that might still be in the wreckage. The mechanical clan didn't leave much behind, so Qinming quickly packed it up and returned to the spacecraft. After reviewing it a few times to make sure nothing was missed, the spacecraft took off again and returned to the temporary camp. Only here did Qinming truly relax. The fatigue accumulated from repairing the spacecraft many times flooded into his brain. However, Qinming still held on with force, and even began to count the harvest this time with some excitement. There doesn't seem to be much to count about the things I got from the machine tribe. There are 3 mechanical bodies in total, 2 combat models, 1 repair model, plus the remains of the psychic pulse generator. There are only so many in total. But thinking about it from another direction, although the quantity harvested this time is not large, the quality is quite high, especially the 2 combat machines. Qinming's eyes kept scanning over the large electromagnetic weapon on their right arm, and his hand couldn't help but stroke the gun, feeling the cold touch. Even though the appearance of these 2 electromagnetic weapons, which were close to 1.7 meters in length, looked a bit old and were slightly bent due to the weight of the spacecraft, it did not prevent Qinming from admiring them at all. After all, this was the weapon that had directly penetrated the spacecraft armor with one shot before. Qinming worked with the electromagnetic weapon for a long time, and suddenly let out a long and satisfied breath. After satisfying your thoughts, it's clear what to do next. Qinming went to the captain's cabin and took the repair kit into the storage cabin. The company is quite generous when distributing these maintenance tools, which include cutting tools made of special grade metal materials. In other words, it is a material that is 1 level higher than the high-grade metal, or that can be collected by the Type 2 mining laser. Qinming was not sure what kind of material it was, but Qinming tried it directly, and found that the cutting tool could indeed cut the armor of the mechanical clan. So Qinming immediately removed the 2 large electromagnetic weapons. Then he nervously opened the machine gun panel and chose to replace it. When he saw an option appear on the replacement panel, Qinming's nervousness immediately dissipated, just as he had expected before. The weapons of the mechanical tribe could indeed be loaded as ship weapons. The name of this electromagnetic weapon is also displayed on the replacement panel. Type 1 Mechanical Family Electromagnetic Javelin. A simple and unpretentious name, but also with the characteristics of a weapon. The javelin. Its penetrating ability is indeed worthy of its name. Qinming selected it on the panel. and a new panel popped up. Type 1 Mechanical Family Electromagnetic Javelin. Type: Small Kinetic Energy Weapon. Manufacturer: Machinery Family RMW-113 Mothership. Ammo load: 3/50. Effective range: 20,000 meters. Rate of fire: 10 rounds/minute. Durability: 9%. Replace or not? Yes/no. Qin-Ming looked at the content on the panel and blinked uncertainly. After confirming that he read it correctly, he quickly wrote down all the words behind the manufacturer on the terminal. If Qin-Ming remembered correctly the news he had seen before, the mothership should be a type of aircraft carrier belonging to the mechanical family. However, the mechanical aircraft carrier is still too far away for Qin-Ming now. So after recording the manufacturer, Qin-Ming turned his attention to the properties of the weapon itself. Type 1 Mechanical Family Electromagnetic Javelins are small kinetic energy weapons just like machine guns. This is not surprising to Qin-Ming. Although the gun itself is a bit too large for a human body, it is still relatively small for a ship. So there is no problem with small weapons. Rather, it is more outrageous to say that a weapon used by a single soldier machine clan can be used as a ship weapon. Although its rate of fire displayed on the panel is a bit pitiful compared to the rate of fire of the machine gun, its power can be regarded as making up for the lost rate of fire. Qin-Ming pressed yes on the panel. The charged javelin that had just been unloaded on the floor suddenly melted, and its gray-green SHL melted and turned into bright white, flowing out of the spacecraft. The gray-green color seems to be the oxide layer, and the machine family itself should be this bright white color. As the bright white liquid flows out, some ordinary metallic liquid is also flowing in from the outside of the spacecraft. The metallic liquid gradually condensed into the shape of the modified machine gun in front of Qin-Ming, lying quietly on the ground. On the spacecraft panel, the port side weapon has been replaced by an electromagnetic javelin. Looking at the poor 9% durability on the panel, Qin-Ming looked at the mechanical armor that was the same color as the electromagnetic javelin just now. Then he picked up a tool and cut off a few pieces of armor from the machine race as materials. After confirming that the name of this material was dolomite steel, a type of high-grade metal, Qin-Ming pressed the repair button of the weapon. A bright white liquid mixed with other materials needed to repair the electromagnetic javelin flows out of the spacecraft. Soon, a brand new type I Mechanical Family Electromagnetic Javelin appeared in his eyes. This weapon full of past fantasies made it difficult for Qin-Ming to restrain his excitement. It's a pity that I don't have a target to test fire for myself now. Qin-Ming was like a child who just got a toy gun. This idea suddenly popped into his head. Etc. It seems there is. Qin-Ming raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the spacecraft. Further up through the ceiling is a space station full of Zerg in space. Chapter 37 Whisper. While the spaceship is flying into space, Qin-Ming picked up the cutting tool, removed the electromagnetic javelin from another combat machine, and replaced it with a weapon on the starboard side of the spacecraft. Although the durability of this electromagnetic javelin is also very low, Qin-Ming has not repaired it for the time being. Otherwise he always feels that he may faint at any time. So after placing the two replaced 22mm cannons on the shelves in the storage compartment, Qin-Ming turned around and continued cutting up the remaining things on the mechanical clan. In addition to the two Type I mechanical clan electromagnetic javelins, these three mechanical clans also have a large amount of armor that can be disassembled. These armors are all made of solid dolomite steel. As long as the removed armor is thrown into the spacecraft furnace, the remaining computer will help Qin-Ming take care of it. After working for a while, Qin-Ming removed a total of 627 kilograms of armor from the three robots. After these armors are smelted, the amount of white cloud steel ingots produced will be less than this amount. But it will be enough for Qin-Ming to maintain the electromagnetic javelin in the future. This Baiyun steel is the second high-grade metal material that Qin-Ming obtained after Sky Steel. It will definitely provide a lot of convenience for Qin-Ming's development in the human world in the future. But Qin-Ming thought that after smelting the Sky Steel he had worked so hard to collect, he only produced 5 ingots. Not even 50 kilograms in total. Compare this to the fact that now that I have eliminated 3 mechanical tribes, I have obtained a full 600 kilograms of white cloud steel. The difference is not even a little bit. Thinking of this, Qin-Ming always felt that there was something wrong with his mentality. Even if Baiyun steel has the lowest price among all high-end metal materials in his own impression, Qin-Ming now knows the reason for the low price. But this does not prevent Qin-Ming from now being filled with the idea of looking for the mechanical race elsewhere on the planet. As long as one is killed, another 200 kilograms of white cloud steel will be earned. Isn't it faster than working hard and spending a long time collecting minerals in the high-density asteroid belt? However, Qinming finally restrained his thoughts. Don't forget that what you have to do is to get enough food and get out of here. Qinming obtained high-grade metal minerals just to get the first pot of gold when he went to the pirate space station. Having the first pot of gold would facilitate subsequent development. So far, Qinming Sky Steel and Baiyun Steel are enough. Any more and you may attract some bad people or things. What's more, even if you have the idea of finding trouble with the mechanical tribe, where should you go to find it? Can you find it? Could the time spent halfway be used on other things to gain more? These questions are all unknown. So the idea of finding a mechanical tribe was just an idea. The outer armor of the 3 mechanical clans was removed. Qinming randomly selected a combat machine and continued inside to dismantle its structural layers. The main material of the mechanical family's structural layer is dolomite steel mixed with ordinary steel materials. Qinming will throw these things into the furnace together with the mechanical family's armor. And inside the structural layer is the core structure of the mechanical family. According to Qinming's observation, the mechanical clan has 2 cores. One is a chip located on their head that is connected to a large number of wires. The other is a spherical mechanical creation located in the middle of the mechanical race's torso, corresponding to the position of the human heart. There may be data or something similar to an AI personality inside the chip. Qinming plans to keep it for now to see if there is a chance to figure out its value later. However, Qinming, another spherical mechanical creation, was completely confused about its effect. Maybe it's the control center of the machine race? Or a generator? Energy supply? Qinming couldn't figure it out, and finally decided to just dismantle it, and then use a terminal to record the entire disassembly process, which might be useful in the future. In short, at the end, the entire machine family, except for the chip, was disassembled into the most basic materials by Qinming, stacked in the corner of the storage room. Qinming, the other 2 mechanical clans, also followed suit, and soon the bodies of the 3 complete mechanical clans disappeared into the storage compartment. All that is left are those materials that have been sorted and stacked according to material type. Qinming had to say that there were quite a lot of precious metals such as gold and silver in the core structure of the machine race. It makes up for a large part of Qinming's previous consumption of overloaded power grid modification. As the 3 mechanical clans were completely dismantled, then came the highlight: the remains of the psychic pulse generator. This equipment exploded before, and Qinming picked up 4 large pieces of debris from the spacecraft, as well as some other bits and pieces. Qinming checked those bits and pieces directly on the panel. They were all garbage, and would be discharged directly from the spacecraft together with the slag. But there might be something good in these big pieces of debris. Qinming picked up the cutting tool and prepared to work on these pieces of debris. But at this moment, Xiaoshi, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly jumped off Qinming's shoulder. Curious, he moved closer to the wreckage and kept sniffing something. Before Qinming could react, Xiaoshi stretched out his claws and tore open the burnt SHL and got in. Qinming did not stop it, but changed the angle and started cutting. I plan to cut off the SHL completely and see what the little rocks are doing when they get in. As soon as Qinming made an incision, the small stone suddenly came out again. In its arms it holds a round stone covered with twisted patterns. But after Xiaoshi came out, he threw the stone on the floor and climbed up on Qinming's shoulder again. He looked like he was sulking. Qinming looked at the small stone on his shoulder and didn't understand what was wrong with it. Xiaoshi couldn't speak, and Qinming didn't know how to comfort him because of his sulking look. After thinking about it, Qinming reached out and planned to pick up the stone on the ground. However, as soon as Qinming's hand touched the stone, he immediately took it back as if he was electrocuted. At the same time, his expression became obviously worse, because the moment Qinming came into contact with the stone, an extremely irritating sound with no source suddenly sounded in Qinming's ears. It's like being affected by a psychic pulse. Qinming frowned and opened the spacecraft panel, and the name of the stone was displayed on the storage compartment. Ectoplasmic stone, whispers. This stone is what Qinming is looking for related to psychic abilities, and it is probably the source of psychic pulses. Qinming immediately ran to the captain's cabin and put on protective clothing, returned to the storage cabin again, and tried to pick up the stone. Although the irritating whispers were also ringing in Qinming's ears this time, the sounds this time were not as unbearable as Qinming's direct contact with the ectoplasmic stone just now. However, Qinming also noticed that as the time he spent touching the spiritual stone increased, the whispers in his ears gradually became louder. Qinming immediately picked up a box from the shelf next to him and threw the whispering stone into it. The contact was broken, and the whispers in his ears faded away. Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 38 Evolution. Although the whisper died as the contact ceased. But at this time, Ning looked at the twisted patterns on the stone, and felt that there was still an indescribable weird atmosphere next to it. Is this psionics? Ning muttered to himself with some emotion. Just a stone can give people extremely heavy pressure when it comes into contact. If this kind of thing is exposed to for a long time, I am afraid that the final outcome will be the same as the previous animals that fell into madness due to psychic pulses. No wonder Xiaoshu was quite interested in rocks just now. But as soon as he got started, he immediately threw them away. Although this stone cannot be seen to have any specific use, it is at least related to psychic abilities. Even if it is sold directly, it will definitely get a good price. Although the difficulty of selling may be a bit high, and it may also attract the prying eyes of some people like selling high-grade metals in large quantities. But Ning can also choose to keep it for himself. In the future, he may be able to find some ways to use it that an ordinary person can't even imagine now. Ning found a piece of iron sheet, welded the box containing the ectoplasmic stone to death, and threw it in the corner of the engine room at the rear of the spacecraft. Although it seems that the most it can affect is those things it comes into contact with. But just in case, Ning still thinks it's best to stay away from this stone. It just so happens that the engine compartment itself does not pass by at all except for regular refueling. So it can be used as a place to store such dangerous items. After placing the ectoplasm stone, Ning suddenly realized a problem. Since mind refers to will, thinking, and spirit, psychic abilities are abilities that affect these aspects. Just like the stone just now, its spiritual ability is to produce whispers, which can interfere with people's thinking and spirit. Then, every time I use my ability to repair and modify the spacecraft through the panel, I have to spend a lot of energy. Thinking of this, is it possible that the panel of the spaceship is my own psychic ability? Or is it just that the external performance is similar to psychic abilities? If the latter is okay, but if it is the former, then you must pay more attention to the use of your abilities. Because the military seems to have unknown means and rumors to investigate those who have psychic abilities, or even the potential of psychic abilities. If you are discovered, it is very likely that someone will follow the clues and find your past, and the consequences will be disastrous. It's best not to take action against this spiritual stone, at least until you are far away from this edge star field. After warning himself in his heart, Ning returned to the storage cabin and continued to examine other remains of the psychic pulse generator. However, after taking out the ectoplasm stone, there was nothing valuable in the remaining equipment remains. Basically, it's just some metal materials, which will be thrown into the furnace together with the mechanical armor. But overall it's pretty much the same. 2 ship weapons, a large amount of high-grade metal materials, and some precious metals. 3 chips that may store valuable data, and the whispering ectoplasm stone. Just looking at Ning's harvest, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Not to mention that his initial goal was just to get rid of the psychic pulse generator. Ning finally spent some time, went to the work cabin, started the furnace, and threw in all the materials that had been removed from the machine race. After finishing this matter, the spacecraft has almost arrived at the mining space station. The entire space station can be seen completely outside the porthole of the captain's cabin. Xiaoshu was standing on Ming's shoulder, looking curiously at this strange thing with a pair of smart little eyes. It was exactly the same as when Ming took it into space for the first time a few days ago, and it saw the starry sky. Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and touched Xiaoshu's head. Then, he controlled the spacecraft, and flew towards the space station dock. Just like the last time Ming came to the space station. As soon as the spacecraft approached, a large group of scary-looking bugs emerged from unknown corners of the space station and gathered in the dock. Ming didn't feel anything after seeing it too much. But Xiaoshu was startled by the sudden appearance of these insects. Without paying attention, he rolled to the ground along Ming's shoulder. When the small stone climbed up again, I realized that these insects were no threat to me at all. And then it turned into the bulging look just now. Maybe it was animal instinct that made Xiaoshu subconsciously avoid such ferocious creatures. Or maybe Xiaoshu was frightened by these dense insects. No matter what the reason was, the smile on Ming's face became more obvious. Xiaoshu can bring him a lot of fun many times. However, Ming did not forget about the business. He quickly adjusted his state and concentrated his attention, which was somewhat distracted due to fatigue. He connected his consciousness to the weapons system of the spacecraft and aimed at the bugs crowding the edge of the dock. At this time, Ning suddenly discovered that the bugs in front of him seemed to be fatter than when he came last time. No. It doesn't seem like I'm fat. Ning immediately dug out the video taken by the spacecraft the last time he came to the space station. After comparing them, I quickly discovered where the problem was. Just like Ning's judgment just now, these bugs did not get fat, but their carapace became thicker. Although the overall appearance does not change much, you can still see the difference if you look closely. And just as Ning was flipping through the video, there were some types of bugs that he had never seen approaching one after another in the distance of the space station. Ning has only seen 2 different kinds of bugs so far. The other type is a larvae that is just hatched from an insect egg. It looks like an alien cub and can only cause damage by biting with its mouth parts. Its actual combat effectiveness is very low. Ning was chased by a swarm of larvae once, when he was looking for food in the cold storage. The other is the adult worm after the larvae grow into it. This is what Ning saw after he woke up from the cryo chamber of the space station. It was the bug that killed the doctor. Later, Ning saw it again in the cold storage of the spacecraft. Through the panel of the cabin, he learned that its name was Thorn Zerg Strider. The appearance is very similar to the Zerg that often appears in various science fiction movies, with 6 sharp hind limbs and a pair of huge and sharp sickle-like front claws. It has a very solid carapace with many spikes on its body, and a terrifying-looking mouthpart. And now Ning saw this new Zerg. Although the overall appearance is similar to that of a broadstepper, there are bulging translucent vesicles on each side of its head, which seem to store some liquid inside. The neck of this insect is also different from ordinary broadsteppers. Not only is it not protected by the carapace, it even exposes some disgusting internal tissues. Ning could also see its tight and well-developed muscles between these tissues. These bugs gave Ning the feeling. It was as if they had suddenly evolved during his absence. Not only has it evolved a thicker carapace that can be used to block bullets, but it has also evolved the ability to attack from a distance. Chapter 39 Smooth Road. Seeing the changes that took place in the bugs occupying the space station, Ning's face inadvertently turned gloomy. How long has it been? These bugs have evolved corresponding protection methods and coping methods based on previous encounters. If we give them some more time and some pressure from the outside world, what will these bugs eventually become? It's really scary. As Ning spoke, the gloomy look on his face suddenly disappeared. Anyway, he is leaving soon. If everything goes well in the future, there is a high probability that he will not encounter these insects with incredible evolutionary capabilities, no matter how fast they evolve. As long as they have not evolved the ability to fly in space for a long time, they will not threaten us. While there were only a few cyst worms standing on the edge of the dock, they opened their mouths wide at the spacecraft. Ning directly controlled the spacecraft to avoid the scattered liquid sprays, and took advantage of the situation to increase the distance between it and the space station. Besides, I didn't come here just to see the changes in the bugs or to see how powerful they were, but here to test weapons. In the past, I could easily clean up a large area of bugs with an unmodified machine gun. If we come here with the same bugs this time, it will be difficult to judge the effect of new weapons compared to old weapons. These evolved bugs are simply the best targets for weapons experiments. Just thinking about this, Ning felt more and more that the abandonment of the space station exuded the atmosphere of conspiracy from beginning to end. A space station owned by a company based in the dangerous fringe star field was abandoned overnight by a group of bugs that could kill a large area with civilian ship weapons. However, Ning's purpose was never to find out what happened on the space station. So this idea just passed through his mind and was thrown out. Ning continued to control the spacecraft to keep it on the same plane as the space station's dock. At the same time, it continued to move the spacecraft away from the space station, and did not stop until it reached the range limit written on the electromagnetic javelin panel. From this position, Ning could see every move of the bugs on the space station through the spacecraft's high-precision camera. The panel of the electromagnetic javelin says that it has a range of 20,000 meters. Whether it is accurate or not, let me confirm it for myself. After aiming at the insect swarm in space that was about to disperse because the spacecraft was invisible to the naked eye, Ning couldn't wait to open fire. The electromagnetic javelin on the port side shook slightly, and an electromagnetically accelerated bullet flew straight to the space station without any resistance in space. At the same time, the dull hammering sound of the electromagnetic javelin firing spread along the hull to Ning's ears, causing Ning's heartbeat to almost skip a beat. I didn't feel anything when I was shot by the machine race before, but when I controlled the electromagnetic javelin to shoot, I always felt that the hammering sound had an indescribable sense of power. Moreover, the actual effect of this shooting did not disappoint Qinming at all. It can even be said to far exceed expectations. As soon as the sound of firing reached Qinming's ears, Qinming saw that the electromagnetic bomb had hit the locked position. Just one shot. From the edge of the dock to the depths of the dock. At least dozens of stratopods were penetrated by this shot. As long as they rub against a fatal part, these bugs will not even move. They will lose the breath of life and fall into the cold space. Their evolved carapace was like paper in front of the electromagnetic javelin, failing to provide any protective effect. The insects that were gradually dispersing became agitated instantly, as if they had been pricked by needles, constantly waving in the direction of any possible enemies around them. Obviously, they don't make any sense. 6 seconds later, the second electromagnetic shot ejected from the chamber, once again piercing the insects that were almost huddled together in the dock. There happened to be a few cyst worms among the dead bugs this time, and the vesicle of one cyst worm happened to be penetrated by the electromagnetic bomb. A large amount of liquid overflowed from the vesicle and flowed to the ground. The metal floor was instantly filled with small holes. Although the vacuum could not transmit sound, it still automatically made up the sound of acid corroding metal. As the second batch of dozens of bugs died, the remaining bugs finally realized that the enemy was far away. They all hid in the buildings of the surrounding space stations. Although the electromagnetic javelin can shoot directly through the wall of the space station, the limited field of view makes Qinming not very good at aiming. Since I have seen the effect of the new weapon just now, there is actually no need to continue. Qinming refilled the electromagnetic javelin with bullets, drove the spacecraft back to the edge of the space station dock, and once again attracted the bugs hiding in the building. Before the attack range of those cyst insects could reach him, Qinming drove the spacecraft and disappeared in front of the swarm of insects again. The spacecraft did not fly directly to Ramu. Instead, just like the last time I came here, I made a big circle after leaving the insect site and came to the edge of the living area of the space station. Qinming originally wanted to go to the power generation area to replenish some fuel, so he specifically chose the dock to attract bugs to conduct weapons experiments and attract bugs there. But now when he arrived at the living area, Qinming discovered that it seemed that he had attracted many Zerg species last time. The interior of the living area is already the same as that near the mining area, filled with all kinds of disgusting growths. And there are also many unhatched eggs mixed in. There was absolutely no way to get off the ground, let alone get fuel. Fortunately, the fuel Qinming prepared before leaving the space station for the first time was enough to last him for a long time. I just came with the idea that if I don't take it, I'll see if I can get more. But now that I know clearly that both the living area and the power generation area below are dangerous, I can just leave. Qinming turned the ship's bow without hesitation and pointed it in the direction of Ruemu. After a while, Qinming once again stood on the solid ground of the temporary camp. I picked up the tools and nutrient solution and started the task of caring for the crops that I should do every day. After finishing, it was just approaching dusk in the temporary camp. But at this time, Qinming felt that his head was already a ball of mush. The fatigue accumulated from the continuous maintenance of the spacecraft all day came to his mind after he relaxed. After a brief tidying up, Qinming lay on the bed in the living cabin and rested peacefully for the first time. Because until now, all the obstacles in front of my goal have been cleared, and all the difficulties have been solved. Starting tomorrow, no more psychic pulses, no more crazy animals. Everything will go back to normal. Everything will proceed step by step. Chapter 40 set sail. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Today is the 28th day since the spacecraft landed. Autumn in Ruemu is coming to an end. Qinming hurriedly harvested the second batch of orange fruits planted outside the spacecraft before the temperature dropped completely filled the last squeezed space in the refrigerator compartment. All the food in the entire freezer is enough to last for more than 10 months. In addition, there are also those orange fruits still growing in the hydroponic warehouse of the planting cabin. Even if the spaceship's cultivation cabin explodes on the spot, Qinming can still reach the pirate space station safely. The food reserves are enough. So it's time to leave here. Qinming smoothly closed the door of the storage cabin. Outside the spaceship, in a field where crops had just been harvested, I found Xiaoshi, who was looking for something to eat. Qinming did not take Xiaoshi away directly, but squatted in front of it and said, "Xiaoshi, I'm getting ready to leave. Do you want to follow me?" Xiaoshi tilted his head, wondering if he understood what Qinming said. But it must have seen the buds that Qinming had just pulled out of the hydroponic barn, and it immediately climbed onto Qinming's shoulders. Jinming touched Xiaoshu's head and turned to look at the camp he had built with his own hands. Except for the surrounding fence, the entire temporary camp seemed a bit empty. There is nothing worth remembering here. Seeing Xiaoshu on his shoulder happily nibbling on buds, Jinming smiled and stepped onto the spacecraft. A few minutes later, the spacecraft's engine started, and the iron ore turned the ship's bow and flew into space. The spacecraft did not fly directly in the direction of the planned pirate space station, but stayed at a certain distance from the space station as before. Before the official departure, Jinming planned to make another trip to the asteroid belt and fill the remaining space in the storage compartment with ore. After all, places like the star rings of Rui Jupiter, which have such a high density of asteroids rich in metal minerals, may not be encountered for a long time in the future. Jinming started the asteroid detection scanner and found a high-density area in the asteroid belt. High-intensity mining continued until 4 days later. The remaining shelves in the storage compartment have been filled with various metal materials, in order to ensure that the proportion of different materials stored in your store is balanced. To avoid the lack of specific materials in the future, Jinming also deliberately threw a lot of ordinary iron outside to free up a lot of space. The metal of an entire storage compartment should be enough to sustain the voyage for half a year, as long as Jinming does not need to repair the spacecraft frequently. Everything was ready. Jinming set the navigation route on the navigation system, and the rest was left to the spacecraft itself. Watching the spacecraft gradually begin to accelerate, Jinming sat down on the chair in the captain's cabin and relaxed. Space navigation is just like sailing on the ocean. There are not so many things to operate. At most, when an unexpected incident occurs, Jinming needs to handle it personally. All that's left is waiting. A long wait. Wait half a year for the spacecraft to travel this half a light year. Jinming has long been accustomed to a boring life day after day. A life where there is no intersection, and just survival. It would be better to say that now that Xiaoshu is with him, his life is better than before. The books in the terminal are enough for me to read for half a year. If you get tired of reading, you can try to practice everything you learned from the book. The last mines I mined before leaving were just to do these things during this half-light-year journey. As long as it wasn't the kind of modification that could kill someone if he made a mistake, Jinming could do it himself without relying on the panel. Jinming opened the panel. All cabins, all equipment, and all object panels are listed. Looking at the panels in front of him, that almost covered his entire field of vision, Jinming knew that he still had a lot to do. But so many transformations must come step by step. At present, the top priority for renovation should be the living cabin in Jinming's vision, because many modifications require some accessories. If the modification is done with panels, Jinming only needs to prepare the materials. But if it were done manually, Jinming would have to find a way to make these accessories himself. Therefore, Jinming plans to transform a studio into his living cabin. Having a studio can facilitate many things. Moreover, the living cabin of the iron ore itself should be used by the 4 to 6 people equipped as standard on the iron ore. Jinming does not need to take up too much space in the living cabin to rest alone. There's no problem converting extra space into a studio. The transformation of the studio and the subsequent modification of the spacecraft will also be a long process. Jinming has plenty of patience and time. 3 days later, the prototype of the studio appeared in the living cabin. Jinming used the precision tools in the repair kit and through constant trials, verifications, dismantling and rebuilding, he made a small machine tool. In this way, many of the molds and other equipment you need can be manufactured through machine tools. Moreover, after the machine tool was manufactured, it appeared on Jinming's panel like the equipment in other cabins of the spacecraft. Jinming can even control the machine tool to work by itself without having to do it himself. However, Jinming will not do this for the time being, because in the process of manufacturing this machine tool, Jinming can feel that the memories of professional skills in his mind are gradually becoming his own abilities. If you make things through panels, your abilities will never increase. Jinming needs to practice to make memory truly become a part of himself. Moreover, when Jinming reads a book after work these days, he can clearly feel that he is learning and mastering knowledge much faster than before. After all, you can only know how to do many things by actually doing them. So on the last day of the first week after departure, Jinming transformed half of the living cabin into the studio he envisioned. Machine tools, item racks, tool racks, work tables, and tools from the repair kit that can meet almost all repair and modification tasks are already in the studio. The next step is to modify the spacecraft itself. The transformation of the entire spacecraft is not as simple as the transformation of a living cabin. Every step requires careful consideration to avoid damage to the spacecraft and accidents. Therefore, it is the second weekend after departure. Jin Mingkai has just planned the overall transformation plan of the spacecraft, and made some accessories that may be needed in the future. It wasn't until the 15th day after departure that Qin Ming was completely ready for his first transformation. The first object that Qin Ming wanted to modify was the spacecraft's temperature control system. Chapter 41 Modification. In space, due to the lack of media, heat dissipation is actually a relatively difficult thing. Therefore, the temperature control system of the spacecraft is a very important component of the spacecraft. The current method of heat dissipation in the iron mine mainly relies on heat sinks to cool down through thermal radiation. Generally speaking, the efficiency is very low. When an unexpected situation occurs, you can basically rely on several water-cooled temperature control systems that come with the spacecraft to absorb the temperature first, and then slowly release it. Therefore, Qin Ming planned to modify the heat conduction pipe of the spacecraft and install a new subsystem on the temperature control system, an emergency cooling system. In extreme cases, the temperature can be quickly transferred to the medium prepared in the emergency cooling system, and the medium with a large amount of heat energy can be discharged out of the spacecraft to stabilize the temperature inside the ship. For example, if the engine overheats, this system can quickly stabilize the engine temperature. After Qin Ming modified the overload power grid for the spacecraft before, if the engine is overloaded, overheating is basically inevitable. After all, Qin Ming had used the overload power grid before when he first came into contact with the mechanical race. The actual experience was that the temperature of the spacecraft increased significantly when the overload was activated. Therefore, in addition to planning to modify the emergency cooling system, Qin Ming also planned to make some modifications to the engine. If you use the options on the panel, the modification to the temperature system is emergency cooling device. The modification of the engine is engine isolation assembly. Even if the engine is not overloaded, the natural heat dissipation will increase the temperature of the engine compartment, causing additional burden on the heat dissipation system of the spacecraft itself. The engine itself is isolated from the engine compartment through additional isolating equipment. In this way, the engine can better utilize the water cooling system of the engine itself, and the cabin temperature can also be better controlled. Qin Ming can also pull a special heat pipe to connect the emergency cooling system to the engine to improve engine protection. This will definitely be beneficial to the future operation of the spacecraft. This is the transformation idea that Qin Ming came up with after thinking for a long time. Because the spacecraft is still in the acceleration stage, there is no way to modify the exterior of the spacecraft. Only the inside of the spacecraft can be modified. And inside the spaceship, there is currently nothing to modify in the captain's cabin. There is only a chair and the bridge equipment to control the spacecraft. The ability to pilot a spaceship does not rely on the equipment in the captain's room, but on consciousness. And there is no need to modify it at all. The living cabin has been renovated before, and a studio has been created. The planting cabin is currently functioning well. Even if I want to modify it, I don't know the relevant agricultural knowledge. The storage compartment is now filled with materials. And even if you want to modify it, you can't find where to modify it. As for the work cabin, after leaving Ruimu, where are there mineral-rich asteroids that the spacecraft can collect? There is absolutely no need for modification. So in the end, Qin Ming's eyes fell on the engine compartment and the temperature control system closely related to the engine compartment, with the overloaded grid at the front. Modifications to the engine compartment are very necessary. This is the most appropriate transformation that Qin Ming should make now after ruling out other options. The emergency cooling system was finally placed in the work cabin by Qin Ming. It happened that the work cabin did not need to be modified in a short time, and there were absorption pipes connecting the inside and outside. It is convenient to open a new pipe for the emergency cooling system media discharge next to it. The only problem is that Qin Ming currently has the medium with the highest thermal conductivity, which can absorb the most heat in the shortest time. It's silver. Lots of silver. Although he was a little heartbroken, Qin Ming finally prepared the money he had saved from smelting the mechanical clan and the psychic pulse generator. It will be added later when remodeling. Qin Ming's personal modifications began on the 15th day after the spacecraft departed and lasted until the end of the second month. It took a lot of time. After all, this is Qin Ming's first large-scale transformation. Without experience, you have to be careful and try out many places. Once any problems appear, just use the panel to repair them as before. Although slow, at least it is stable and safe. And with repeated experiments and operations, Qinming's technology is also improving rapidly. When the transformation reached the final stage, Qinming's transformation proficiency was not at the same level as at the beginning. The next renovation will definitely be more efficient. On the 58th day after the spacecraft departed, Qinming's modification of the spacecraft's temperature system was completely completed. The engines are individually isolated. The emergency cooling system was placed in another corner of the working cabin opposite the smelting furnace. It can also be used to assist heat dissipation in normal times, so you won't have to build something that you don't know when it will be used. After that comes the next transformation. Qinming had already thought about it before, which was to modify the two-type I mechanical family electromagnetic javelins. According to what is displayed on the panel, Qinming has 4 modifications to make. Ballistic rangefinder, which uses laser to quickly measure the relative position to the target, is very helpful for weapon aiming. Target positioning system is similar to the weapon guidance system that comes with the spacecraft. However, the Iron Ore is a civilian ship, and the guidance system has limitations after leaving the factory. It can only lock on objects such as meteorites and asteroids. This modification allows the weapon to automatically lock on any target set by Qinming. Then there is additional coil, which can increase the range and speed of electromagnetic bullets. For electromagnetic weapons, bullet speed is the power. Qinming originally planned to do the last transformation himself. Just like the modified pistol before, the most basic magnetic live ammunition used in the electromagnetic javelin is modified. It was only after Qinming actually made a few new bullets that he discovered that if he had manually changed the bullets in the weapon, then during the next maintenance, the bullets Qinming replaced will become the original bullets again. Only through modification of the panel can the bullet recover normally during repair. So in the end, Qinming had to directly let the panel do the modification of this bullet. The final modification option selected was to extremely enhance the penetration capability of the electromagnetic javelin, armor-piercing electromagnetic bullet. Weapon modification is relatively simple, because Qinming had discovered before that the modifications on the replaced 22mm cannon had also been brought along with him. In other words, Qinming can directly replace the electromagnetic javelin, modify it, and then replace it. Very convenient. A few days later, the weapon modification was completed. The spacecraft has completely entered the stage of stable flight. So in the next period of time, Qinming plans to carry out a big project. Modify the outer armor of the ship. Chapter 42. The transformation is completed, and the Dark Cemetery. Modifications to armor. Qinming planned to change the multi-layer buffer armor that he had seen when modifying the spacecraft armor. Forget about the other 3, explosive reactive armor, armor material replacement, and heavy armor. Explosive reactive armor. Qinming currently lacks materials. If you want to change the armor material, you can only use dolomite steel. But dolomite steel can still be used after aging, so it is the same problem as explosive counterattack. And heavy armor has a great impact on the maneuverability of the spacecraft. Even if I don't lack materials, if I really modify all 3 armors, how thick will the spacecraft armor be? Where can I make up for this lost mobility? Therefore, armor modification must be selective. So much so that Qinming now even has to find a way to solve the problem that the bottom armor has been transformed into heavy armor. Fortunately, a solution was quickly put in front of Qinming, because when Qinming opened the modification panel of the armor on the bottom of the spacecraft, the position that was supposed to be heavy armor had been replaced by standard armor. Qinming directly chose to modify standard armor. Then all the materials previously used to transform heavy armor were returned to the storage compartment. There is no need for Qinming to take off the armor himself. Then the rest will be much simpler. You only need to modify the armor of the spacecraft step by step according to the techniques you have learned. In addition to the armor, Qinming plans to also modify the hatch of the spacecraft. After all, the strength of the armor has increased, but the strength of the door has not. It's just a joke. There were not many options for hatch doors, so Qinming finally decided to use the modification of explosion-proof airtight door. Transforming a double-layer protective door can greatly improve the hatch's protective capabilities. The doors have been remodeled, so Qinming will naturally not miss the load-bearing points on the left and right sides of the ship. Fort armor was finally selected by Qinming. It can modify the load-bearing points and protect the load-bearing points and weapons installed on the load-bearing points within the armor, slightly sacrificing the speed of weapon turning in exchange for safer protection measures. In fact, Qinming had already had a similar idea when the cyst-worms relied on acid to fight back. Although the bugs did not cause damage to the spacecraft, other enemies with long-range attack capabilities in the future may not be as weak as the bugs. If Qinming accidentally damaged the weapon, then Qinming would be a lamb to the slaughter, at least while the weapon was repaired. And if the load-bearing point is destroyed, then Qinming really doubts whether the lost weapon can be restored using repair. Therefore, when renovating the fort armor, Qinming chose to use dolomite steel as the material. Just the materials needed to modify the turret armor are still affordable. The modification of the armor was more difficult than other previous modifications. After all, Qinming had to climb outside the spacecraft himself. Although the spacecraft is in a stable flight stage, and the high-precision sensors will not cause the spacecraft to hit anything. But no matter what, the work outside the spaceship is much more difficult than the work inside the spacecraft. If Qinming had modified the armor before departure, it might not be so hard now, but it would mean that the departure time might have to be delayed for several months, unless he directly relied on the panels for modification. But if you do this, it means that your technology will not make any progress, and there will be basically nothing to do in the past 6 months, and a lot of free time will be wasted. Therefore, Qinming would rather choose to modify the spacecraft after departure to make full use of his time. The modification of the armor continued until the beginning of the 5th month after departure. The iron mine has undergone very obvious changes in appearance. The iron ore at the beginning was a spaceship with a pure metallic color. But now, the entire iron ore has turned white. This is because Qinming discovered something when he was halfway through the armor transformation. Armor material replacement. This transformation option allows you to freely adjust the proportions of different materials in the spacecraft armor material. Then Qinming discovered that ordinary steel materials only need to be mixed with a little dolomite steel, and the strength can be greatly improved. At least it is definitely much stronger than the aluminum steel composite material of the current spacecraft. So after discovering this, Qinming directly tried to use armor material modification on the frontal armor that had completed the multi-layered buffer armor modification. The choice of material is an aluminum steel composite material mixed with 1% dolomite steel. Then, including the multi-layer buffer armor modified by Qinming himself, all the frontal armor of the spacecraft was replaced with a very high-strength aluminum steel dolomite composite material. The strength of the armor has been qualitatively improved, and the color of the armor has also changed to white. Although it is not as good as pure dolomite steel, modifying the spacecraft in this way is much more cost-effective than directly using dolomite steel as a material. Using some fractions of the dolomite steel reserve in exchange for armor, with at least 3 times the strength, was very worthwhile for Qinming. After the spacecraft's armor is completely renovated, Qinming finally took the time to study all the professional books in the terminal carefully during this period, because most of the books have been studied in Qinming's memory. The efficiency of learning and mastering by himself is very high, combined with the practice he carries out almost every day. So far, Qinming has completely mastered the techniques that a maintenance engineer should master. It may not be as good as the maintenance engineer Qinming in my memory, but this is a matter of years of experience. As long as Qinming is still alive, Qinming will be able to surpass his past self sooner or later. And with the armor transformation completed, the 5th month has arrived. The spacecraft has almost only 1/3 of the remaining journey left, and it will reach its destination in more than 2 months. But having said that, Qinming chose to slow down the spacecraft now, because Qinming learned from the galaxy map that there was a place some distance in front of the spacecraft, an asteroid belt, or asteroid field, known as the Dark Graveyard. This is the record that Qinming found on the terminal, including the galaxy where Roy Jupiter is located and several other nearby galaxies. It is said that this asteroid area was a place where the human empire had been discovered before it expanded here, because there are no stars here. All asteroids here are trapped in darkness. At that time, there was a very special mineral in this asteroid belt that could emit a specific electromagnetic frequency band and interfere with the work of detection equipment. This has led to many explorers and pioneers not detecting asteroids in the dark space of the universe when they passed here, causing accidents and causing shipwrecks. If someone falls in front, there are always some people behind who like to pick up other people's relics. Then they died here like the people before them. So the news continued to spread, and more people came here and died on the asteroid in the dark. So here comes the nickname Dark Cemetery. But things are different now. With the expansion of the human empire's territory, the Dark Cemetery has been completely developed, and the special ores have been collected. Qinming can go in with confidence. You might be able to find some missed shipwrecks from a bygone era inside. Even if there isn't, Qinming can also find some asteroids containing ores to collect and replenish some metal materials consumed on the way. Although there are basically no mining unions in this asteroid area, The efficiency and profitability of mining are definitely not high. But since he was on his way, Qin didn't mind taking a look. To relieve myself from the boredom of the past 5 months. Apart from work, I could only see the starry sky like streams of light. Chapter 43 Distress Signal. Deceleration is much faster than acceleration. 5 days later, the speed of the spacecraft had slowed down to the point where it could stop at any time. The location of the dark cemetery has also appeared within the range of the spacecraft sensors. At the same time, the asteroid scanning detector in the work cabin also scanned some asteroids containing ores here. It can be seen that the quality of the ores in this dark cemetery is indeed not comparable to the star rings of Ruemu. But at least these asteroids are not pure stones. This was enough for Qin, who had not done anything other than modifying the spacecraft and reading a book for several months. Qin immediately adjusted the direction of the spacecraft, preparing to move over to collect, or to relieve his mental fatigue from being able to do only 1 or 2 things for such a long time. The spacecraft maintained a relatively low speed and slowly approached the dark cemetery to avoid collision with the asteroids here. Qin quickly identified an asteroid with a moderate size and a decent internal ore content. It was fixed to the side of the spacecraft using a traction device. But just when Qin was about to start the mining laser and start collecting, the spacecraft suddenly received a special signal. This signal is not a meaningless electromagnetic wave that often appears in space, but a regular signal type that Qin also knows. SOS. The distress signal is a special signal officially set by the Empire. All spacecraft can rely on their own communication systems to send distress signals to the outside world. Mark your position in space and guide other passing ships to come to the rescue. Help those ships that have crashed and are unable to travel to the nearest human-inhabited space station or colony on their own. After all, there are too many reasons that can cause a spacecraft to crash in space. And no one can guarantee that they will not have an accident in any corner of space one day. If you save someone today, you may be saved somewhere in the future. However, although the government gives everyone the right to use distress signals, there is no mandatory obligation for those who receive distress signals. If you want to go to the rescue, go. If you don't want to, no one will force you. Even waiting nearby after receiving the distress signal, and waiting until everyone on the ship is dead to go and receive the inheritance is not expressly prohibited. However, correspondingly, the initiator of the distress signal may also have malicious intentions, taking advantage of people's sympathy to fish and commit some piracy. There is nothing wrong with the distress signal, but human behavior makes the distress signal lose its own meaning. At least this is the case in the edge star fields of the Empire. The distress signal received by Qin spacecraft now comes from deeper in the dark cemetery. To be honest, Qin was not sure whether it was a real distress signal or something else, because the spacecraft may indeed crash in this area. After all, no matter how sophisticated the equipment is, it is impossible to guarantee that there will be no accidents forever. It is normal for a spacecraft to have accidents in an area with dense asteroids, like a dark cemetery. But Qin didn't want to gamble, especially when there's a pirate space station within 2 months of the dark graveyard. Other people's ships may not have a hyperspace channel system like our own, and it doesn't take much time at all to get from the pirate space station. So Qin chose to directly abandon the asteroid being towed by his own traction equipment, turn around immediately, and prepare to leave the dark cemetery. However, before Qin could escape from the asteroid area, the iron ore's engine suddenly overheated and stalled, and it could only rely on inertia to fly slowly in space. And at the next moment, the sensor suddenly gave a prompt. 3 spaceships with no transponders turned on flew out from various places in the dark cemetery and attacked Qin position at high speed. Qin immediately realized that something was wrong. He knew his own spacecraft engine very well. Overheating of the engine was absolutely impossible, at least until the accompanying emergency cooling system was activated. If the engine suddenly overheats and stalls when everything is normal, it can only be caused by some interfering device interfering with the engine temperature readings. And those 3 spaceships that suddenly appeared were definitely the culprits that caused this situation. Qin directly forcibly shut down the safety restriction system of the spacecraft, allowing the engine to start again regardless of the temperature limit. But within a few seconds of the engine restarting, the 3 spacecraft had already approached. They would never give the iron ore time to speed up its escape. And even if the iron mine really accelerated, Qin felt that he wouldn't be able to escape. The controllers of those 3 spaceships were obviously prepared. They had one ship send out a request for help, and the other ship shut down all the ship's systems and floated nearby. Let passing ships that receive the distress signal not detect them. and then take the opportunity to paralyze the ship's engine, turning the victim into a lamb to be slaughtered. Looking at this operation, they are definitely professional pirates. They will definitely be fully prepared for some unexpected situations. For example, prepare a disposable item called a channel towing device. The channel traction device itself is a piece of equipment used when building space stations in some dangerous areas, such as the star rings of Ramu. Low-quality items within an area can be temporarily sent into hyperspace channels for rapid transfer. It can have an effect on asteroids, but it can also have an effect on spacecraft and people. The hyperspace channel has a special property. Whatever comes out of the channel, no matter how fast it is in the channel, its speed will definitely decrease to zero after it comes out, and it will remain relatively stationary to the position where it came out, as long as it is locked by the channel traction device. No matter how fast you run, it is meaningless. The hyperspace channel system itself has been popularized in the Empire, and the cost of a one-time consumable is nothing to the profit after a successful robbery. There was no way to escape, and Qinming didn't have many options left. With almost no information about the enemy, he did not choose to fight back directly, but immediately turned the ship's bow and rushed towards the other direction of the dark cemetery. The protective panels of the ship's portholes were raised, and Qinming no longer avoided those small asteroids. He maintained a certain speed and directly endured the impact, rushing into the depths of the dark cemetery. The three spacecraft following behind did not expect that Qinming would not run outside the dark cemetery, which was almost within easy reach, but instead run inside where the environment was more complicated. For a while, they couldn't directly lock on Qinming's spaceship through a large number of asteroids. They could only follow Qinming for the time being and wait for the opportunity. Qinming took this opportunity to quickly confirm the models of these three spaceships. Only by mastering more detailed information can we formulate a more effective counterattack plan and take the initiative in the battle. Chapter 44 Pirates. Through the camera on the tail of the spacecraft, Qinming could see the three spacecraft behind him that had also experienced the baptism of asteroids like himself. Two of them are expedition-class frigates with standard manufacturing models. Qinming remembered that the standard data for this type of frigate is 42 meters in length, 25 meters in width, and 11 meters in height. The overall shape is close to a rhombus, with the front end of the spacecraft being more prominent, usually piloted by 4 to 8 people. There are a total of 3 small load-bearing points located on the top and left and right sides of the spacecraft. It is a very good escort ship. The remaining one is an armed merchant ship called the Cerberus class, which is larger than the expedition class. The ship is 65 meters long, 33 meters wide, and 21 meters high. Although it is also a frigate class, the tonnage of merchant ships is often larger than that of other frigate-class ships because of the need to transport cargo. And the Cerberus class has an advantage that most other frigate-class ships cannot match. It has a legal and compliant medium-sized load-bearing point, which protrudes from the right front of the spacecraft. This means that the Cerberus class can carry some large-caliber medium-sized weapons, which is the biggest threat to the iron ore. These two types of ships are very common on the mining space station, and many trade caravans are basically composed of these two types of ships. Therefore, Qinming was not surprised at all that the pirates had these two kinds of ships. Just when Qinming was thinking about the weak points in the design of these two types of ships, he could find opportunities to break through. A communications request was suddenly sent to his ship. Qinming thought for a while and connected the communication. A rough voice sounded from the communication channel. "Stop the ship! We only want the valuables on your ship, not the people or supplies. Just cooperate honestly, and we won't use force." These were the first people Qinming met, and the first words he heard. But Qinming never expected that the content of the first human voice he heard was actually a pirate threatening him. So Qinming deliberately slowed down his speaking speed and said in a very calm tone, "Idiot!" Then immediately hung up the communication. Only a fool would believe them. Instead of listening to their nonsense, think about what you should do next. Those two expedition-class ships are not easy to deal with. After all, they are professional combat ships. My own civilian ships can never compare to them in terms of combat performance. Even if your own spaceship has a lot of modifications, it should be difficult to find a chance under the siege of two expedition ships if you bite the bullet. But that Cerberus-class ship is different. The Cerberus class is a merchant ship, even though it comes standard with one medium-sized load-bearing point and 3 small-sized force-bearing points. It has extremely strong firepower output, but its own ship type limits its combat capabilities. Compared with other frigates, the Cerberus class has a larger mass, so its acceleration in a short period of time can definitely rank at the bottom of all frigates. Although its relatively large size provides it with heavy armor, it also means that it is very difficult to travel in complex terrain, such as the current asteroid field. These are its disadvantages compared to other frigates. And these disadvantages have already begun to show themselves. As Qinming controlled the iron ore and continued deep into the dark cemetery, a considerable distance had opened between the three ships following behind. The Cerberus class was lagging far behind the two Expedition class ships, and was almost behind even beyond the shooting range of the electromagnetic javelin. At this moment, Qinming had already seen the opportunity, and immediately controlled the weapons system of the spacecraft, and pointed the gun towards the rear. However, the violent vibrations caused by the constant collision of the iron ore's hull with asteroids made aiming completely impossible. At this time, there was a distance of more than 10 kilometers between the iron mine and the Cerberus. Any slight jitter would cause shooting errors and make it impossible to hit. Civilian ships do not have specialized auxiliary aiming equipment, and the automatic locking function of the target positioning system is difficult to function in this case. Although Qinming has tried to lock the Cerberus, he has been unable to fire. It can only be said that this is the limitation of civilian workboats. They do not have enough buffering and stabilizing devices. It is difficult to perform to the best level when encountering extreme situations, such as now or when you may be attacked immediately in the future. It seems that I must pay attention to this aspect in my future modifications, or even simply change to a different ship. As for now, Qinming tried to fire a few shots, but no one knew where the bullets went. And there's bad news coming. The sensor detected an empty area in front of the iron ore with almost no asteroids. This area was most likely left over from mining in the past. Although Qinming felt a little uncomfortable due to the shock caused by the constant collision with the asteroid, he would definitely feel even more uncomfortable without the protection of the asteroid. He didn't have time to turn around and continue to maneuver in another direction. The two Expedition-class ships had already blocked his position. The iron ore can only move forward now. The moment the spacecraft was forced into an open area, the two Expedition-class ships behind opened fire, and the weapons on three small load-bearing points erupted with intense arcs and fire almost simultaneously. It is completely different from the civilian version of the 22mm cannon that I used before. The flickering arc indicates that the speed of the weapon's projectiles will definitely not be low. Qinming's heartbeat began to accelerate as the arc flashed, and a feeling of tension and excitement entangled in his heart. Qinming immediately started the spacecraft to maneuver and at the same time twisted the hull, allowing the relatively fragile engine to avoid the shooting range of the two Expedition-class ships. A series of bullet hits were heard from the top of the spacecraft. Qinming's operation failed to avoid the shooting from behind. He immediately locked the trajectory of the bullet that Zheng Zheng had just fired through his sensor. Then Qinming discovered that the crossfire between the two ships had almost completely blocked his emergency escape route. The shooting technique is very professional. Qinming looked at the two Expedition-class ships at this time and discovered something special. Although the appearance of the two Expedition-class ships does not look particularly new, it can be seen at a glance that they have been maintained for a long time, as if they take special care of the spacecraft. The weapons loaded on the spacecraft also gave Qinming this feeling. In addition, he also noticed that the Expedition class performed very smoothly when traveling between asteroids. Unlike Qinming, who can control the spacecraft with his consciousness, they can only control it through the spacecraft computer. Such a spaceship, such a professional level of fighting and piloting the spacecraft, is completely unlike a group of desperados who only care about money and the present. Qinming even had a feeling that this group of people were not pirates at all. They were just a caravan. But they took the initiative to tear off their disguises in some remote places and started piracy. Although this is just Qinming's guess. If it is really what he thought, then the success rate of counterattacking them may be. Qinming was suddenly stunned, because he had just opened the panel and was confirming the damage to the armor on the top of the spacecraft. However, in the three-dimensional imaging of the spacecraft, there were no bullet holes where the armor was hit, and there were only some slight dents, unless they can continue to attack the iron ore face to face, so that the effect of every bullet can be achieved. Otherwise, these bullets would not have the ability to cause enough damage to the iron ore's external armor that had been modified by Qinming and mixed with dolomite steel. Qinming stared at the panel for a few seconds and felt the baptism of bullets again. When he saw that the armor's durability on the panel was still 99% motionless, he couldn't help but ask a question of his own. What on earth was I nervous about just now? Chapter 45 Paralysis. after Chenming discovered that the 2 expedition-class weapons were unable to cause effective damage to the iron ore. The excitement and tension of fighting with others just now disappeared. When I was remodeling the spacecraft, I mixed dolomite steel into almost all parts of the spacecraft. Even if the purity is not high, it can still be dented by ordinary weapons. As long as it hits a location, dozens or hundreds of rounds can indeed cause enough damage. But the combat distance between the spacecraft has already destined that this thing cannot happen. When the pirates discover that their weapons are ineffective against the armor of their own spaceship, they may attack the spacecraft's weapons. But Chenming had already thought about this issue before. The turret armor that I installed myself was made of pure dolomite steel. The pirate bullets that can only leave a dent in the armor mixed with 1% dolomite steel are impossible to penetrate the turret armor, even if their attack can hit the electromagnetic javelin through the gaps in the turret armor. However, the electromagnetic javelin itself is basically made of dolomite steel, and only a small number of parts are made of ordinary materials mixed with dolomite steel. Even if it is hit by a few shots, it is impossible to cause any damage to the electromagnetic javelin. Even if there is a 1 in a million chance that it really happens, the pirate's weapon really paralyzes the electromagnetic javelin. Chenming can still rely on the panel to repair the javelin. Injury or anything like that is not a problem at all to Chenming. At most, it is a waste of Chenming's mental energy and time. In front of the iron wall, made of white cloud steel, the pirates had no chance of leaving Chenming in this cemetery. If they can't keep Chenming, then Chenming will keep them. At this time, it is behind the iron ore, in the internal communication channel of one of the expedition-class ships. The spacecraft pilot took advantage of the fact that the spacecraft weapons were unable to accurately aim due to the recoil caused by continuous firing and needed to fire intermittently, and asked the weapons operator, "Did you just hit it?" The middle-aged weapons operator's forehead is full of squeezed wrinkles. The confidence he usually showed in front of his companions seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and he replied with some uncertainty, "I don't know. I don't feel right. How about we stop chasing them and at least wait until the boss and the others catch up? They are in the dark cemetery now, and there is no way they can escape." The captain's voice suddenly came from the internal communication channel, and he asked in a somewhat unhappy tone, "A civilian mining ship that doesn't even have a code name. What are you afraid of?" Do not talk." The captain directly interrupted what the operator wanted to say and ordered, "Continue tracking and continue shooting. If we don't chase the ship in front of us, we will enter the asteroid area again. Then the ship will be hit by a collision, and we may not even be able to make back the repair costs. We were overtaken by ship number 2 last time. Do you still want to embarrass yourself this time?" The communication channel suddenly fell into silence. "No problem. Then do as I say." "Yes." As a few sporadic responses came from the communication channel, the wrinkles on the operator's forehead appeared even more. The pilot who asked the original question suddenly said, "Wait a minute. Is that ship turning around?" During the conversation between the crew members on Expedition Level 1, Chenming had completely gotten rid of unnecessary emotions and started the first step of his counterattack. Before the 2 expedition-class ships followed him and were about to rush out of the asteroid area, 2 electromagnetic javelins were already aimed at their location. At this time, the iron ore was in an empty area inside the dark cemetery where there were no asteroids. Without the impact of the asteroid that hit the spacecraft, Chenming's aim was no longer limited. There's no better time than now. The iconic hammering sound of the electromagnetic javelin sounded in Chenming's ears. On the number 1 expedition-class ship on the left rear of the iron ore, the weapons operator suddenly shouted on the communication channel, "The port and starboard weapons are paralyzed. Maintenance crew, changing." The maintenance man hurriedly picked up 2 30mm machine guns with 3 others and rushed to both sides of the spacecraft. They immediately unloaded the broken weapons from the bottom of the spacecraft. During this process, the maintenance man also asked the operator, "Why was it destroyed in an instant?" "I don't know. Their weapons seem to be high-precision electromagnetic weapons. I'm trying to maneuver to evade them. But don't expect any results. How come a civilian ship is equipped with such a thing?" Just as the maintainer's question came out, the weapons operator suddenly shouted again, "The weapons above have also been destroyed." Immediately afterwards, the voice of another maintenance man on standby at the stern came from the voice channel at about the same time. "The engine was attacked, shut down and caught fire. The hull was damaged and the air pressure leaked, which has been sealed with foam cans. Spare engine also." The maintenance man suddenly stopped moving in the middle of his words. The communication channel suddenly became quiet until the captain gave the order, "Go and have a look in person." Before the weapons could be replaced, The weapons operator, who had nothing to do, immediately left the weapons console and rushed to the stern of the ship. When he came to the engine, he found that the maintenance man who had been talking just now had fallen on his back. There was a blood hole in his chest with blood flowing out, and he looked like he was no longer alive. Next to his body, both the main engine and the backup engine had been destroyed and were burning with blazing flames. The weapons operator immediately picked up the fire extinguisher nearby and sprayed fire-extinguishing foam on the engine. At the same time, he said in the voice channel with a trembling voice, "The maintenance man was shot to death by a bullet that penetrated the hull, and both of our engines were broken." The engine fire slightly increased the temperature of the spacecraft, but no one on board the expedition-class ship felt the slightest warmth. The maintenance man's movement to replace weapons slowed down. Together with the others, they looked towards the stern of the ship where the fire was flickering. The engine is the lifeblood of the spacecraft. Engine shutdown means that all systems of the spacecraft will lose energy supply and stop functioning. From the time the spacecraft was attacked to the end, it only lasted 12 seconds. Their spaceship was already drifting in space like a piece of scrap metal. And these 12 seconds are exactly the interval between 3 rounds of electromagnetic javelin shooting. At this time, the voice of another expedition-class captain came from the captain's dedicated communication channel. "Why are you slowing down?" The captain of the number 1 expeditionary class woke up from the panic and immediately shouted on the communication channel, "Stop chasing! Our ship has been slaughtered as a pig. What's the meaning?" As soon as the captain of the number 2 expedition class asked this question, the captain of the number 1 ship heard a commotion coming from their place. It was the white mining ship in front that changed its target after paralyzing them. The panic in the captain's heart completely turned into fear. At this time, their boss, the Cerberus-class captain who was still behind, finally realized something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What's going on over there?" Captain number 1 seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He shouted in the communication channel with some collapse, "Boss, there is something wrong with the ship we are chasing." Chapter 46 News. Qinming paralyzed the 2nd expedition-class engine and destroyed its weapons. Until this time, the Cerberus level was belatedly arrived. Although there was only 1 merchant ship left, Qinming's expression became serious. The medium-sized load-bearing point on the Cerberus level made him feel that he had to respect it. The hull material mixed with dolomite steel can withstand the small weapons on the 2 expedition-class ships. But it is really hard to say about the medium-sized weapons. Qinming tried to identify the medium-sized weapon located on the right front of the Cerberus. Suddenly I found that this weapon seemed familiar. It seems to be a cannon-type weapon called the Terror that I have often seen on other Cerberus-class weapons. In Qinming's memory, every time he woke up from the cryosleep chamber, in addition to being responsible for the maintenance of the space station, he would occasionally help his colleagues in the shipyard to do some work. Repairing a ship naturally involves repairing weapons. So Qinming basically has a certain understanding of the weapons commonly used in spaceships. According to Qinming's former colleagues, the ships used by pirates are usually ships that were still in good condition after their last robbery, and were used after rough modifications and repairs. The armor and hull are both quite weak, making them particularly easy to target as long as there are some specific types of weapons. Therefore, rippers that fire high-explosive armor-piercing SH/LS are very popular among caravans, who often need to face pirates. Mining space stations often keep some on hand to sell to those whose weapons have been damaged due to various reasons. Although the details of this Terror are somewhat different from the most common Type 2 Terrors in Qinming's memory, it may be a more advanced model compared to 30 years ago. But no matter how it is modified, the purpose of this weapon against pirates' weak armor and hull will definitely not change. The Ripper's projectiles are definitely not as effective as pure armor-piercing projectiles for composite armor like the iron or that is mixed with dolomite steel. However, Qinming still felt that he had to be more cautious. So before Cerberus left the asteroid area and entered the open area, Qinming had already pointed the electromagnetic javelin at the Terror and opened fire when he was sure of hitting it. Then, there's no after that. The electromagnetic javelin's 20-kilometer range makes it too late for the Cerberus class to counterattack. The Ripper was destroyed without even firing a single shot. The spare Ripper didn't survive more than a few seconds after being replaced. The weapons loaded on other small load-bearing points of the Cerberus class cannot damage the iron ore's armor at all. Moreover, these weapons were clearly marked and all clicked out just in case. Without weapons, the Cerberus is a heavy living target. In the blink of an eye, the engine system was destroyed, and like the other 2 spacecraft, it was paralyzed in the asteroid belt. It became a steel coffin floating in space. After confirming that the 3 ships had no ability to resist, Qin took the initiative to send them a communication request. Communication was quickly connected. Before the other party spoke, Qin said very forcefully, "I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer them, I can leave you here to fend for yourself." Qin didn't say what the consequences would be if he didn't answer, and he didn't wait for their response. He asked directly, "I haven't been here for a long time. Is there any news recently?" There was silence in the communication channel for a moment, and a voice that sounded like a middle-aged man replied, "No." Qin glanced at the 3 scrap ships not far away and asked, "Are you the leader?" There was no response on the communication channel. Qin did not hesitate. The electromagnetic javelin locked on the stern of the Cerberus-class ship and opened fire without any warning. Some chaotic sounds suddenly appeared in the communication channel. But these sounds soon disappeared, because one of the electromagnetic javelin projectiles just penetrated the Cerberus armor and hit the place where they stored fusion fuel. The leaked fuel exploded along with the ammunition on the ship. The entire Cerberus-class ship turned into a ball of gorgeous fireworks. Qin glanced at the control panel of the spacecraft, confirmed that the communication channels of the other 2 expedition-class ships were still connected, and continued, "So, yes, there is news." Before Qin had time to ask a second time, someone had already responded to him in a panic on the communication channel. "Explain." "The troops at the military outpost seem to be making some moves. They are collecting combat supplies and recruiting mercenaries. The space station has been affected. The prices of various weapons have become much more expensive. I heard that it's because there have been more ships in Yue recently, so the army has to be on guard against them." Afterglow. When Qin heard this name, memories related to it already appeared in his mind. To put it in the simplest way, the mechanical race that Qin had seen before were alien mechanical life forms discovered by humans when they were exploring the outside world. Afterglow is the mechanical life created by human beings themselves, or electronic life, some artificial intelligence with self-awareness. At first, Afterglow was just the code name for the artificial intelligence core developed by the human empire to control unmanned warships. These cores are placed on various advanced unmanned ships that are still in the design stage, and are responsible for controlling the spacecraft for combat. But then these AI cores suddenly awakened their self-awareness at the same moment, and actively controlled all ships equipped with Afterglow AI cores to attack humans, triggering the first AI war. In the end, all the ships under Yue's control were driven out of the territory of the human empire, which led to the current human empire strictly prohibiting the existence of any AI that exceeds weak artificial intelligence. At least this is what is recorded in the history books that Qin studied. The army discovered traces of the increase in Yue's ships, so it concentrated its forces to prepare for battle. This is good news for Qin. If they go to find Yue, then no one will care about their small role. After digesting the news, Qin continued to ask, "Is that all?" The nervous voice of the person who just spoke came from the communication channel. "Also, there have been a lot fewer ships of the machine tribe in recent times, so the prices of things related to the machine tribe are also rising. Is it all related to money? What about other news? There shouldn't be any more. Then why are you guys staying here? For fun? Do you also want to go on the road with your boss? No. Don't fire. I'm telling you." There were panicked shouts from the other end of the communication channel. "We came here because we heard that there was a smuggled hammerhead in the dark cemetery. You know the hammerhead class, the destroyer. It is said that it is the hammerhead class equipped with military subsystems. The group that smuggled hammerheads was said to have offended someone they shouldn't have been provoked and was killed. Let's come over here to try our luck. It turns out we just came here, and we ran into you before we even started looking." Qin moved the corners of his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing. After confirming several times that there was indeed no other news from these pirates, Qin turned off the communication, activated the electromagnetic javelin, and fired at the expedition-class engine. The 2 expedition-class ships soon followed in the footsteps of the Cerberus class. Become a member of the Dark Cemetery. Chapter 47 Cargo. The Iron Mine moved closer to the wreckage of the 3 spacecraft. After confirming that there was no escape hatch or any living person, Qin relaxed a little. Unexpectedly, I already felt the welcome from the pirate space station before I arrived at the pirate space station. Very nice. At least it shows that the military's management is not strict. After all, pirates can rob so close to the pirate space station and even closer to the military outpost. The military obviously has nothing to do against the pirates. As long as you pay some attention, you have a great chance of getting out of here safely. Chen Ning sighed and focused his attention on the present again. Something to do with these pirates. Chen Ning thought carefully about the questions he asked the pirates just now, and the answers he got. Although everything the pirates said sounded accurate, Chen Ning only planned to selectively believe some of it. At least the pirate's answer to the last question I asked was absolutely unbelievable. Chen Ning didn't believe that anyone with his head in his waistband would honestly answer the questions of the person who was going to kill him when he was basically sure that he was going to die. There should be no fool who would do such a thing, even if you were forced to answer due to the situation. At least half of the 10 sentences you said would be mixed with lies. The pirate said that the military and Yue were taking action, causing prices to rise. As long as you arrive at the space station, you can immediately tell whether something is true or false. So Chen Ning can choose to believe it, because it doesn't make any sense even if the pirates lie to him. But the pirates said that there was a smuggled hammerhead equipped with militarized subsystems in the dark cemetery. So Chen Ning had to think about it carefully. Although he is indeed greedy for this hammerhead. After all, as far as Chen Ning knew, the hammerhead was an excellent destroyer owned by his own company, Sinar. Even though it has quite thick armor, it still has good maneuverability. 2 fixed medium-sized load-bearing points and 2 small load-bearing points installed directly in front of the spacecraft make the frontal firepower of the spacecraft quite fierce. The militarized subsystem mentioned by the pirates has made the value of this hammerhead even higher, because all ships, unless they are civilian grade, are castrated versions of ships as long as they are sold to ordinary people. Whether it is the number of load-bearing points, the numerical values of various ships, or even the armor, they have been reduced a lot. This hammerhead may also be a castrated version. But since it is equipped with militarized subsystems, it means that it has one more critical thing than other castrated ships. Ship shield. The shipboard shield generator is the biggest difference between a military ship and a neutered ship. A ship without a shield is almost helpless against weapons, such as Chen Ning's electromagnetic javelin. And with the spaceship shield, even the castrated ship can play a role close to the official version of the ship. It is impossible for Chen Ning not to be greedy for such a ship. But Chen Ning didn't think what the pirate just said was true. It was still unknown whether this hammerhead existed or not. The pirates said they were here to search for the hammerhead. But it didn't look like they were doing this by shutting down all the ship's systems to hide their actions. When answering his own question, he was talking about how good the hammerhead was, as if he wanted Chen Ning to follow his thoughts and find the hammerhead-class ship here. Chen Ning would not fall for such low-level deception. Anyway, I just came here to relieve the boredom and mental exhaustion of staying inside the spacecraft for a long time and being able to only do 1 or 2 things. Now that we have found excitement and tried space naval battles, there is no point in continuing to stay in the dark cemetery. Check the cargo holds of the pirate ships to see if there is anything you can collect. And then just leave. Chen Ning controlled the iron ore to fly several times around the wreckage of the 3 ships. The Cerberus-class cargo bay was discovered floating nearby, except for the appearance of some damage. The overall structure is very complete. The Cerberus class is a merchant ship after all. The cargo is naturally the most important, and it is normal for the cargo hold to have the strongest protection. Therefore, the cargo bay was completely preserved after the explosion of the spacecraft. The towing device quickly locked the cargo bay and fixed it to the side of the spacecraft. Chen Ning directly used the mining laser to start cutting the cargo hold to prevent anyone from hiding in the cargo hold before the spacecraft exploded. The modified mining laser cut a hole in the cargo hold almost in the blink of an eye, which was very efficient. Unfortunately, if you want to use the mining laser, you must open the side armor of the spacecraft, exposing the fragile equipment inside. Otherwise, you can also choose to use mining lasers to conduct the battle just now. The power of the modified mining lasers is not inferior to some ordinary weapons. But since the iron mine already has an electromagnetic javelin, there is actually no need to do this. Just when some strange thoughts appeared in Chen Ning's mind, mining lasers have split the cargo bay in half. The interior of the cargo hold was exposed. The impact of losing the simulated gravity module and the explosion of the spacecraft caused all the cargo boxes to scatter chaotically in the cargo hold. Many cargo boxes were damaged by the impact, revealing the goods inside, including some items that appeared to be alcohol. Chen Ning used the traction device to pull a cargo box to the side of the spacecraft. You can see that in the corner of the cargo box, there is a cargo order engraved on it, with the type and number of the ship transporting the cargo written on it. Chen Ning had seen this kind of cargo manifest on the mining space station, and there was no mistaking it. These pirates were really disguised as regular cargo caravans. Ah! Chin-Ming smiled expressionlessly. Now that the pirate is dead, he can only accept all the goods as ordered. After confirming that no one was hiding inside the cargo compartment after it was cut open, Chin-Ming controlled the traction device of the spacecraft to gradually pull all the cargo boxes to the vicinity of the spacecraft, while he personally went outside the spacecraft, opened the cargo box and start counting the cargo list. In addition to wine, the caravan's cargo also included some cigarettes. There is nothing good about cigarettes. They are hard currency no matter where they are. Chin-Ming paid special attention to those wines, because he had an impression of the brands of these wines. When Chin-Ming came to the mining space station for the first time a long time ago and took up his post, he attended the welcome meeting with the director, who took office at the same time as the space station and other colleagues. There was this kind of wine on display at the banquet. Although Chin-Ming didn't drink it, he remembered that this kind of wine was relatively expensive. If you can take action on the pirate space station, you should be able to make a fortune. After a while, Chin-Ming took apart most of the scattered cargo boxes. All the goods that were not damaged by the explosion were packed and sent into the iron ore. It just so happens that the iron ore has consumed a lot of materials in the past few months, so the remaining space in the storage cabin can be filled with these. Even if it can't be accommodated, there is still room in the work cabin and captain's cabin where it can be placed. Don't worry about the Cerberus's cargo bay being able to hold more things than the iron ore. At this time, there were only the last 3 cargo boxes floating outside the spacecraft. Chin-Ming took a breath and continued to pick up the crowbar and pry open all 3 cargo boxes. But when Chin-Ming saw the contents of the container, his movements suddenly stopped, because the goods in these 3 boxes were not the tobacco and alcohol listed on the manifest. Instead, they were injections filled with pink liquid placed in a transparent cryogenic box. Chapter 48 Contraband. The dazzling pink color in these injections made Chin-Ming feel uncomfortable looking at them. However, Chin-Ming still endured this inexplicable feeling and found the manifest in the corner of the cryogenic box. These pink injections are a stimulant codenamed DP2. Although Chin-Ming didn't know the meaning of the codename, nor did he know the specific effects of this stimulant. But Chin-Ming knows one thing. That is, all stimulants are strictly prohibited in the commodity trade of the human empire. Ordinary people are not like the army, who need to fight the robots and afterglow at the border with high intensity. They need to rely on stimulants to maintain focus and combat ability. These stimulants that flow into the market basically have only one purpose: make people feel the pleasure of using stimulants and become addicted to them. Chin-Ming already had a rough answer to the origin and whereabouts of this batch of powder needles. At the same time, he also understood that the reason why this caravan, which was disguised or torn off its disguise as pirates, stayed here was to wait for the person to trade these pink injections with him. The pirate kept telling Chin-Ming that there were good things in the dark cemetery, and it was obvious that he wanted Chin-Ming to stay, waiting for their trading partners to come and avenge them, or simply with the idea of dragging others into the water. It didn't matter to Chin-Ming what the pirate's thoughts were. Anyway, he just planned to clean up the wreckage and leave. Even if these people may have connections with the military, Chin-Ming is not afraid at all. He had no intention of returning to the prosperous star field through regular means. His identity as an employee of an abandoned mining space station already meant that he would not be able to get along well with the military. Besides, others don't know if their ship is equipped with a hyperspace channel system. After leaving the dark cemetery, where can they find the disappeared murderer in this vast universe? After thinking about it, Chin-Ming came to the conclusion that his current situation was no different from before. I didn't waste any more energy on this aspect and continued to confirm the contents of the other 2 cargo boxes. There are 2 remaining cargo boxes. One is normal wine, and the other is also a low-temperature box with a pink injection inside. There were about 100 rods in the 2 cryogenic chambers in total, and none of them had been shattered by the impact of the previous explosion. Although the profit from powder needles is not at the same level as other things, Chin-Ming has no fondness for this kind of thing, and he doesn't want to get his hands dirty. Besides, these are powder needles smuggled out by the military at first glance, and the difficulty of getting rid of them is different from those of tobacco and alcohol. Once he takes action, it is very likely to attract people from the military. Chin-Ming is avoiding the military now. How could he take the initiative to do such a thing? The combination of these 2 reasons led Chin-Ming to open the lid of the cryogenic chamber directly in space, allowing the powder needle to be exposed to the absolute low temperature of space. Then, holding the last box of wine, we returned to the ship without any hesitation. Chin-Ming controlled the iron ore to turn the ship, and its stern was aimed at the two open cryogenic tanks floating in space. The spacecraft gradually began to accelerate, and the erupting tail flame burned the cryogenic box and the powder needles inside to ashes. Qinming finally carefully scanned the wreckage of the three ships. Confirm that all valuable items have been moved back to the spacecraft. Then it's time to leave. It would not be a good thing if you continue to stay and meet someone who deals with these people. I don't know anything about them. If they have combat power that far exceeds that of the iron ore, then I'm afraid I don't want to explain it here. Qinming locked the coordinates of the pirate space station on the spacecraft computer. After adjusting the hull position, the iron ore once again entered the acceleration stage. This time the iron mine will directly arrive at the destination of Qinming's journey, the pirate space station belonging to the human world. Just 5 days after the iron ore left the dark cemetery, an unmarked destroyer leapt out of the hyperspace lanes and headed very purposefully into the depths of the dark graveyard. The destroyer stayed in the dark graveyard for 3 days and then left. It didn't bring anything with it when it came, but when it left, it took away the wreckage of the 3 spaceships that had just been destroyed by Qinming. It was obviously impossible for Qinming to know about this matter. But even if he knew it, it didn't matter. He made a point of sweeping around before leaving, looking for anything valuable. They also found all the electronic equipment in the wreckage of the 3 spacecraft that might store the iron ore's image data and communication data. Either destroy it on the spot, or take it to the ship and dismantle it into the most basic materials. All the armor-piercing electromagnetic bombs he fired with the electromagnetic javelin completely penetrated the spacecraft and could not remain in the wreckage of the spacecraft. If he could still find himself, Qinming would have nothing to say. Time has passed again for 2.5 months. The iron ore had bypassed the military outpost half a month ago. After a long voyage, the iron ore is about to arrive in the galaxy where the pirate space station is located. The iron ore has begun to slow down, and it is expected to slow down to the standard navigation speed in the galaxy in 5 days, and reach the edge of the pirate space station galaxy at the same time. Although he had learned about it in advance, Qinming still called up the galaxy map on the spacecraft control panel again, intending to deepen his impression of this galaxy again. I may need to stay on the pirate space station for a while, and there is no harm in being familiar with the galaxy where the space station is located. The galaxy where the pirate space station is located is a single-star galaxy, and the star is a standard yellow dwarf star. It has 2 planets, but neither is habitable. A barren rocky planet close to the star with extreme temperatures similar to Venus and Mercury. The other is an ice giant planet similar to Uranus and Neptune that is far outside the habitable zone of the galaxy. It has a blue appearance and no rings. The pirate space station is set up in the orbit of the ice giant planet. It is convenient to collect energy materials from ice giant planets that can supply the long-term operation of the space station. Apart from the stars and planets, there is not much information worth paying attention to in this galaxy. After all, if this galaxy was too good, it wouldn't be the pirate space station's turn to be established here. Qinming turned off the galaxy map and stretched. I plan to relax for a long time in the last few days before the spacecraft starts to slow down and reaches its destination. Don't do anything. Don't think about anything. Just empty yourself so that you can start the next journey in the best possible condition. After all, what he will face in the next period of time is a human world that is more terrifying than the natural environment of Rui Jupiter. It is also the lowest level and most dangerous world of pirates in the human world. 5 days later, the iron ore arrived at its destination star system. The appearance of the pirate space station has been revealed on the sensor. Its whole body is closed to a pie shape. There are a total of 30 space arms extending from the central circular cake, and most of the buildings are distributed on these space arms. On the outside of the space arm are a large number of large area solar panels, which maximizes the utilization of the space outside the space station. As the spacecraft gradually approached, Qinming could see with the naked eye through the porthole in the captain's cabin that there was a shipping guidance light on a space arm. After discovering Qinming's ship approaching, it flashed and guided him into the space station. Following the guidance of the guidance light, the iron ore slowly sailed into the dock of the space station. Chapter 49 Pirate Space Station. After entering the dock of the pirate space station, the first thing Qinming saw was the ship positions of different sizes occupied by the entire space arm. The ratio of frigates to destroyers is about 100 to 1. There are only 2 cruiser-level docks, and there is no battleship dock at all. About 1/5 of these ship slots have spaceships in them. It can be seen that the flow of people in this pirate space station is still very high. Qinming controlled the iron ore and followed the signal's guidance to stop at a frigate's berth. I want to see if anyone will contact me through the communication channel. But no one contacted. No one checked. And no one cared about Chinming's boat, which he had never seen before. It seems that the space station is only responsible for guiding the outside spacecraft in through signals, and does not have any follow-up. This is the pirate space station. In Chinming's memory, although he has never actually been to the pirate space station, he still learned about it through other channels. There are differences between pirate space stations and mining space stations, which are very professional small space stations. The main function is similar to those of large central space stations, playing a role similar to a settlement, although the overall volume is smaller than that of a large central space station. It is still much larger than a mining space station, and it generally has all the functions it should have. It's just that Chinming didn't expect that the management of a settlement where people can settle down for a long time would be so loose. But Chinming didn't struggle with this aspect. Anyway, it seems that the dock is peaceful. At least it looks peaceful, which shows that there is still some management in place. The loose management currently shown by the space station is also good for you, so there is no need to care about it. Chinming looked out the porthole. There are many spacecrafts taking off and landing throughout the dock. There happened to be a spaceship docked at the adjacent ship's berth. Chinming could see that the people above were wearing ordinary protective clothing and walking down without even wearing helmets. Through the transverse elevator on the dock passage, we quickly went to one end of the dock, a door leading to the inner core of the space station. There is a huge one written on the top of the gate, which may mean that the space arm where the shipyard is located is space arm number 1. While Chinming was observing the behavior of others, the terminal in his hand suddenly detected that a network could be accessed. Chinming thought for a while, and used the doctor's terminal to access it. Then a map of the space station's open areas was sent to the terminal, waiting for Chinming to receive it. And it was signed by the Space Station Administration Bureau. When Chinming received this document, his first reaction was not to open it and look at the map of the space station. Instead, I want to switch to my own terminal to see if my debit card has been banned. However, Chinming still restrained himself. If someone found out about his debit card records this time, there would definitely be a big problem. Rather than looking for something this dangerous that can't be used yet, it's better to look for something else. Chinming operated on the terminal and opened a search website that was commonly used 30 years ago. Thankfully, the company hasn't folded yet and seems to be doing pretty well. Chinming can use this search website to find news that interests him. So Chinming immediately searched for the situation of the galaxy where Ray Jupiter was located. A public message immediately appeared at the top of the search. It is said that an unknown danger has appeared in this galaxy, and it has been blocked by the military. It has announced that passing ships must be diverted, and jumping out of the hyperspace channel of this galaxy is prohibited. The source of this information was 32 years ago, when an insect plague broke out on the space station. However, 32 years have passed, and apart from the announcement that the galaxy was blocked, the military has not given any other news. It looks like the lockdown will continue. When he discovered that the military had not issued an announcement on lifting the lockdown, Chinming couldn't help but have a question in his mind. How did he escape from the military blockade? A civilian ship flew out of the galaxy without being stopped by anyone. Is this normal? Didn't the military discover themselves? Or did you find it but didn't care? Chinming felt it couldn't be the latter. He is just an inconspicuous maintenance technician with no background or connections. If he dies, he won't even make a splash. There was no reason for them to let themselves go without being sure that they would reveal the current situation of the space station. So the real situation should be the former. But this shouldn't be the case. The effects of military technology are clearest. After all, a lot of their equipment was tendered from outside companies. Naturally, many of Senda companies' cutting-edge detection equipment have been purchased by the military. Although Chinming is not engaged in this kind of thing, he still knows the specific effects. In just one galaxy, there is no reason why the military would miss such a large mining civilian ship. Not to mention that Chinming of the Iron Mine has been using it intensively, repeatedly entering and exiting the atmosphere of Ruemu. So why didn't he find himself? Chinming thought for a long time and couldn't figure it out. He always felt that there was still some key information missing to understand the reasons behind this. I can only keep this problem in my heart for the time being. It's not bad news that the military didn't find out. At least for the time being. Chinming continued to search for the situation of the mining space station, trying to search through the Empire's exclusive number of each public space station. But the space station is different from the galaxy. Chinming did not find any news related to the space station. It's like the mining space station where he works is the same as the pirate space station where he is now. Qianming frowned and searched for the Xinda company to which he belonged. The first item in the search results is the homepage of Xinda company, which shows that Xinda is still alive and well, and has not been affected at all by the destruction of the space station. The star system that cannot be erased is still there, and the huge company that cannot be easily collapsed is still there. But the space station that belongs to the star system has completely disappeared. Qianming kept the search results firmly in his heart, and became more determined not to be involved in matters related to the mining space station. It was almost done here. Qianming did not continue searching. Anyway, I have already planned to give up my past identity, and I don't want to come into contact with things related to the company, the military, and the space station anymore. So knowing these general information is enough. Qianming sighed, put down the terminal, put on protective clothing, and stood at the door of the cabin. At this moment, Xiaoshu suddenly rushed out from the captain's cabin and climbed up on Qianming's shoulder, holding Qianming's helmet. He watched helplessly. Forehead. Qianming remembered that Xiaoshu was sleeping in the ore hole he dug just now. He probably ran into the captain's room when he wasn't paying attention, and saw the novel space station outside. So he wanted to follow him out. There's really nothing I can do about you. Qianming took off his protective suit and helmet, and stuffed the small stone into the protective suit. I activated the shading function of the helmet, and made sure that my face could not be seen from the outside. And there was a small stone behind the helmet that was squeezed with me. Qianming confirmed that the company's exclusive marks on the 2 terminals he carried with him had been erased. Then he opened the hatch and stepped off the spacecraft. Chapter 50 Ways to Make Money. Standing in the empty dock, Qianming turned his head and glanced at the iron ore behind him. It was completely different from the tattered look it had when I first took control of it. The current iron ore is as if it is brand new from the factory. It is bright white all over. The whole armor is thick, and it looks extremely solid. Each side is loaded with a machine gun that has obviously undergone extensive modifications, which also demonstrates the careful care of the spacecraft by the owner. This was what Qianming did before entering the port. He changed the spacecraft's weapons from the electromagnetic javelin back to the original machine cannon. After all, the mechanical race is not uncommon in the Edge Star field. Some people can always tell that the spacecraft is equipped with weapons of the mechanical race. And then think of the large amount of white cloud steel on the mechanical race. The well should not be exposed. And Qianming does not want to get into trouble because of this. I stood there and admired my achievements over the past 6 months. A look of satisfaction appeared on Qianming's face unconsciously. This ship is not only a reflection of its own capabilities and technology. It also accompanied him across the half-light-year journey with Xiaoshu and arrived at the pirate space station, completing his goal. From the moment he stepped off the spacecraft, Qianming's previous plan was completed. From a dangerous abandoned mining space station to a space station belonging to the human world. Although there are some problems with this space station, and it is not on the official list of the human empire, but at least there are people here, and that's enough. For Qianming now, it's time to start thinking about his next plan. The fringe star field where he currently lives is poorer than the prosperous star field within the human empire. Poverty means there are fewer people, and a lower level of development. Although because of the mechanical race, Yue and the ruins of the destroyed civilization, the opportunities are actually not small. But these opportunities come with dangers. Qianming is not a professional combatant. Technology is what he is good at. He wants to go to a more central location in the human empire, which should be more suitable for him. Qianming's skills, talents and abilities can only be fully utilized in a place with people and cutting-edge technology. Maybe you can start a company by yourself then? Helping people repair spaceships? Qianming smiled and shook his head slightly. His abilities are definitely not limited to this. However, Qianming does not yet have a clear idea of what to do specifically. Take one step at a time and find a way to get to the prosperous star field. When he sees with his own eyes what the prosperous star field is like, he will naturally understand what he should do. In order to achieve such a goal, Qianming still has a lot to do. The first and most important thing is to establish a formal identity. But it definitely requires some special approaches. And money to do everything. Qianming has just arrived here. He doesn't know anyone, has no way out, and doesn't know if there is any money left in the card. Even if there is money left, there is no way to use it. It's basically the same as being penniless. But there are far more places where money is needed. After Qianming, he would have to install a hyperspace channel system on the spacecraft, which would definitely cost money. You can't fly back slowly on the way back. Otherwise Chenming may not have flown through several galaxies until he dies of old age. Even if these two are done, money will still be needed to buy the supplies needed for the spaceship later. Everything requires money, so you can only find ways to make money. Chenming considers himself not a good person, like the pirates who made trouble for him before, but he in turn devoured others. Chenming has no psychological burden at all, but active piracy was something he couldn't do. Chenming already has several ideas if he only relies on normal means of making money. Chenming stood on the horizontal elevator of the dock. While watching the scene around him move rapidly, he considered the feasibility of several of his ideas. The most important of these ideas is naturally to find a way to sell the 2 high-grade metals that I got in Ruimu Planet, as well as the batch of tobacco and alcohol. The Bayun Steel and Sky Steel are somewhat useful if you keep them in your hands. But Chenming doesn't use the tobacco and alcohol at all. It's just that this idea is a one-time thing and can only make a quick buck. If selling things isn't enough, Chenming will have to continue to find other ways to make money. So Chenming had a second idea. Just at this time, the elevator sent Chenming through the gate and left the dock. We arrived at a repair shop at the connection between the shipyard and the core area of the space station. When Chenming stepped off the elevator, he could see a large number of ship equipment placed in various places in the repair shop. Many people are choosing different ship accessories to prepare for whether they will go for robbery or just travel. Chenming's second idea was to find a way to become a member of the space station maintenance factory. Although the pirate space station is nominally owned by pirates, it is definitely funded by a certain force behind it. And a repair shop that can be opened next to the space station dock must be opened by the forces that fund the space station. It is definitely more stable and safer than any other job on the space station. I just don't know if they have any plans to recruit people now. Chenming looked around for a few times, but did not find any managers in the maintenance shop nearby. Not even a few maintenance technicians. I don't know what the situation is. But one thing is certain. That is, there are so many spacecrafts taking off and landing in the dock all the time. There are definitely a large number of spaceships that need to repair damaged armor and weapons on the space station, and purchase the supplies and ammunition that the spacecraft needs. The money that a repair shop can make is definitely not small. And because of the pirate space station itself, it is certainly impossible for some good maintenance personnel to be willing to come to such an ungrateful and dangerous place. The overall level of skilled workers who can work here on the space station is very likely to be neither high nor low. As long as you can find a way to get in with your own abilities, you can make some money no matter what. Of course, the following is just Chenming's guess. If the pirate space station really has enough skilled maintenance personnel, there will be no need for new people to join. Then Chenming can only choose other methods. He looked at the main door of the maintenance shop leading to the core area of the space station. The pirate space station is not just a dock and repair shop. You can try to go to the space station to find out if there is any place that sells weapons. The space station has its own repair shop in front of the spaceship. But weapons cannot be monopolized by the space station. Right? Find a weapon shop and rely on your own weapon modification skills. Chenming can still make a living. Even if it doesn't work, Chenming still has the last choice. Drive an iron ore and work as a miner. Of course, this is the most last resort. And Chenming will not do it until the end. Before there was no other chance. Chenming still planned to try a better option. Anyway, let's follow the plan step by step. Since I can't even see anyone in the maintenance shop now, I might as well go out to the space station for a walk and convert a batch of resources on hand into usable money. Only when you have money in your hands can you have confidence in your heart. Chapter 51A Stepping Stone. Leaving the maintenance shop, Chenming came to the central area of the space station. Corresponding to the huge shipyard is a small city located on the space station. The entire city is illuminated by a large number of light-emitting tubes placed on the top of the space station. Chenming could see a dozen-story high-rise building in the center of the city from the edge of the core area. There is the space station administration. Buildings of different importance are distributed one by one starting from the administration bureau. The area where Chenming was standing close to the space arm was basically shops and residences. From the daily clothes of the people who walked here, Chenming could indeed confirm that many people settled here. Although Chenming is curious about what the people who live here do for a living and what they need to do on a daily basis. Now is not the time to do this. Chenming looked around. The streets that are visible to the naked eye, including the main roads, are all shops selling daily necessities and food. And there is no place for yourself. So Chenming opened the map sent by the administration when he connected to the internet and located his position on the map. You can see that there are many marked locations around you. But Chinming scanned it roughly, and the things marked on the map were basically such and such restaurants, such and such supermarkets and the like. As Chinming saw with his own eyes, it was very lifelike, and there was no place where he could take over the goods he snatched from the pirates. It's as if the city in the center of the space station is really just a city for people to live. Chinming couldn't help but have a headache. Apart from his basic understanding of the space station, he knew nothing about it. It was very troublesome to do many things with just a map. Just like now. After thinking about it, Chinming thought that maybe he could go to the other space arm and have a look. After all, the shipyard and repair shop are located on space arm number 1. So there should be some similar and more specialized places on the other 29 space arms. Chinming's fingers moved across the terminal. I want to open the map of the number 2 space arm closest to me on the map. But right now, Chinming suddenly realized something extremely troublesome. It seems that not only the money in my salary card cannot be used, but also, the salary card itself cannot be touched. In other words, even if you successfully sell the goods, you will not be able to receive the money you deserve from others. Sure enough, I still have to find a job first, and let the person who pays my salary handle this matter for me. After all, this space station is also a pirate space station. It is impossible for pirates to use Empire savings cards honestly for transactions between pirates. Otherwise, if the identity information is directly exposed, it will not cause a big problem. People who can pay people wages should also be able to help themselves solve payroll card problems. Even if you can't get a job by then, it's better to chat with the locals than running around with your head covered. Many things in the pirate space station that belong to the gray area cannot be directly stated in the open. If you don't understand anything, asking with a shy face is obviously the quickest way. As for who to ask this question, Chinming already had the answer in his mind. Just think about where in the space station people have come into contact with the most people and paths, and it will become clear. So Chinming put away the terminal and turned around and returned to the maintenance shop. 2 maintenance technicians in staff uniforms were found smoking cigarettes next to the structural pillars of the maintenance shop. People who can work in the maintenance factory run by the forces funded by the space station are unlikely to know anything about some gray area things. The older, middle-aged maintenance man subconsciously looked around after noticing Chinming walking towards them. It was found that only the 2 maintenance engineers were left nearby, and the other colleagues had no idea where they were. He couldn't help but click his tongue and asked Chinming, who was already standing in front of them, "Do you want to repair the spacecraft? Or do you need an introduction? Maybe both. Let's talk." The middle-aged maintenance man looked Chinming up and down, suddenly sneered, turned around and continued chatting with the younger maintenance man next to him, completely ignoring Chinming's existence. He seemed to have figured out that Chinming was not a customer. But at the next moment, he seemed to see something flicker out of the corner of his eye. The middle-aged maintenance man turned his head back and saw Chinming spreading his hands, with a small ball of gold placed in the center of his palm. The purity of this small piece of gold is not too high. It was emptied out by Chinming when he was cleaning up the remaining slag in the furnace. It should be that the smelting equipment has been running for too long, resulting in insufficient heat in some places, resulting in incomplete smelting of the waste products. Because Chinming had already left the asteroid belt, and he didn't have time to mine after passing through the dark cemetery, there was no need to start the furnace for this small piece of low-purity gold. So Chinming took it with him casually. I originally planned to use it as a stepping stone to make money, but since I can't even get in now, I might as well use it here. Chinming closed his palms, slightly deformed the small piece of gold, handed it to the middle-aged repairman and said, "Let's talk." A gleam seemed to flash in the middle-aged maintenance man's eyes, and he immediately responded with a warm smile. "Of course. No problem. What do you want to talk about?" Chinming didn't waste any time and asked directly, "Is there any way to get money?" The middle-aged maintenance man smiled, looked at the gold in Chinming's hand and said, "Isn't this how you get the money? That's not what I'm talking about. But the way to get money here is because of other people's ability to make a living. What's the point of asking us? If you don't have the ability to work here, you can only work as a porter. What if I have the ability? If I had the ability, I wouldn't ask here." Chinming shook his head. It was better not to pretend to be a big-tailed wolf. He said directly, "I just came here, and I am not familiar with anything." The younger maintenance man next to him suddenly interrupted. "What a fool." Then a slap hit him on the forehead. "Cut the nonsense." The middle-aged maintenance man waved his hands. The expression on his face did not change at all after hearing what Chinming said. He still had the same enthusiastic smile. After all, Jinming's performance is really obvious. A veteran like him has definitely seen many people like Jinming who came to the pirate space station for the first time. The middle-aged maintenance man looked Jinming up and down, suddenly laughed twice and said, "Hey, you are interesting. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to lead the way to the core area of the space station. Jinming did not refuse and quickly followed. When the young maintenance technician next to him saw this, he had no intention of continuing on duty and followed him. The middle-aged maintenance man did not look back, but raised his finger and pointed at his feet and said, "The way to get money. To be honest, you should know that there are ways to get money everywhere here. The key is that the money must have a way to flow into your stomach." Jinming's eyes lit up. This was what he needed. "Tell me more specifically. Do you have a card that can collect money?" "No." "Look, isn't this troublesome? Even if you can make money, can you get the money?" Jinming said nothing. The maintenance man suddenly turned around and smiled at Jinming, although his face still had the same enthusiastic smile as before. For some reason, Jinming seemed to see a hint of cunning. The middle-aged maintenance engineer suddenly turned his head back and continued to lead Jinming to Space Arm Number 2. Chapter 52 Fake Identity. Jinming followed the middle-aged maintenance worker into the Number 2 space arm next to the shipyard. Compared with the city in the central area of the space station, this place is not so lifelike. There are large factories equipped with various industrial facilities everywhere. The huge noise from the operation of various equipment fills the space arm. I don't know what is being produced. Although there are not many people in this space arm, it cannot be regarded as a hidden corner and will not encounter any danger. However, Jinming's hand was still pressed on the pistol at his waist. The middle-aged maintenance engineer didn't know whether he didn't notice it or whether he noticed it but didn't care. He quickly took Jinming to the small house in front of one of the factories. From the outside, it looks like a hardware store, with various tools displayed inside. When you walk in, you can clearly feel that the sound insulation effect of the small house is good. The boss sitting in front of the counter perked up as soon as he saw the middle-aged maintenance man coming in and asked, "Old Wu, what brought you here?" The middle-aged maintenance technician known as Lao Wu chuckled. He reached out to pat Jinming on the shoulder, but Jinming dodged it. Old Wu didn't care and said, "I'll apply for a card for this new kid, and the money will be credited to my account." The boss was obviously very familiar with Lao Wu's style, and asked with some confusion, "Are you so kind?" "Don't worry." Old Wu choked the boss back, stretched out his hand to Jinming and said, "Give me the terminal. If you don't have it, buy a second-hand one. Tell me your name by the way." Jinming handed over the doctor's terminal and gave a pseudonym, Mu Shuikong. Old Wu took the terminal and looked at it twice, only to see the scratched-out mark on the back of the terminal. He didn't say anything, took out the tool from his pocket, and took apart the terminal. "Has the data card been removed?" Jinming didn't say anything, and Old Wu didn't ask any more questions. He handed the terminal directly to the boss. The boss operated the terminal behind the counter for a while, then quickly handed back a new data storage card and terminal, and said to Jinming, "Try it." Jinming inserted the memory card and opened the terminal. Everything works normally when using the terminal. Personal files and debit cards that were originally unusable because the card was pulled out can now be viewed by clicking on them. Mu Shuikong's personal information was displayed in the personal file. The avatar is that of an ordinary person. So ordinary that you wouldn't be able to tell if you were thrown into a crowd. The resume information on the file looked like it was made up casually. He was a civilian spaceship pilot from a marginal colony. Jinming looked at the terminal in his hand, then at Old Wu and his boss, and couldn't help but ask, "Is this really useful?" Old Wu put his hand on the boss's shoulder again, and said while patting, "You can use the Edge Star territory as you like, as long as you are in the Edge Star territory. Even if you go to the military outpost and are found to have problems, just put some money, and you will be gone. The same applies to the prosperous starfield as long as you don't go to important official and military places to commit suicide. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around. How many people in the entire space station are working here?" Jinming turned around and looked around the deserted shop and said, "I don't think there are many people here." Lao Wu said matter-of-factly, "This is not nonsense. Why come here after all the people's cards have been processed? And don't look at the number of people there yet. You will know in a few days." Jinming stared at Lao Wu's face for a few seconds, and did not continue to struggle. Instead, he clicked on the savings card on the terminal and said, "Then this card." Just treat it as a legitimate card and tie it to your identity one-to-one. If your identity is no problem, your card will be no problem and you won't be checked. Callie left you 50. There are restaurants everywhere in the city. Just go and try them and you will know. If you really have a problem, come to me. It's not like you don't know where I work. Who doesn't know Wu Ping'an? The leader of my maintenance shop? Qinming looked at Lao Wu, who was upright and not afraid of the shadow, and really wanted to say that what they just did seemed not a good thing. However, Qinming restrained this idea, put away the terminal, and prepared to test whether what old Wu said was true. Even if he is cheated, all he loses is the gold and a piece of slag, which is not very high in gold content. I had no clue when I first arrived, and I couldn't find any relevant information on the internet. I could only use this method to officially get started. If you lose something, you lose something. Anyway, there are things that you can't use. So be it. Qinming threw the gold he had been holding in his hand to Lao Wu and said, "But I remember that I didn't ask you to apply for the card for me at the beginning." Old Wu quickly put away the gold and said with a smile, "Hey, sooner or later, even if I don't bring you here now, when you make money later, don't you still have to apply for the card here? But, since you want to make money, I'll tell you." Old Wu patted his pocket that held the gold that Qinming gave him and said, "Go to Space Arm number 13. There is a company over there that collects this kind of stuff. It's called Aryang Recycling. Tell me my name, and I'll give you a discount." Qinming wrote down the name, but continued, "Actually, I would rather know if there is any way to make money in the repair shop." Old Wu stared at Qinming's opaque protective suit and helmet with some disbelief and said, "Are you really capable? Then you have to ask our leader. He only comes to the maintenance shop every few days. Usually I don't know where he is. If you want to find a job, just go to him. There's no point in looking for me." Qinming nodded, turned around, and left the hardware store. Not long after Qinming left, the boss slapped Lao Wu's hand off his shoulder and said to him, "I finally understand why you are so generous. How much did you earn? Hey, take a scale and check it out." The boss quickly took an electronic scale from the counter at the back, looked at the reading of the gold that Lao Wu put on it, and said, "Almost 24 grams. For gold of this purity, we can directly sell it for about 230 yuan per gram. You can get a higher price if you sell it elsewhere. About 5 to 6,000. Old Wu's forehead was full of wrinkles squeezed out by his smile. He put the gold away and said, "I don't know where this kid comes from. He's so generous." The boss glanced at the computer, then looked at the street outside and said, "The terminal he just used is the terminal used internally by Shina Company. It is an old model. He thought it would be enough to scratch off the company logo. It would be obvious at a glance. This is company equipment and cannot be hidden." The young maintenance man who had been staying quietly next to him suddenly asked, "Did he kill someone from the company? Or is he from the company?" Old Wu said angrily to him, "It's none of my business and yours. Maybe he picked this thing up? As long as it makes money. It doesn't matter to me even if he kills the company boss." Old Wu shook a small ball of gold in his pocket again. "If you sell this thing later, it should be enough to cover your expenses for a while." However, the young maintenance man had other ideas and whispered, "Do you think he still has it on him?" With a snap, Old Wu slapped him on the forehead. "Forgot the rules? Conflicts are prohibited from Space Arm number 1 to number 20 of the dockyard, so as not to scare people away. If you cause trouble here, you will slap the big shots in the face and smash their eating bowls. I don't want to mess around. I'm just saying. Let's talk. It doesn't matter." Old Wu's face changed back to its original appearance, as if he had changed his face. He subconsciously put his hand on the young maintenance man's shoulder and said, "Let's go have a drink. Can't go to class? What the HL? Don't think about it. How many brainless people come to us every day to repair the spaceship without bringing repairmen? Are you really afraid of leaving some treasures on their spaceship? If you think about how bad the repair shop's repair business is, are there 10 people in total who can repair spaceships? Making money is all about selling equipment, and repairing ships is all about adding extra money. Why do we have to wait and waste our time with such a small salary? Anyway, if you really want to have work, why don't you come to us? If there is less work, how about we just stare at it for fun? Stop talking nonsense. I'm just asking you if you want to go. Go." The hardware store fell silent. Qinming, who had listened silently to the whole process at the door of the store, turned around and prepared to leave until then. But before leaving, he nodded to the well-hidden camera high on the wall outside the hardware store. When Chen-Ning first walked out of the store, he stopped walking out, intending to eavesdrop on what Lao Wu would talk to the boss later. So much so that he didn't notice the camera at first. Although Chen-Ning found out later, and immediately changed his hiding position. The boss must have noticed his actions. It's just that the boss didn't seem to care, and still directly told him that Chen-Ming's terminal was used internally by Xinda Company. This is a reminder to Chen-Ming, and a friendly signal to him. Chen-Ming doesn't really believe in unprovoked friendship, but since others have shown it, it's just a matter of course for him to nod his head, waiting for Lao Wu and his assistant to disappear together at the gate of Space Arm 2. Chen-Ming walked out from the back of the hardware store, and soon left Space Arm 2 as well. On the way to Space Arm 13, Chen-Ming was still thinking about Lao Wu's last words. What Lao Wu said was just as he thought before. There were not many maintenance technicians in the maintenance shop. It shouldn't be too difficult to join in when there are still people who miss work every day. Since it wouldn't be too difficult, Chen-Ming had already made up his mind to join the maintenance shop. Because he actually had another idea when he was thinking about ways to make money. He makes money through his ability to recycle discarded weapons, quickly refurbish them, and then sell them. However, this idea was rejected by me at that time. Or postponed. Because there are two problems that need to be solved in this way. The purchase of abandoned weapons, and the sale of refurbished weapons. The biggest source of abandoned weapons is naturally the owners of the spacecraft docked in the dock. So how should I recover the abandoned and damaged weapons from their hands? Go to the dock and ask each spaceship? The efficiency and possibility are simply nonsense. Therefore, the first step in my idea is that the source of weapons can only be repair factories and purchased in batches from them. At that time, Chen-Ming did not consider the acquisition price, and why the repair shop should directly sell the weapons he acquired. Because even if the source of the weapon is really figured out, the problem of how to sell the repaired weapon in the next step is still bothering Chen-Ming. The weapons from the repair shop must be from specialized suppliers. Why should I sell refurbished weapons back to them? Is it possible to go to the dock and ask everyone? I'm not afraid of being thought of as a fool. Who would buy weapons refurbished by themselves instead of weapons from a repair shop? Moreover, as far as Chen-Ming knows, many spaceships bring several maintenance technicians with them when traveling, responsible for the daily maintenance and emergency repairs of the spacecraft, as well as the maintenance and upkeep of weapons. A ship has its own repairmen. If it can be repaired, it can be repaired by itself. If it can't be repaired, wouldn't it be better to just replace it with a new one than buy a second-hand one? Besides, when running in dangerous space, how can you buy second-hand something as critical as a weapon? If something goes wrong at a critical moment, you don't know how you will die. Chen-Ming remembered that most of the discarded weapons replaced at the mining space station were directly recycled and smelted, and they were rarely refurbished and sold. After all, the consumption of resources and manpower in the process of renovating and selling, compared with the price after renovating and selling, is really not as good as directly recycling the materials. Although Chen-Ming doesn't have this problem. After all, he only needs to consume mental energy and a minimum amount of materials to repair it. There will be no loss. And he can make a profit even if he sells it at a discount. And it is true that some people are greedy for cheap and buy second-hand or scrapped weapons. But they usually buy them back and have them inspected and repaired by their own repairmen to make sure they are usable and then used as backup weapons. So even if you repair the weapon yourself, there is absolutely no guarantee of how much it will sell in the end. Even if everything above is taken care of. The way to acquire discarded weapons and sell refurbished weapons has already been determined. There was still a question before Chen-Ming. Even if Chen-Ming is just one person, no matter how good and fast the repairs are, he will never be able to compare with a space station maintenance shop with a mature operation system. Even if Chen-Ming can really overcome so many problems and make the best business in weapon refurbishment and maintenance, what will happen next will inevitably be a conflict of interest between him and the space station maintenance factory. Chen-Ming definitely can't handle it alone, since there are insurmountable difficulties everywhere. Chen-Ming feels that it is better to join indirectly and rely on his own ability to climb on the shoulders of others to share other people's cakes. What's more, if I can really join a repair shop, many of the problems I face with this idea can be easily solved. If Chen-Ming is a member of the repair shop, he can rely on the repair shop to purchase discarded weapons and sell refurbished weapons. Isn't it much more efficient than going to the dock to ask about each ship? That's why Chen-Ming said that he was just postponing, not giving up on the idea. He feels that his ability to cooperate with this idea is actually very promising. Weapons in repair shops are generally only sold when they are new. Even if someone buys secondhand and refurbished weapons. They are still very cheap. However, it would be different if the person who refurbished the weapons was Qinming. Each of the weapons that Qinming repaired through the panel was brand new before leaving the factory, and there was no discernible difference from the original ones. In this way, top repair technology can completely sell some second-hand weapons as first-hand. Originally, the weapons acquired by the repair shop could only be refurbished and sold at low prices, or even used to recycle materials. But after Qinming's move, the price suddenly rose again. If you can really do it, it will definitely be very profitable. As long as the maintenance shop can discover its own technology and give itself the opportunity to really do it, it will be a win-win cooperation for both Qinming and the maintenance shop. As long as the management of the repair shop is smart, they will not reject people like Qinming and this way of making money. But Qinming is not in a hurry for the time being, because the premise of everything I imagined was that I could join the repair shop. Since Old Wu said that his boss only showed up once in a few days, he skipped work and went to drink. He made it clear that he would not be caught today, so he was not in a hurry to go to the maintenance shop. It is better to go to Space Arm number 13 to see if Lao Wu lied to himself, and if there is any chance to sell the previous batch of goods. Get your own first pot of gold. Chapter 53 Income and Emergencies. After Qinming figured out his future ideas for making money based on what Lao Wu said, open the terminal and search for the latest price of Baiyun steel. Qinming knew that there was a website dedicated to determining the prices of various commodities. Qinming used to use this website to check the prices of various metals when he was working on the mining space station. And it is the same now. The best thing about this website is that the prices displayed on the website are not based on the official prices, because the prices of many products fluctuate depending on the geographical location. For example, the price of high-grade metals like Baiyun steel, which mostly comes from the mechanical race, is obviously different in the fringe star field and in the prosperous star field. The creator of the website seems to have some relatively big connections behind it. The prices of most commodities in all human-inhabited galaxies throughout the human empire are determined based on the latest recorded transactions there. It is precisely because of this that this website is very suitable for caravans and other people who need to deal with goods frequently. Because of this website has been alive for who knows how many years. Anyway, this website already existed when Qinming started working. Although the pirate space station is not displayed on the website, Qinming can confirm the approximate price of Baiyun steel by looking at nearby galaxies. That is, the galaxies at military outposts. Soon the price trend chart of Baiyun steel was displayed on the terminal. The curve sloping upward showed that the price of Baiyun steel had indeed increased. This just confirms what the pirate said before, that the number of mechanical races has decreased. In this case, Qinming is not greedy. When the time comes, he will keep the parts needed to maintain the spacecraft, and the remaining Baiyun steel can be sold. Qinming also checked the price of Sky steel. The price of this thing seems to fluctuate a bit at the military outpost, and it is cheaper than other places. Therefore, Qinming Sky steel does not plan to sell it for the time being. After all, this thing is the core material required for the hyperspace channel system. The technology of the hyperspace channel system has long been made public. Qinming can even purchase the materials needed for the hyperspace channel system at the space station and then make it himself. It definitely saves a lot more money than buying finished products directly. Although Qinming is still a little unsure whether he should continue to drive the iron or find a way to change to a spacecraft with its own hyperspace channel system. It is never wrong to prepare first. So Qinming continued to check the prices of several things he was interested in. After having a general understanding, he closed the website. Huh? What is this? Just when the website was shut down, Qinming suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something extra on the terminal. A program that I had never seen appeared inexplicably on the terminal interface. Was it the one that came with the data card just now? Qinming was a little confused and opened the program. Immediately afterwards, a form-like interface with various sections popped up. The name Mu Shuikong is displayed in the upper right corner of the interface. This appears to be the internal programming of the pirate space station. Qinming clicked on a few of the sections and looked at them. I found that this program seems to be a platform for people who have used fake identities to communicate with each other and publish task rewards. However, Qinming only took a general look at it now and did not study it in detail, because the horizontal elevator he was riding had stopped at this time, and in front of him was the gate of Space Arm 13. Waves of heat are constantly pouring out from Space Arm 13. Qinming felt a significant increase in temperature even through the protective clothing. Qin Ming turned off the internal program of the pirate space station, opened the previous map, and walked into Space Arm 13. The program is already on the terminal, and will not run. Now it is better to go in quickly, and see if the store Lao Wu mentioned can buy your own things as he said. Space Arm number 13 is similar to Space Arm number 2. They are both industrial areas with many factories. However, the industrial equipment in the factory here is different from that in Space Arm 2. Qin Ming's Space Arm number 2 seemed to be the industrial equipment for weapons production supporting the repair shop next door. But the equipment here seemed to be industrial equipment related to smelting and metals. The space station seems to be able to rely on these different equipment to form a complete industrial chain. This is good news for Qin Ming. After all, he has decided to join the maintenance factory. So the space station behind the maintenance factory will naturally have more complete functions. The better. Qin Ming got on the elevator again. I searched on the map for Tuyang Recycling, that Lao Wu mentioned before. This recycling station is located in the middle of Space Arm 13, on the main road of the entire Space Arm. In fact, in addition to the Aryang recycling station on the main road, there are also some other scattered marked locations that can be seen on the map. Basically, they are places that recycle and sell ore. But since Old Wu mentioned this place before, Qin Ming doesn't mind going here first. Aryang recycling station is connected to a factory. Right. How many? 200 kilograms. Because Qin Ming had completely modified the spacecraft's armor before and used part of it, and then needed to save part of it. Then, there is only so much that can be sold. The boss received Qin Ming's reply and immediately said, "Take it. I can give you 15,000 for 1 kilogram. After all, Baiyun steel has a large output source. So even though it is a high-grade metal, it is still a little inferior to some basic metals such as gold. It is completely incomparable to sky steel, which has a market price of thousands per gram. But at least it is more expensive than silver. If he could go to the prosperous star field and sell it, the price would be much higher. But Qin Ming can't go now, so he basically has to accept this price. However, Qin Ming chose to move the white cloud steel slice back and said, "Let me take a look again." Naturally, the boss will not buy or sell by force. However, he took out a list and put it on the table and said, "It's okay to have a look. In addition to recycling, I also sell various ores and melted ingots. Are you interested? Let me see." Qin Ming took the boss's list and looked for materials that he was interested in. The manufacturing materials for the hyperspace channel system are all available here, and the price is not much different from what I found before. The boss also said very appropriately, "If you sell things here, I can give you a 96% discount on your purchases." Qin Ming was indeed a little moved. However, there is still no rush to trade directly. There's more than one store around here. Shopping around is very necessary when you are short of money. So Qin Ming didn't stay in the recycling bin any longer and planned to leave soon. The boss had no regrets about the guest leaving and turned around to continue busy with his own business. But before walking out of the store, Qin Ming suddenly turned his head and said, "By the way, I was introduced by Wu Pingyan. He said that I can get a discount by reporting his name." The owner of the recycling shop, who had been smiling just now, suddenly turned dark. "He still owes me money, and he expects me to give you other benefits? That's okay." Qin Ming continued to walk out of the recycling bin, but his steps suddenly paused. He said, as if he suddenly remembered something, "I just bought something with Wu Pingyan. He made about 5,000 from me. He must have money in his hands now." The boss's dark expression softened a little, and he nodded and said, "I understand." Qin Ming waved his hand and left Aryang recycling station. Continued to look for several similar places to buy things on the main road of Space Arm 13, and compare the prices again and again. As a result, Qin Ming found that the owner of Aryang recycling station was more affordable. So he turned back to the recycling bin and signed the transaction order for 200 kilograms of Baiyun steel. He took the 2 strong men sent by the boss to the dock and took away the Baiyun steel. Then 3 million imperial coins were put into Qin Ming's savings card. Qin Ming always felt a little unreal when he looked at the numbers in the card. After all, the money came in so fast. Moreover, the purchasing power of the imperial currency is similar to the purchasing power of the currency Qin Ming used before traveling through time. With these 3 million imperial coins, if Qin Ming had no other ideas, he could actually live the rest of his life very safely. But Qin Ming has it, so the money is not enough. He needs more. Of course, Qin Ming is still very sensible and knows the dangers of such huge profits. Or is a long-term and stable source of income more suitable for you? Qinming got the money, but had no plans to spend it for the time being. Although Bai Yonggang has made a move, the batch of goods is not available yet. Qinming planned to wait until everything was sold, and he had a rough estimate of his overall assets before he started spending, lest he spend too much money too quickly, and might not have enough money to buy some important things. So Qinming returned to the hardware store where he had obtained a fake identity. Aryang recycling station doesn't accept it, so I can only rely on this place. I can also ask some other questions by the way. The hardware store owner sat leisurely behind the counter, holding a terminal in his hand and watching the video. He looks like he is in his 30s, but he looks like an old man. Seeing Qinming come in, he took the initiative to say hello. Xiao Mu, what's the matter? Qinming couldn't help but be stunned. And then he remembered that the pseudonym he had given before was Mu Shuikong. He responded casually, came to the counter and asked, Boss, can you come up with a better fake identity? The boss put down the terminal and asked, What do you mean? It's a fake identity that can be used everywhere. Isn't this your true identity? Then I can't do it. And I don't recommend you to do this kind of thing. Your current status is actually very good. As long as you don't think about eating from the public family, you will basically be fine in this life. But if you really want it, you can go to the military outpost and I can show you the way. It's hard to say whether it will work or not. The expenses are all real. And this kind of status is not cheap. It's more expensive than buying a boat. It's at least that much. The boss stretched out his fist to show Qinming. 100? 1,000? Forget it then. 10 million is still not necessarily possible. So Qinming is not the right person to take advantage of. Not to mention whether he can get the 10 million. He can't go to the military outpost alone. Although Qinming already has a new identity. His face, as well as the iron mine itself, may be in the military's database. Going to a military outpost is almost like courting death. That's why Qinming Kai was thinking about whether to change ships. It's just that whether he changes it or not, there are pros and cons. So he is a little confused. Forget it. Let's think about it later. I won't leave the space station for a short time. This time is enough for me to think carefully. Qinming stopped thinking about what he had and what he didn't have, and focused on the present. But something suddenly occurred to him at this time. And he asked, By the way, boss, how much does it cost to apply for a normal identity card here? At this time, the boss focused on the terminal in his hand and said without raising his head, 2,000. Add another terminal for 3,000. So cheap? Old Wu is a bit shady. The boss shrugged and said nothing. Forget it. It's not a big problem. If you are cheated, you will be cheated. It would be better to say that Lao Wu is actually quite good. Although he has cheated himself on the price, the products and words are still genuine. I will have to find a way to join a repair shop in the future. And there will be plenty of opportunities to come back. Qinming did not dwell too much on the issue of being cheated, and asked again, Is there anything else you can do here besides applying for a card? I don't do anything else. I'm just responsible for applying for cards and selling some tools. There's no need for more. It's good for retirement. But someone asked me to collect things for him. Qinming followed the boss's words and asked, What are you collecting? All kinds of stuff. Should we accept tobacco or alcohol? Receive. Then wait for me, and I'll get it. Qinming turned around and left the hardware store, preparing to return to the spacecraft to get samples. Space arms number 1 and number 2 were very close to each other. Qinming quickly returned to the dock and took a cigarette and a bottle of wine from the iron ore. Just when Qinming was about to walk out of the dock door, some strange sound suddenly came from behind him. Qinming turned around and took a look. A dilapidated spaceship that could barely maintain its frame was flying tremblingly into the dock. Qinming frowned, and immediately walked quickly outside the gate. Standing on the edge of the gate, and looking at the ship that might disintegrate at any time, the spaceship swayed closer to the ship's position, and it was about to stabilize. But just when it was only 10 meters away from the ship's position, it suddenly accelerated and hit the dock. The spacecraft was instantly engulfed in flames. A shrill alarm sounded immediately in the dock. The impact of the explosion also affected several nearby ships. Qinming immediately hid outside the gate, and after the explosion, he poked his head out from behind the wall again. Only billowing smoke could be seen where the spacecraft hit. It is not possible to see the specific damage to the dock. However, there should not be many casualties. When Qinming saw that the spaceship was approaching, most of the people nearby noticed something was wrong and avoided it. It seems that only one unlucky guy happened to get off the boat next to him. And I don't know if he is dead or not. Just as Jinming was observing the situation in the dock, suddenly, many drones with dazzling lights flew out from below the dock. They isolated the area where the spacecraft exploded and began to put out the fire. The siren just sounded also attracted many people from other places to watch the excitement, making the originally deserted dock suddenly lively. Of course, no one dared to stand too close to the ship in the dock. They all gathered near the gate and discussed the cause of the accident. But it didn't take long. A heavily armed team came out from the core area of the space station and came to the dock with supporting professional tools, begin to recover the wreckage of the exploded ship and confirm the damage to the dock. At the same time, it also drove away the surrounding crowd of onlookers. Jinming was naturally driven away. The dock was temporarily closed and inaccessible. However, Jinming had already heard some possible news from other people before these people came. The ship became like this, which seems to be related to the afterglow. Chapter 54, Speculating Transaction Procurement. Among the crowd who had watched the spacecraft impact before, someone came to the conclusion that the culprit of this situation was the afterglow based on the damage to the outside of the spacecraft, while the spacecraft was still running. In fact, Jinming could roughly tell. After all, traces of high-temperature burning and melting could be seen everywhere on the spacecraft, as well as damage caused by laser scanning and penetration. A clear sign of the energy weapons commonly used by afterglow ships. However, Jinming didn't think about Yue's aspect at first, and only regarded it as the scars left after fighting with other people with energy weapons. Because the state of this spacecraft is not enough to support its navigation in hyperspace channels. The encounter that turned the ship into this must have happened inside the galaxy. That's why Jinming felt that there was a high probability that it was a conflict with other people. But someone in the crowd of onlookers mentioned Yue, who has been relatively active in this fringe star field recently. And this statement was immediately recognized by others. Almost everyone has no objection to the appearance of afterglow in galaxies. It was as if this matter was already recognized. But Jinming didn't know about it. Jinming, who had just arrived, naturally chose to believe the words of these people who ran in the dangerous star field every day. After all, no one would take their own life seriously unless they had nothing. But most of the people here at the dock own their own boats, so they don't have nothing. Therefore, what they said and their experience, Jinming believed. That's all that can be seen from the spaceship. More detailed information about the ship's previous encounters is basically speculation. The real situation can probably be known only by the people from the Space Station Administration, who took away the wreckage of the spacecraft and the black box. After there was nothing to see at the dock, Jinming returned to Space Arm Number 2 again. The afterglow is still a little far away from who he is now. Even if Yue's situation is different from what Jinming thought before. He was not restricted by the army from outside the territory of the human empire, but has begun to infiltrate into human territory. Jinming is not too worried. The pirate space station has been running for decades. If it was destroyed so easily, it should have disappeared long ago. When he stayed in the space station, at least his safety was guaranteed. So instead of continuing to pay attention to the afterglow that is flowing to nowhere in the galaxy, it is better to get down to business first. Soon, Jinming stood at the counter of the hardware store again and put down the wine and cigarettes he had brought. "Invite me," the boss said something jokingly, stood up, put the terminal aside, and picked up the cigarettes and wine on the counter. When confirming whether the items were original and unopened, the boss suddenly said, "There seemed to be an alarm at the dock just now. Well, there was a shabby ship that ran into the dock and exploded." "Oh," the boss responded casually and started working on the computer behind the counter. He should be looking up information on tobacco and alcohol. Jinming was idle at this time. So he asked, "By the way, do those bomb ships next to them think they are unlucky or something?" The boss immediately noticed Jinming's worry and said, "The space station will usually take care of it. After all, it is open for business. But you have to find someone who can take responsibility. If you can't find it, then. But it would be better if those ships had insurance. If they don't have insurance, they would really have to consider themselves unlucky." Insurance. Jinming almost forgot about this thing. In fact, there are quite a lot of insurance companies in Jinming's impression. After all, if the ship is lost, the probability of people coming back is very low. Therefore, the benefits of insurance are actually quite large. And most people who come to the Edge Star Field will find ways to insure the spaceship if they have one. Although the armor of Jinming's iron mine is made of dolomite steel, it has extremely strong protective capabilities. The power of the explosion of the previous spaceship would not have been able to take the iron or away with it, even if it was close to the face. As long as the spacecraft didn't explode on the spot, Qin could repair it again. But if he is not afraid of 10,000, he is afraid of the worst. So Qin has to find an insurance seller to insure the spacecraft. However, whether to buy insurance for the iron mine or the new spaceship still needs to be considered again. While Qin was thinking, the boss had already confirmed that the goods were finished. He held a sample of tobacco and alcohol in each hand and asked Qin, "Are these 2 types in total?" "Right. How much is it?" Qin recalled that half of the storage cabin was filled, and most of the work cabin was occupied. There were also many boxes containing cargo in the captain's cabin, and he said, 34 boxes of wine and 57 boxes of cigarettes. In fact, there were still a few scattered bottles of wine and cigarettes on the spaceship. So Qin didn't take them out individually. Maybe he could give them away later. The boss was a little surprised when he heard Qin answer and asked, "Box? Is it a standard box?" "Tu. So much. Just made a fortune." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just asking." The boss operated on the computer again, raised his head, and looked at Qin and said, "We usually charge 30% off for this kind of goods. But if your goods are all slightly defective like this, it's usually 35% off." The boss pointed out to Qin the dents on the cigarette rod caused by the impact of the spacecraft explosion and the scratches on the wine bottle. Qin also knew the status of the goods he had rescued from the cargo hold of the exploded spaceship. So he said truthfully, "Let's give it a 35% discount." "Okay. Remember to tell yourself when doing business in this area in the future. Otherwise there may be problems." Qin nodded and said, "I understand." The boss seemed quite satisfied with Qin reaction. He could see that Qin was very attentive to what others said. "So there are 16 bottles of wine in a box. The current market price of this kind of wine is 1,600 per bottle. One box costs you 16,700. There are 20 cigarettes in a box. And the cigarettes are okay. Almost 800 per box. And 10,400 per box. The total is 1,160,600. If there is no problem, we will settle the bill." Qin did some calculations and took out the terminal after confirming that there was no problem. The boss simply transferred the 1.16 million to Qin. Looking at the extra money on the card, Qin couldn't help but think, how much did the caravan spend on purchasing such a batch of goods? How much can you make if you sell them all? I bought it at 0 cost and sold it at a 30% discount. I definitely made more money than caravan transporting goods. But this kind of money-making efficiency is still not as good as hunting the mechanical tribe. It's no wonder that caravans choose robbery and smuggling. If you run the business route honestly, the money you make is really not as much as what you can get by robbing. If you can drag another spaceship back and sell it after depreciation, the money you can earn will take several business trips. After such a comparison, Qin felt that the 1 million he had just received was a bit less. Although this 1.16 million is definitely enough for ordinary people to maintain a life of food and clothing for a lifetime as long as they control it a little. But unfortunately, the value of the spaceship is not limited to this. Even if the 3 million that Qin obtained before were added, it was still not enough for a complete spaceship. Not to mention that Qin had just seen the prices of some high-end marine equipment at the repair shop. Even if it is just an ordinary mining ship with only the most basic equipment, its price starts at 5 million. And the price of a 2,000-ton ship, like the iron ore, will only be higher. The most ordinary civilian ship can drain itself. This little money is really nothing. This is one of the reasons why Qin has been wondering whether to change ships. Qin sighed silently. He was still some way away from achieving his goal. However, Qin quickly cheered up again. He had completed his goal of returning to the human world alive from Ruemu. Then, he is also capable of completing the mission from the pirate space station in the Edge star field to the prosperous star field. Qin strengthened his determination again and raised his head from the terminal. Then he found his boss sitting back in his rocking chair, holding the terminal and watching videos. Boss, when will you come to pick up the goods?" After the boss completed the transaction, he looked like he was lying down again. He waved his hand to Qin casually and said, "Don't worry. I have to talk to the person who receives the goods first. It may take 2 days. Anyway, I have your communication code. Then send a message to make an appointment, and I'll ask someone to find you." Qin hesitated a little at this time and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will default on my debt later?" The boss pointed to the outside of the store and said, "Look outside. Ming followed the boss's words and looked over. From this angle, he could see the heavy industrial equipment for manufacturing weapons in operation in the factory outside. Moreover, Ming specifically looked at the map just now. Unlike Space Arm 13, the boss's hardware store is the only marked location on the map of Space Arm 2. Ming turned his head and looked at the boss sitting leisurely in the store, feeling clear in his heart. It is self-evident what this situation means. Ming nodded silently and left the hardware store. He went directly to the city in the core area of the space station. Naturally, the first thing you do after you have money is to purchase supplies. And cities are places for people to live. All things that human beings need for life can definitely be purchased in cities. Ming followed the marks on the map and looked at each house. He found that most stores can deliver directly to the ship, which saved him a lot of trouble. You can start purchasing directly with confidence. The first and most important thing is of course food. It's never wrong to reserve half a year's worth first. Moreover, food packaged with modern technology is easier to store than food grown and hunted by yourself. The space in the refrigerator can also be better utilized. In addition to food, Ming also needs to stock up on various daily necessities. And some emergency stuff for the spaceship. For example, a foam tank can be used to seal the gap in the spacecraft in an emergency. A trigger foam fire extinguisher that can immediately spray fire extinguishing foam around when it senses a flame, etc. In addition, Ming also needs to prepare other medicines needed to face various diseases and emergencies. Although Ming has never been sick, herbs have been growing in the planting cabin. But herbal medicine is only a temporary substitute after all. And modern medical drugs are the best way to cure and prevent diseases. By the time these things were dealt with, a long time had passed. Fatigue gradually poured into Ming's mind. So Ming returned to the iron mine. I took off the protective clothing I had worn for a long time. Although protective clothing has a temperature regulating function, and will not be too stuffy when worn. Protective clothing is not everyday clothing after all. And it is still uncomfortable to wear it for a long time. Xiaosher had also been trapped in Ming's helmet for a day, and disappeared as soon as he was released. Either go to sleep in its piece of ore, or go play on the running wheel Ming made for it in the captain's cabin. Anyway, Ming was tired, so he didn't go looking for it. After a brief wash, he lay down on the bed. But Ming can't rest yet, because the space station time is based on Earth time. Ming's schedule must be adjusted. He had to hold on a little longer until he could rest during the normal rest period in Earth time. Ming thought for a while, and opened the program on the terminal. I checked what this forum for internal communication in the pirate space station was for. It took me some time to get a general understanding. This forum actually has 3 general functions: release tasks, communicate with each other, and announce information. The tasks are basically investigation, exploration, collection, smuggling, recycling, freight transportation, etc. Of course, there are battles. Battles with the Machine Tribe, Sunset, and other pirates. Some are released by individuals, and some are released by the Space Station Administration. Ming also tried posting tasks, and found that all tasks that can be posted need to be reviewed. So the credit of the people who posted these tasks should be guaranteed. But Ming has no plans to leave the space station for the time being. So he doesn't consider these seemingly well-paying tasks. To communicate with each other, Ming refers to the most basic forum function of this program. However, this forum is just like the forum in Ming's previous life. They are all people having fun, chatting and gossiping. And there is nothing of value to Ming's current situation. So Ming took a few glances and ignored the existence of this section. Then, there is the announcement information section. In addition to tasks and normal communication, there are also various announcements issued by the Space Station Administration on the forum. For example, the spacecraft collision incident that occurred today appeared in the announcement. It was said that it was still under investigation, and a new announcement would be released later. When Ming was looking through the previous announcement records at the space station, he even discovered that there were announcements related to Afterglow issued by the military outpost next door in this section. It was simply written that someone was covering me behind my back. It seems that I have to pay more attention to the announcement section. After all, not only the news about the space station, but also the news from the military outpost can be obtained here. After reading this, time is almost up. Ming could no longer resist the sleepiness and fell into sleep. The next day, Ming felt a little depressed when he woke up. After all, it's normal to be a little tired when you're jet-lagged. And now, he is different on the space station than when he was on Ruemu. Now there is no urgent matter such as an existential crisis forcing him to move forward. It can even be said that there is almost no pressure. However, Qinming still has some requirements for himself. So although he was a little tired, he quickly got up and was ready to start what he had to do today. At present, the progress of executing my plan is very good. I've got my identity, and some money is in place. If joining the repair shop later goes well, then his progress to the next galaxy should be very fast. So what Qinming has to do today is very simple. Go to the maintenance shop and find a way to find Lao Wu's boss. And ask Lao Wu about things related to the spaceship. For example, the factory data of the spacecraft is modified. The shape of the spacecraft is modified. And the price of the depreciated spacecraft is sold. Chapter 55 New Spaceship Connection. Qinming wanted to ask Lao Wu about how to modify the factory data of the spacecraft. The main reason is that the regular factory-made spaceships generally have a small device that stores the ship's identification code, which is installed in the spacecraft and directly connected to the spacecraft's transponder. The ship identification number is similar to the vehicle identification number, and is the most important way to identify the spacecraft. Under normal circumstances, the spacecraft's transponder will broadcast its legal identity to the outside world when it is turned on. And at the same time, it will also send confidential data such as an identification code. Only space station or colony security forces have access to it. It is used to quickly determine the situation of the spacecraft and the identity of the driver when illegal activities are discovered. If it is in a galaxy where a regular space station or colony is located, the transponder needs to be turned on at all times. Otherwise, a patrol spacecraft will come to investigate immediately. Even without turning on the transponder, they still have the ability to forcibly read the spacecraft data through professional technology. This is professional ship electronic warfare. Qinming knew something about it. But he was just a maintenance engineer of a mining space station. And these things were not within the scope of his knowledge. Therefore, although Qinming knew how to erase the identification code, he still couldn't make a fake spacecraft identification code. If Qinming were to go to a prosperous galaxy in the future, it would be impossible for him to wander around with a spaceship without an identification code. So you still have to ask Lao Wu about this matter. He must be professional in this area. Then Qinming also planned to ask about the modification of the shape of the spacecraft for the same reason. As long as the original owner who changed the iron ore does not recognize it, how can the military recognize that the iron ore is a ship from the mining space station? If it weren't for Qinming not seeing the option of exterior modification, then Qinming would have already started to think of a solution. And there would be no need to ask Lao Wu whether the equipment in the repair shop could be rented. Of course, Qinming also knew that there were many ships of the same model and appearance. The appearance could only be used as a reference, and could not be used as decisive evidence of identity. But Qinming felt that it would be better to avoid such problems as much as possible. In short, as long as these two aspects are taken care of. If the identification code and appearance have changed dramatically, the iron mine number will no longer be the iron mine number. The probability that the military would find him along the spacecraft was very small. As for the price of the depreciated spaceship that Qinming wanted to ask Lao Wu for the third time, this is the second-hand preparation Qinming plans to make. Although the probability of the iron mine being discovered is very small, it is not zero. Once there were any signs that someone had tracked the iron mine, Qinming would have to change ships and run away. But the price of a new spaceship is obviously unaffordable. Therefore, a second-hand discounted spaceship is very suitable for his current situation. Qinming has no moral obsession, and he doesn't mind if someone died on the spaceship, or if the spaceship was stolen. Anyway, its own repair function can transform any spaceship from battle-scarred to factory new without any noticeable difference. Although the depreciated spaceship is not as unpopular as the depreciated weapon, and the price will not drop too much, at least for Qinming. It is more cost-effective than buying a new spaceship at the original price. However, this plan is actually somewhat unsound, because Qinming temporarily expects to stay at the pirate space station for about 1 to 2 years. If you don't make enough money during this period, the idea will be realized in the next galaxy. Although Qinming wanted to stay longer, after all, he would definitely need to take off his protective clothing and expose his face. It would be a matter of time. The space station and the military outpost must be somewhat related. Therefore, the longer you stay on the pirate space station, the more likely your face will appear in more people's impressions, and the more likely your identity will be exposed. To be on the safe side, he couldn't stay in any system close to a military outpost for too long, lest anyone really discovered his situation. While Qinming was thinking about something, The elevator had already arrived at the door of the dock. The maintenance shop is close at hand. As soon as Chenming entered the maintenance shop, he happened to see 4 or 5 maintenance engineers walking in from the core city of the space station. They seemed to have just come to work. However, Chenming did not see Old Wu inside. Moreover, Chenming looked around the maintenance shop and couldn't find Lao Wu, who was lazy in any corner. So Chenming went directly to a maintenance technician on duty at the maintenance shop and asked with the same disgust in his eyes as Old Wu yesterday. "I'm looking for Wu Ping'an. Is he there?" The maintenance engineer glanced at Chenming in surprise and replied, "Wu Ping'an disappeared last night and cannot be contacted. Do you know him?" Knowing is knowing. Before Chenming could say the second half of his sentence, he realized that the maintenance man in front of him seemed to have seen something behind him. His expression suddenly changed, and he seemed a little nervous. Chenming immediately turned his head and saw a man who was also wearing a maintenance engineer's work clothes, but whose temperament was obviously different from that of an ordinary maintenance technician. Walking towards him, he waved his hand and signaled the maintenance man, who was chatting with Chenming, to go do his own thing, and then said to Chenming, "Are you looking for Wu Ping'an too? If you see him, please tell him. There is a lot of work in the factory. Wait for him and ask him to come quickly." Chenming suddenly realized who this person was. He must be Lao Wu's boss, the director of the maintenance shop. So Chenming immediately agreed. At the same time, he showed interest in the work and asked, "What kind of job?" The factory director looked at Chenming with a strange look on his face and said, "What other jobs can there be in the maintenance factory?" Chenming coughed slightly in embarrassment, and then shamelessly introduced himself. "Actually, I know something about this. If there is a shortage of manpower, I can give it a try." "You can?" The factory director stared at Chenming for a while, either thinking about whether to believe Chenming or thinking about what Chenming meant. Just when Chenming felt that he was being too direct, a maintenance technician following the factory director suddenly whispered a few words to him. Chenming barely heard him say the words, "yesterday," and "let's go together." The factory director's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Chenming seriously. But under the protection of protective clothing, he could only roughly tell that Chenming was a young man. But he knew nothing else. I don't know if it was because he heard from his subordinates that Chenming knew Lao Wu. He did not refuse directly. Instead, he took out the terminal and pulled up a few photos of the spacecraft during maintenance. He pointed at a photo of an engine being repaired and asked, "What's wrong with this place?" Chenming took one look and gave the answer directly. "The explosion impact damage and the short circuit caused by aging wires can be repaired by replacing the wires and plywood. But there seems to be something wrong with the engine as a whole. It is a refurbished product. Otherwise it must be replaced. Sooner or later something will happen." The director swiped his finger, changed the photo, and continued to ask, "What about this one?" The second photo he took out showed the bridge control panel. The outer operating panel had been removed, revealing the extremely complex electronic components and circuits inside. These electronic components and circuits were completely damaged, and just looking at them gave people a headache. Chenming almost said, "I suggest you just throw it away and get a new one." But luckily he controlled it. He carefully looked at the various damages on it and began to answer questions one by one on how to repair the control panel. At the end, Chenming couldn't help but said, "Since this control panel is so broken, it would be better to replace it with a new one." Boss Wu's expression had always been calm and unchanged. It wasn't until Chenming finished speaking that he showed some satisfaction. At least he already had an understanding of Chenming's knowledge base. He knew that Chenming must have studied this knowledge specifically, and there would definitely be no problem in temporarily replacing Lao Wu. "You come with me." The factory director didn't embarrass Chenming too much and took him directly into the depths of the maintenance factory. "Since you are looking for a job, start by helping others. Each maintenance task is divided into 10% and 15%. We will see if you can continue to work later." Chenming was slightly stunned. Not because the treatment was too bad, but because the treatment was so good. Generally speaking, for this piece rate maintenance task, the maintenance worker gets half, and the maintenance shop gets half. Chenming, a lowly person, can get nearly half of the salary of the main maintenance technician. To be honest, this salary is a bit exaggerated. You must know that you are a person who suddenly appeared from nowhere looking for a job. If others don't drive you away, it is already considered good, and you are treated so well. It was really hard for Chenming to believe it. Could it be for Old Wu's sake? Chenming's mind was full of doubts. But since he brought it up on his own initiative, He had to at least go and take a look. The factory director quickly took Chenming into the depths of the repair factory, a place used to repair spacecraft that was separated from the outside area where various tradable spacecraft equipment was displayed. There is a passage directly through the side of this area near the dock, and spacecraft that need repairs will enter from here. The ships waiting for repairs here are different from the ships docked at the ship's berth. They are all suspended in the air. It seems that the location of the spacecraft for repair work is not affected by the simulated gravity system of the space station. Just when Chenming came in, he could see that many spaceships were being repaired, but they were not being repaired by the maintenance factory staff, but by the crew of the spacecraft themselves. They just borrowed the equipment from the repair shop. It seems that there is no need to ask Old Wu about the modification of the spaceship. If others can rent maintenance equipment, so can you. The factory director did not stop at the door and continued to lead Chenming to a maintenance technician who was sorting out tools. The maintenance man had a shaved head and looked to be in his 30s or 40s. When he saw someone approaching, he immediately stood up and shouted respectfully, "Director." The factory director nodded and said, "Old Wu missed work again. This person is someone whom Old Wu knows, and he has some skills. He will help you first. If you have any questions, come to me later. I have to go find Old Wu now." Return. Good. After the bald maintenance man agreed, the factory director left Chenming here, and he quickly disappeared on the road he came from. The bald repairman seemed to relax a little when he saw this. He picked up his tools and called Chenming to the side of a spacecraft to be repaired. He pointed to a piece of equipment next to him and said, "Put the terminal here and plug in that wire. There is already a terminal placed here on this device, and a data cable connected to the device is plugged in." Chenming did as he was told. After the terminal loaded for a moment, a 1 count and a section introducing maintenance task requirements appeared. Chenming was not in a hurry to see the mission, but turned his head and took a look at the spacecraft first. This spacecraft is not a civilian spacecraft, but an armed frigate called the Sentinel class. The Sentinel class, like the Expedition class, is a spaceship that is more suitable for escorting caravans. Compared to the Expedition class, the Sentinel class has thinner armor, lower overall mass, and greater mobility. It has 2 small carrying points and a special missile mounting point, and has a different focus from the Expedition level in terms of combat. Many large caravans will choose a mixture of Expedition class and Sentinel class ships when selecting frigates to adapt to different combat environments. The Sentinel class ship in front of Chenming was severely damaged. The engine and rear armor were almost completely damaged, and it looked like it had been destroyed. Or to put it more clearly, this ship is the pirate's trophy. After seeing enough, Chenming looked at the terminal again. The client's maintenance requirements for this ship are very low as shown on the terminal. Only a minimum level of repair and maintenance is required to ensure the normal operation of the spacecraft and to be able to activate the hyperspace channel system and weapon systems. Such a request is in line with Chenming's stereotype of certain pirates. Seeing that Chenming had finished reading, the bald maintenance man continued to greet Chenming to come to him. At the same time, he pointed to the equipment on the side that could assist movement in a gravity-free environment and said to Chenming, "Come on. Put on that and follow me. Let's go to the spacecraft." Chenming is quite familiar with this kind of equipment, wearing the protective suit directly and starting to put the equipment on the body without any help. The light protective clothing did not affect the wearing of the equipment. Chenming was quickly prepared and stood beside the bald maintenance man. Seeing Chenming like this, the bald maintenance technician couldn't help but ask, "We are in the space station, and you are working in this suit?" Chenming moved a little, and after making sure it would not affect his activities, he said, "I'm used to it." The bald man didn't say much, since he wasn't the one who felt uncomfortable anyway. After saying, "It's up to you," he took a step forward and entered the gravity-free area. With the help of equipment, he soon stood at the hatch on the starboard side of the spacecraft that looked like there were signs of violent damage. The bald maintenance man got in, and Chenming followed him into the gravity-free area. With the assistance of equipment, he approached the damaged spacecraft. But when Chenming came into contact with the spacecraft, he suddenly froze on the spot. 2 lines of words appeared in his mind, just like when he first touched the iron or number. New spacecraft signal detected. Whether to change the brain control signal connection. Number of currently connected spaceships, 1/1. Chapter 56 Professional Maintenance Technician. Chenming almost wanted to choose yes directly at this moment. But before doing so, Chenming still controlled this idea. The reason is also very simple. Although there should be no limit to the number of times you can replace a spacecraft connected to a brain-controlled signal. Replacing a connected spacecraft may require mental energy. Qinming is still in the repair shop and still working. Most of the things Qinming does through the panel require mental energy. If you want to try out new functions of your abilities, you should at least wait until you have some time to do so. But as he said this, the thoughts in Qinming's mind were growing uncontrollably. From the moment he saw the prompt that the connection could be replaced, Qinming had already thought of many ways to use the panel to gain benefits from other people's spaceships. There is even the idea of driving other people's spacecraft away directly through the connection. It's a pity that it would be difficult for him to go directly to the dock to contact other people's spaceships. There are strict surveillances everywhere in the dock. If Qinming touches someone else's spaceship, and then the other person's spaceship escapes inexplicably, everyone will definitely doubt himself. Although Qinming could also choose to wait for people to drive the ship out of the space station and directly remotely control the spacecraft to remove the engine and life support system, allowing people to freeze to death and starve to death in space. But Qinming doesn't want to use this method on people who are completely unfamiliar to him and who don't know the situation at all. Qinming was not sure which of the people in the shipyard were really vicious pirates, and which of them only came to the space station for some forced reasons. Qinming's conscience is a bit hard to find a way to deceive others. At least he had to make sure that the owner of the boat was really a villain, so that Qinming could proceed with confidence. For example, the current owner of the ship he is repairing. Qinming cheated without blinking an eye, in addition to what he can do by controlling other people's spaceships. The second sentence in Qinming's mind, number of currently connected spaceships, 1/1, also attracted his attention. This should be a limitation of his mental strength, but it is also the direction in which he can develop in the future. Qinming was very clear about the advantages of a spaceship that could be completely controlled by himself. The 3 frigates that sank in the dark cemetery were the best evidence. So more spaceships naturally means that Qinming can do more things. Qinming firmly believes that there are ways to increase this number, because in the past 6 months, especially when I was on Ruemu, the number of times I used the panel gradually increased. Qinming can clearly feel that the consumption of mental energy he can support is increasing. At first, Qinming could feel obvious fatigue just by repairing 2 machine guns. Later, Qinming could even modify the heavy armor on the bottom of the spacecraft in the morning and fight against the mechanical tribe. During the process, they continued to repair weapons and damaged armor. In the end, they even removed an electromagnetic javelin from the battle machine clan and repaired it. This all happened within a day. If I had just received the panel explanation at the beginning, I would never have been able to resist it. This can clearly prove that Qinming's mental power is growing. As long as Qinming continues to consume mental energy through the panel and exercise, so that his mental energy exceeds a certain limit, then the number above will definitely become 1/2. In fact, Qinming also thought of another possible way to increase mental power. People with psychic abilities are said to influence their mental will and thinking, so they must also be able to exercise these aspects of themselves. But this is really too far away from Qinming's current life circle. But Qinming felt that he could wait until he became familiar with Lao Wu or his boss, and knew whether they were worthy of trust. Try using the Whispering Stone hidden in your engine room as an excuse to ask them if they have any news related to psychers. After all, Qinming is still not sure whether his ability to control the spacecraft through the panel is a type of psychic ability. If you talk to people about people with psychic abilities for no reason, it will be written on your face that there is no silver in this place. Although the Whispering Stone is a good reason, its value makes it impossible for Qinming to simply say it out before he can trust others. So Qinming can only take his time in this regard. Just when Qinming was thinking, the sound of a wrench hitting metal came from inside the spacecraft along with the bald maintenance man's urging. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Coming," Qinming responded, temporarily suppressing all kinds of thoughts in his heart. After entering the spacecraft, he cooperated with the bald maintenance technician to complete the detailed repair tasks inside the spacecraft. When leaving the spacecraft, the bald man stared at Qinming for a few times, his eyes seeming to flicker with confusion. But he didn't say anything. He just greeted Qinming to continue to the next spacecraft to be repaired. He and Qinming need to handle all the internal repairs of the spacecraft first, and then control the large maintenance equipment in the repair shop to carry out the remaining external armor maintenance tasks. Although Qinming's body was following the bald head, his mind was filled with the 2 sentences that just appeared in his mind. Although it is quite unreliable to go directly to the dock to contact other people's spaceships in front of a bunch of surveillance cameras, but it's different in the repair shop. Although the repair shop also has monitoring, Jinming can touch the spacecraft that needs repair as he wants. As long as someone dares to drive a boat controlled by Jinming out alone in the future, then the boat will already belong to Jinming. Everything on the ship is naturally included. And among them is the hyperspace channel system that Jinming needs most now. In fact, Jinming had the idea of dismantling the hyperspace channel system on other ships of the space station and using it for his own use half a year ago. But there were two reasons that prevented Jinming from doing so. One is because the damage to several spacecraft parked in the dock is very serious. The iron ore, which Jinming chose as the most complete one, all lacked the hyperspace channel system, and the other ones couldn't be guaranteed. So Jinming didn't think too much about those ships until he collected the food needed for the voyage. The second reason is because of the bugs on the space station. When Jinming returned to the space station for the first time, if he had free time, he would definitely stop by and take a look at the other two spacecrafts. But the perception ability of insects is too exaggerated. As soon as Jinming killed a larva that hatched from an insect egg, all the insects in the space station came to hunt him down. If you run a little slower, you may become food for insects, and there is no chance of getting close to the spacecraft. When Jinming returned for the second time, vesicle insects with long-range attack capabilities had already appeared among the insects on the space station. There is a high probability that there is no hyperspace station channel system on those damaged spaceships. It is impossible for Jinming to take great risks to confirm it. However, Jinming also considered using a mining laser to cut off part of the dock and disconnect it from the space station, so that he could go over and confirm whether there was a hyperspace channel system on the spacecraft. But although the space station is not big, it is still compared to other space stations. If you really want to cut the dock, it will consume a lot of fuel. Moreover, the spaceships parked in the docks are visibly fragile, and if you are not careful when cutting, the spacecraft may be completely destroyed. The benefits are low, the cost is high, and it is difficult to realize. It is impossible for Jinming to do such a thing. If we look at it now, why not use a panel as an easier way to stably obtain other people's hyperspace channel systems? Even without the help of the panel, as long as Jinming can join the repair shop, it shouldn't be difficult to get the damaged hyperspace channel system back. After some repairs and modifications, it will be a brand new hyperspace channel system suitable for the iron ore. If it really doesn't work, then Jinming still has two alternatives. Buy the materials to make it yourself, or buy the finished product directly. Which of these methods is not better than taking the risk of searching a few abandoned ships? In short, Jinming does not regret his original decision, assuming that he had actually obtained the hyperspace channel system. It would have taken less than half a year to reach the pirate space station. At the same time, it also means that I will not have the goods worth more than 1 million yuan. And my maintenance technology will never be as advanced as it is now. Calculate the gains and losses, and you will know what kind of decision is right. But for now, controlling the spacecraft to obtain the hyperspace channel system will have to wait a little longer. Jinming needs to wait for a suitable opportunity, and this opportunity should not take too long. Jinming refocused his attention on the work at hand, looking at the weird eyes of the bald man. It didn't take long for him to help him complete the repair of the second spaceship. When entering the third ship that needed repair, Jinming suddenly asked, "I heard that the repair shop usually does not have a good business. Why are there so many ships that need to be repaired today?" The bald repairman was obviously very happy to have someone chatting with him while he was working. He immediately said, "There is a fleet of ships that have done a lot of work. The ships that will be repaired in a few days are their trophies. Do they use the boats themselves? How is it possible? After repairing it, it must be used by other people under their command. Pirates? The most indispensable thing is people who are not afraid of death." Jinming nodded and continued chatting with the bald head about pirates, trying to get more information, and at the same time completed the repair of the second spaceship. However, when he got off the spacecraft, Baldhead suddenly said to Jinming hesitantly, "You?" Jinming turned his head to look at him, but the bald man seemed to have given up on his previous idea and said, "Forget it. It's okay." Jinming knew the reason. After all, he is a maintenance engineer under the Xinda Company, responsible for the long-term and regular maintenance of a high-value mining space station. Even during cryo-dormant period, the company will pay a lot of salary, at least compared to other positions. It is a lot of salary. If the skills he mastered were not comparable to those of the maintenance technicians of pirate space stations in this fringe star field, Jinming might as well have crashed into the outer wall of the space station to death. Although his mind was occupied by those two sentences just now, the movements of his hands were not unfamiliar at all. A lot of work that originally only required the assistance of the bald maintenance technician was completed by Chen-Ming alone. It would be strange if the bald maintenance technician didn't feel it. During the maintenance of the third spaceship, Bald had obviously focused more on Chen-Ming, and unconsciously let Chen-Ming, his underling, do even more work than he did. So after the internal repairs of the third spacecraft were completed, the bald maintenance engineer took Chen-Ming to the door of the fourth spacecraft to be repaired. He did not go in directly, but looked at Chen-Ming beside him with a troubled face, and asked tentatively, "How about you come?" "Okay." Chen-Ming's performance just now was that he was waiting for this moment. It just so happened that I had already thought about most of the things I should be thinking about now, so I could focus all my attention on maintenance work. Chen-Ming directly acted as he remembered, commanding the bald maintenance engineer as his deputy to start the remaining maintenance work on the spacecraft. A few hours later, it was close to lunchtime. The factory director took Lao Wu back to the spacecraft maintenance area of the maintenance factory. He found the bald maintenance man who was sorting his tools and asked, "How much do you still have to do?" The bald man said with a hint of confusion in his eyes, "It's done. Everything." "So soon? How long has it been? You haven't had lunch yet." "Right. Wait. All of them? We were supposed to do it tomorrow?" The bald man glanced at Chen-Ming, who was observing the repaired spacecraft not far away, and said, "It's all done. It's very efficient today." The factory director followed the bald head's gaze and immediately locked his eyes on Chen-Ming. He is very clear about the abilities of his 8 employees, and absolutely no one can complete all tasks in one day. Moreover, the bald factory director also knew very well that he would not lie about work matters, since he said that all maintenance tasks have been completed. There is only one possibility. In less than half a day with his bald head, Chen-Ming finished the work that was supposed to be done by 2 people in 2 days. When the factory director thought of this possibility, his first reaction was disbelief. But the facts seemed to be right in front of him. But he decided to confirm it himself. "Give me the equipment, and I'll go up and check it." The bald man obediently took off his equipment and handed it to the factory director. At this time, Lao Wu also came over with great interest and said, "Then I will go up and have a look." He also saw the problem by following the eyes of the bald head and the factory director. Lao Wu was also full of curiosity about Chen-Ming. The two quickly entered the 6th spacecraft that was ranked last according to the plan. In fact, when they got closer, the factory director had to admit that the maintenance of the spacecraft was indeed completed in this half-day, because the external armor of several spacecraft on the mission list has been completely repaired. The acceptance of the interior of the spacecraft does not take much time. So after confirming that there were no problems with the internal repairs of the 6th spacecraft, the factory director directly called up the recorder of the auxiliary mobile equipment on his body. Start viewing the entire video of the repair process. Although the perspective was from a bald head, he was basically watching Chen-Ming's operation throughout the whole process. Therefore, the video just allowed the factory director to see Chen-Ming's extremely professional maintenance techniques and terrifyingly skilled operating techniques. The director even felt that there was a significant gap between the skills of all maintenance technicians on the entire space station compared with Chen-Ming. At this time, the factory director finally couldn't help but ask Lao Wu beside him, "Is this person a friend of yours? Where did he come from? Can you invite him in? I think he has a pretty good relationship with you. He knew you were skipping work, and he helped you pick up the slack. You should be able to ask him to do it." "Right." Old Wu also looked a little dazed, and subconsciously touched his head and said, "A friend is a friend, but there is no need to invite him. He just talked to me yesterday and said he wanted to join our repair shop." "Oh?" Chapter 57 Trying an Afterglow Beacon. What Old Wu said made the factory director suddenly hesitate and asked, "Then what is his background?" "Have no idea." "Have no idea? I really don't know. He's a newcomer. He probably committed something and hid here. I don't understand anything. I just helped him apply for an identity with Lao Wu yesterday. His name is Mu Shuikong. Lao Wu is also very interested in this new kid. It seems that he has relapsed into his old habits." Seeing that Old Wu was about to change the subject, the factory director quickly interrupted. "Don't worry about other people's interests and hobbies. Just help me find a way to investigate him, so as not to be a spy," Old Wu said with an indifferent look. "What are you worried about here? Spies are just spies, and they can steal anything from you. You have such good skills, and you come to a remote place like ours to find work. Do you believe that there is no problem? It's really not necessary. Is it okay for a few of us to come to our pirate space station?" I'll give you money. Tell me earlier. Lao Wu's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. And he said with enthusiasm for work, how do you want me to examine him? Just confirm the purpose of his coming to the space station. As long as it doesn't affect us. His identity and origin are not important. I don't plan to let him do any work. Just help me teach others. If his skills are as good as those of the losers I have, I won't have to wear these clothes every day. Lao Wu looked at the factory director wearing work clothes and smiled and said, you don't even think about this place. Who is willing to come here and suffer with skills? The factory director clicked his tongue in displeasure, looked at Old Wu's face and said, I think your skills are pretty good. If you are willing to be more diligent and help me teach people, I don't need to rush to retain people now. Hee hee. I don't have that much energy to spend on this kind of thing. You'd better bother the young man. Actually, if you ask me, don't wait for me to figure out what Xiaomu is here for. Just trust Lao Wu. Aren't his eyes always good? Since he is interested in Xiaomu, just invite him over first. The factory director did not get angry because of Lao Wu's words. Instead, he seriously considered his suggestion and said, what you said makes sense. If I let you test it, and someone gets upset and runs away, it's not good for people with such skills. Find another one. Old Wu followed the factory director's words and said, yes. By the way, aren't you still looking for me to work today? You might as well just go to him directly. When the factory director heard this, he turned his head and glared at Lao Wu, and his arms instantly wrapped around his neck. Don't think about it. You can't escape. We really can't let him, a newcomer, do the tasks handed down from our superiors. Anyway, I'm going to keep him here first, and you can help me take a look at it later, and I'll reimburse you for the money spent. Lao Wu struggled twice and found that he couldn't get away. He put his arm on the factory director's shoulder and said, you said so? Then I must help you figure it out. Right? Be careful, and don't go too far. Rest assured. After the two discussed it, they let go of their hands and stepped off the spacecraft. The factory director soon came to Chen Ning again and asked with a very serious expression, Mu Shuikong, right? Chen Ning nodded and replied, yes. You performed very well. I think our repair shop needs people like you. Are you interested in staying? Chen Ning was not too surprised by the factory director's invitation. As long as he agreed, he would get the job in the maintenance factory. But now a question suddenly flashed in Chen Ning's mind. That is, since he has a job, he must sign a contract. But does this pirate space station maintenance shop, which is on the edge of the law or even outside the law, pay attention to the legal validity of the contract, really make sense? Chen Ning glanced at Old Wu, who was whistling next to the factory director, and saw that he showed the same bright smile as when he cheated him of 3,000 yuan before, and gave himself a thumbs up. Chen Ning resisted the idea of punching his old face, and planned to trust Old Wu Bo first, and then run away if there was really a problem. After pretending to think for a moment, Chen Ning replied, I am very interested in this. After receiving Chen Ning's affirmative reply, the corners of the factory director's mouth could not help but rise. Although Chen Ning's identity is currently unknown, at least his skills are there, and two people he knows are also optimistic about him. So the probability of overturning is not too high. The factory director calmed down his expression slightly and continued to say to Chen Ning, the maintenance factory personnel are not here today, so I have to trouble you to come back tomorrow. I'll pay you today's salary first. Okay. Chen Ning agreed casually, but immediately remembered that when he was chatting with the bald man just now, he seemed to say that this kind of maintenance work was done on a weekly basis. After all, the remaining payment will not come over until the owners of the spaceship, that is, the pirates, have accepted it. Somewhat puzzled, Chen Ning turned his head and glanced at the bald man who was eavesdropping on the conversation, and found that his expression was also very surprised. However, the unexpected expression on the bald man's face quickly disappeared, because when he thought about Chen Ning's skills, he felt that everything made sense. This performance made Chen Ning even more confused, but since others wanted to give him money, it was impossible for him to refuse. Chen Ning took out the terminal, brought up the payment interface, and showed it to the factory director. The factory director quickly transferred the labor costs for repairing the 6 spacecraft, totaling 200,000 yuan. It was more than Chen Ning originally estimated. Generally speaking, the cost of repairing a spacecraft only includes labor costs, not excluding replacement parts, which is about 100,000. The maintenance shop takes half of the fee. And then 2 maintenance engineers usually work together to repair a spacecraft. And each person can only get more than 20,000 yuan. Qinming's original 15% should be 15,000 for 1 ship. And 90,000 for 6 ships. Now it seems that the factory director has understood the specific situation of the maintenance task just now. So he directly gave Qinming 30%. And also chipped in the whole amount. In the end, it was just this 200,000 yuan. Qinming estimated that the repair shop would not have many opportunities to repair so many ships at once. So the 200,000 was not bad. After confirming that the money was received, Qinming nodded to the factory director and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Qinming didn't forget why he came to the maintenance shop today. Qinming bypassed the factory director and said to Old Wu, "Old Wu, I have something to ask you. Are you free now?" As if there was no place to put his hand, Lao Wu suddenly put it on the factory director's shoulder. "Hey, not yet. Lao Lu asked me to do some work. I will definitely be free after get off work." "Okay, then I'll find you later." Old Wu waved his hand and walked deeper into the maintenance factory with Director Lu. Qinming watched the 2 people's backs gradually disappear. And it was no pity. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to confirm whether his abilities could be used on other people's spaceships. And just now, Qinming had almost made the choice of the spacecraft he wanted to control. The most suitable among them was the Sentinel-class ship that he first repaired. Sentinel-class ships with relatively strong maneuverability are very suitable for playing the role of forward or reconnaissance. A ship undertaking such a mission is likely to leave the fleet alone, maintaining only communication contact. Qinming can monitor the Sentinel as soon as it breaks away from the main force. Then, he can forcefully control the Sentinel and run to an unknown place before others can react. Turn off the life support and engines. And when the pirates above freeze to death due to lack of oxygen or cold, the spacecraft will be completely yours. At that time, Qinming drove the ship back to the space station before the pirates could react. Dismantle what you need outside the space station, and sell the remaining spacecraft directly to the repair shop. If there is no proof, why would the pirates steal meat from the repair shop? Qinming quickly put on the equipment he had used when repairing the spacecraft. It just so happened that everyone else was going to eat at this time, and no one would come to stop Qinming. Even if someone saw his actions on the surveillance camera, he would have a bunch of reasons to explain. Qinming came to the Sentinel class again and reached out to press on its hatch. New spacecraft signal detected. Whether to change the brain control signal connection. Number of currently connected spaceships, 1/1. Replace. With the choice confirmed, Qinming could clearly feel that he was losing control of the iron mine, and the Sentinel class in front of it is gradually becoming an extended sibling of itself. Just like the iron or before it. And changing the spacecraft does not consume much mental energy. Soon, a new spacecraft panel appeared in front of Qinming. Ship panel. Ship name, Sentinel. Type, Sentinel class civilian escort armed ship. Fuel reserve, 10%. Port arms, none. None. Small missile hardpoint, none. Armor, reinforced titanium alloy external armor. Engine, civilian guard grade engine. Built-in cabins, captain's cabin. Engine cabin. Missile auxiliary operation cabin. Living cabin. Storage cabin. Important equipment, bridge control system module, in operation. Stance traction module, in operation. Life support system module, in operation. Missile attachment module, in operation. Simulated gravity module, in operation. Landing module, in operation. Hyperspace channel system module, in operation. There are some differences between the Sentinel-class panels and those of the iron ore. The most obvious place is in weapons. The Sentinel-class's asymmetric design is similar to that of the Cerberus class. So there are no ordinary weapons on the starboard side. There is only a missile mount point fixed on the right front of the spacecraft. It seems strange, but the fact that this design has been preserved shows that it must have merit. At least that missile hardpoint gives the Sentinel more tactical options. But these are not important to Qinming, because what is really important is that he can now indeed control the Sentinel-class ship like he controls the iron ore. At this time, from the perspective of the maintenance shop surveillance, you can see Qinming's hand pressing on the hatch, and then moving his hand slightly. The hatch opens. But in fact, the operation of opening the hatch is carried out through Qinming's consciousness controlling the spacecraft. Qinming's control of the Sentinel was no different from his control of the iron ore. This means that all his previous ideas are possible. At this point, Qinming finally had a look of satisfaction on his face. The next thing he has to do is simple. Just wait. When the pirates take the ship out again, the rest will be completed as if it were a matter of course. So now, it's almost time to go have lunch. Just when Chen Ning left the maintenance shop, the factory director and Lao Wu happened to arrive at the deepest part of the maintenance plant. A maintenance area that was smaller than the outside. In the gravityless area here, the wreckage of a ship is floating. If Chen Ning were here, he would definitely be able to tell that this wreckage was the ship that hit the dock yesterday. After all, the repair shop is run by the space station, and the task of investigating the damaged spacecraft naturally fell on the repair shop in the end. The factory director quickly put on his equipment next to the spacecraft, but Lao Wu was dawdling beside him at this time, unable to put on a simple set of auxiliary mobility equipment for a long time. The factory director knew what Lao Wu was thinking when he saw the look on his face. He sighed and said, "If you finish the work for me honestly, I will count it towards your perfect attendance this month." Lao Wu didn't say anything, but suddenly yawned, and the half-dressed equipment slipped off again. The factory director could only continue. "There will be a bonus after the work is done. You should have told me earlier." Lao Wu suddenly became more agile and put on his equipment immediately. We walked into the gravity-free area and started working with the assistance of the factory director. They need to sort out and confirm the cause of the spacecraft crash. The fastest way is naturally to extract the black box and the records in the recording equipment that have not been completely damaged. For Lao Wu, this task is not too difficult. He cooperated with the factory director who operated the external heavy maintenance machinery, and quickly removed the wreckage of the spacecraft piece by piece, cleaned and dismantled it. And it didn't take long to find the black box. However, neither of them was in a hurry to see the contents of the black box, but continued to dismantle the wreckage. The plan is to clean up all the wreckage, collect all valuable things, integrate them together, and quickly and accurately confirm the cause of the spacecraft accident. The work of dismantling the wreckage was soon in its final stages. At this moment, the director suddenly discovered that something seemed to be flickering in the last piece of debris, which was probably the engine of the spacecraft. The factory director immediately reminded Lao Wu, who was working in the gravity-free area. "Old Wu, look at your right hand." Old Wu looked in the direction the director said, and found a needle-like object as thick as Old Wu's little finger that had penetrated into the interior of the spacecraft. There is a signal light at the end of the needle, which is constantly flashing light blue light. The explosion of the spacecraft did not leave any traces on it, and it looked very solid. At this time, the factory director came directly to the edge of the gravity-free zone, looked at the needle-like object in Lao Wu's hand and asked, "What is this?" Old Wu said with some uncertainty, "This looks like an afterglow. It shouldn't be a weapon." He picked up a tool, put it next to the object and scanned it, then continued, "Its internal structure is very simple. There is nothing dangerous. Wait. This thing." Old Wu paused and continued, "This seems to be a locator. They may be attacking the space station." When the director heard what Lao Wu said, his brows suddenly came together. He asked with confusion, "What is this? What's the reason? Is there any benefit to Afterglow attacking the space station? I'm not Yue. How do I know? You can't think that Yue determines the location of the space station to avoid the space station, right? Or do you think they just want to confirm the location and do nothing? Is that possible? Since Yue and the others are doing this kind of thing, they must have ideas about the space station." As Old Wu said, he left the gravity-free area, stood on the ground of the space station, and took off his equipment. "Anyway, let's take a look at the black box first." The director did not object, and together with Lao Wu, they relied on a bunch of recording equipment that had not been completely damaged and the well-preserved black boxes to restore the previous encounters of the spacecraft. This spacecraft had a companion spacecraft before, and together they jumped out of the hyperspace channel to the edge of the galaxy where the space station is located. When they just came out of the channel, they were attacked by a small Afterglow fleet that had been crouching for a long time. Another ship was destroyed on the spot, but this one had weird luck. Although the attacks of all Afterglow ships were on target, they all avoided fatal positions that could lead to the direct sinking of the spacecraft. And it seems that out of vigilance against the armed forces of the space station inside the galaxy, this small Afterglow fleet only operated on the edge of the galaxy, and did not go deep into the galaxy. It hunted down the spacecraft and allowed it to successfully escape back to the space station. Now it seems that Yue obviously let the water fall on purpose. First, a beacon was left on the ship, and then the ship was put back to lock the location of the space station. Sunset must have expected that the beacon would be discovered, but they did it anyway. In other words, there is a high possibility that Yuhui's assault force is already on the way. Chapter 58 Prevention. The contents of the black box and the recording equipment left behind by the wreckage of the spacecraft were somewhat difficult for the director to accept. He reconfirmed the records of the spacecraft again with some disbelief. But the results still didn't change. After a moment of silence, the factory director picked up the terminal and started operating it quickly. "What are you doing?" the factory director replied while operating on the terminal. "Contact the people above and let them know the news and get ready. I have to make this matter more serious and ask the superiors to call the army over for rescue. It won't take more than a few hours for the army to come through the hyperspace channel. It can be even faster if they can jump over directly." When Old Wu heard the factory director's words, he asked with some confusion, "Yuhui hasn't even seen it yet, and you want to call for support?" The director said without raising his head, "If it is true as you said, since Yuhui dares to attack, then they must have made enough preparations to deal with the fixed firepower of the space station. I must take precautions in advance. And you probably don't know that although the military and our space station are related, their support must be approved with appropriate reasons. This application is not only superficial work, but also a necessary process to block the gap in the investigation above." Old Wu asked with great interest, "Is there such a thing?" "It is very common for outposts to cooperate with non-governmental organizations to build space stations to circulate things that are not easy to circulate in outposts. There are many ways to make money here. If we make money, there will always be others who are jealous. And there will always be people who are unhappy with us. As soon as they report it, the superiors will investigate. If any problems are found, it will cost lives. Only when the road is sealed and all processes are arranged can we be stable." At this time, Lao Wu said with a surprised look on his face, "For the first time, I found that you know a lot. Unlike me who doesn't know anything." The factory director clicked his tongue and said helplessly, "Don't you understand? You're just lazy. Besides, after all, I am also a member of the official Space Station Management Bureau. Even if I usually don't care about anything, I just care about this place. I haven't missed any meetings that should be held. I have basically gone to all the entertainment. I must know everything I need to know." "I know." Old Wu chuckled and did not refute the factory director's accusation that he was lazy. He continued to ask, "How many days will the army be here at least?" 3 days. If this afterglow really wants to attack us, it should only be within these 3 days. The space station will not be knocked down in 3 days. But it is hard to say how much the damage will be by then." The factory director suddenly quickly took off the equipment he had been wearing and said, "I have to go to the management office. I think I will spend the whole night wrangling. Don't stay in the dock recently. Just wait in a safe place in the core city. Just let me know." With that said, he immediately set off to walk outside the maintenance shop. Seeing that the maintenance shop had nothing to do now, Old Wu followed him and asked, "Then do you still want to do the work you asked me to do?" "Of course. You just brought Xiaomu to the city. It's safe there. Such a talent cannot be lost casually. What about the others? Ask for your own blessings. Why do you sound like we're finished?" The factory director glanced sideways at Old Wu and said, "If the afterglow arrives now, do you think we are doomed?" Lao Wu thought about it and found that it was true. At most, the space station now has the reminder just given by the director of the space station, and it should have some basic precautions. But when facing the afterglow troops, who must have been prepared in advance, this precaution may not be effective at all. And the shipyard filled with spacecraft guidance signals is definitely the first target of afterglow. If afterglow really came now, they would indeed be doomed. "Then I won't bother you." Lao Wu left a message and prepared to run away. But before he separated from the factory director, Lao Wu suddenly turned around and asked, "What about the deputy factory director? He will be back tomorrow." "Right." The director's face turned ugly for a moment, obviously remembering some bad memories. The factory director said in a gloomy tone, "This persecutor was sent from above. It's not easy to punish him. Just go around him. You should keep an eye on the whole process of signing the contract with Xiaomu tomorrow. It's best to just ask the personnel to go to my office with the contract and don't let him touch me. I don't know if he got the news from Yuhui just after he came back. I have to see if there is a chance for Yuhui to kill him." The director followed the small door of the maintenance shop to the core city of the space station, while Old Wu followed the original path back to the maintenance area. Then, he was blocked by Chen Ming. During that time, Chen Ming had not left the maintenance shop except for having a meal in the space station, although he had no work to do and no money to make. He could still take a look at the spaceships and spaceship equipment sold by the repair shop. Even if the prices of these gadgets are not within Qinming's affordability range, it doesn't cost much to look at them. Qinming just looked at it and saw that it was almost evening. As soon as he noticed Old Wu coming out, he walked over and received a greeting from Old Wu that sounded heartless.
Hey, Xiao Mu, isn't it? It's not bad to find someone alive. Did you have something to do with me just now?
Qinming looked at Old Wu's smiling face and suddenly remembered the 3,000 yuan he had been cheated of. Although it was not much, Old Wu's smile left a very deep impression on him. However, Qinming now had someone to ask. So he restrained the idea of punching Old Wu and said,
Old Wu, are you free now? I have something to ask you. Of course I'm free. What's up?
Qinming glanced around and said,
I'm not sure if it's easy to talk about here.
Old Wu looked around in the direction Qinming was looking. There were still many people in the maintenance shop that was open 24 hours a day. Is indeed not a place to talk. At this time, Lao Wu's mind also flashed through the factory director's explanation. So he said,
That's just right. How about we find a place to have a drink? Okay.
Qinming did not refuse. Just when he was about to follow Lao Wu to the city, the young maintenance man who had followed Lao Wu suddenly appeared behind Qinming.
Brother Angkor, are you going to have a drink tonight?
Lao Wu subconsciously patted Qinming's shoulder. But Qinming dodged it again. He didn't care and said to the young maintenance engineer,
Xiaowen, I have something to do today and I can't go. Let's talk about it later.
Lao Wu didn't say much to Xiaowen, but skipped work and took Qinming towards the city. Xiaowen was left frowning as he watched Qinming and Lao Wu disappear from the gate. Chapter 59 Inquiry and Frankness. Lao Wu took Qinming to an ordinary-looking bar in the core city of the space station. The feeling here for Qinming is similar to the bar atmosphere in his previous life. Qinming used to come here with his colleagues when he was working, but he never liked it. And it's the same now. However, Qinming didn't show it on his face, and continued to follow Lao Wu into the bar, and to the counter. Old Wu chatted with the bartender very familiarly, ordered a glass of wine, handed the menu next to Qinming and said,
I'm treating you. You can drink whatever you want. So generous? But I'm not interested in wine. Just drink it.
Qinming did not accept Lao Wu's kindness, and he had no plans to take off his helmet yet. After all, the iron ore doesn't even have a hyperspace channel system installed. If his identity is discovered, he may not be able to escape even if he wants to. Lao Wu shrugged and did not force Qinming to drink. He quickly drank a few glasses of wine, and his face gradually turned red. Qinming took advantage of Old Wu before he was completely drunk and asked directly,
Old Wu, do you know how to get the identification code of the spacecraft? Identification code? It's easy. You can find someone at the repair shop to help you change it. It only costs a little money. It's quite cheap.
Qinming frowned when he heard Lao Wu's very casual answer and asked,
Won't this be found out? No. We cooperate with a shipyard. They give us a batch of usable identification codes in advance. We just paste them directly according to the style, and then import the identity of the ship owner. No one will come to check carefully unless we do something wrong. It's that simple? It's that simple. How complicated do you want it to be? All right.
Qinming thought that the identification code, which had a very important identity and spacecraft identification function, would be as difficult to obtain as the official identification code. But it turned out to be so random. He silently wrote down the process Lao Wu said, and continued,
One more thing. Do you know what the use of this thing is?
Qinming said, as he took out the terminal and pulled up a photo on it. Photo of a mechanical family chip. Qinming didn't mention this thing when he was selling goods twice before, but kept it on him, mainly because he wanted to check if there was any information in this regard. If you can extract the data inside the chip, it will definitely benefit you much more than selling it directly. Unfortunately, Qinming couldn't find any useful information in the past 2 days, so he simply asked Lao Wu now. After taking a few glances, Old Wu recognized what this thing was and said,
I remember that this thing seems to have no use. The thinking logic of mechanical life and human beings is different. Their chips cannot be deciphered yet. Even if you get the chip,
it is of little value. Only Yue may want it.
Old Wu suddenly smiled and said,
Just kidding. But the material itself is pretty good. You should be able to make a small profit by taking it apart and selling it.
Qinming shook his head with regret, put away the terminal and said,
Okay. So be it.
Anyway, it is impossible to sell this chip. I am not short of the materials on the chip for the time being. and I am not short of the money to sell the materials. Leave it alone for now. Maybe it will be useful someday in the future. In fact, Chen-Ming originally wanted to ask about the price of the depreciated spaceship. However, they are actually available at the maintenance shop. Chen-Ming had already looked at them in the afternoon, so there was no need to ask now. So Chen-Ming stood up and said, "How much does your drink cost? I'll pay for it for you." Old Wu said with some surprise, "Is it so good? Just think it's the same as before. You have to pay for people to do things. Or if you also have questions to ask me, we can be even." Chen-Ming stopped paying and looked at Lao Wu. He knew very well that Old Wu must have something to tell him. I have only known Lao Wu for a long time, and he just cheated me. But then he turned around and said he was treating me, which was not his style at all. Chen-Ming was certain that it was not because of Lao Wu's conscience, but because he had other motives. Thinking about the verbal agreement he had just made with the factory director, it was clear that Lao Wu's current performance was related to the factory director. Lao Wu drank the remaining wine in the glass in one gulp, wiped his mouth and said, "Hey, it's true. Let's go out and chat." Lao Wu paid for the drinks himself and took Chen-Ming to an alley outside the bar. It was rare for him to find this dark corner in a place like the space station where the light stays on 24 hours a day. Old Wu looked at both sides of the alley, and after confirming that no one was there, he said to Chen-Ming, "The factory director needs me to confirm your situation and find out why you came to the space station." Chen-Ming didn't expect Old Wu to be so direct, so he asked, "You just asked me directly. Are you really not afraid that I will talk nonsense?" Old Wu showed a smile that Chen-Ming had seen several times and said, "Isn't this a consensual deal? You ask me, I ask you. If everyone tells the truth, everyone will be happy, and there will be opportunities to work together in the future. Isn't it great?" Chen-Ming was silent for a while and said, "Indeed. Telling the truth is good for everyone. The factory director can feel at ease, and Chen-Ming can gain the initial trust of Lao Wu and the factory director. And for Chen-Ming, if he doesn't care about his origins and only cares about his purpose, then he actually has nothing to hide." Chen-Ming organized his words and said, "What I want to do now is to make money to buy a new spaceship, and then go to the prosperous star field." Old Wu waited for a while and found that Chen-Ming had no intention of continuing. So he asked, "No more?" "No. I haven't figured out what to do next. I plan to stay on the space station for a year or two, and then leave after making money." Old Wu looked at Chen-Ming with some disbelief and said, "How much money can you make for a spaceship in 1 or 2 years? Even if you already have one on hand, it won't be easy. This is my business. I have already thought about the idea of making money before. I just have to experiment." Old Wu heard the implication in Chen-Ming's words and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chen-Ming immediately said, "I just need to collect some obsolete weapons from the repair shop. Employees should have internal prices." "Right? Yes, there are. But why do you want these things that can only be melted?" "Renovation." Old Wu looked at Chen-Ming with some confusion. He knew Chen-Ming's skills, and he also knew that someone with such skills must know something about the weapons. You should be aware of the visible difference between second-hand refurbished goods and first-hand original factory goods. How can you make money from something that cannot be sold? Chen-Ming naturally wouldn't bother to explain. He knew the weapons he had repaired best, and he couldn't tell whether they were second-hand or not. This is where the money can be made. Anyway, he is just mentioning it now to let Old Wu have an impression. If he really wants to make money, he will have to discuss this matter with the factory director. Old Wu also saw that Chen-Ming didn't want to say anything more, and now he knew enough to go back and make a business trip. He suddenly smiled again and said, "Okay, that's it. I have to report. Another little tidbit for you. Yue may attack the space station in the next few days. If possible, it's best to live in the city. Besides, tomorrow's recruitment matters happen to have to be done in the city. You can come directly here tomorrow morning, and I will take you there." "Okay." Chen-Ming agreed and quickly left the alley. But Lao Wu was still leaning against the wall of the alley. After Chen-Ming's figure completely disappeared from sight, he took out the terminal and contacted the factory director. Chapter 60: The Afterglow Strikes. When the call was answered, Lao Wu asked directly to the factory director, "How are you doing?" "So far so good." The director's voice sounded more relaxed than before, and he explained, "After all, the space station is in such a dangerous place, and it has all the basic precautions it should have. And after I reported the matter, the proposal to notify the military outpost in advance was also approved. The army will definitely arrive in 3 days. We can't survive for 3 days. Oh, alright.
Old Wu responded casually, turned around and mentioned Chen Ming and said,
I just talked to Xiao Mu.
The factory director was suddenly overcome by the fatigue from the meeting, and immediately asked,
How is he?
Old Wu coughed, cleared his throat, and recounted everything he had just talked to Chen Ming about, including directly asking Chen Ming about the purpose of coming to the space station. The more the factory director listened, the more his scalp became numb, and he couldn't help but said,
You just believe him so much? Just ask him directly? Hey, what do you think?
Hearing Lao Wu's laughter, the factory director calmed down, thought about it carefully and said,
I don't think it's Xiao Mu that you believe. It's Lao Wu that you believe. Did you go to see him yesterday?
Old Wu laughed again, but did not directly answer the factory director's question. However, he immediately seemed to acquiesce to the factory director's guess and said,
Lao Wu said that he has a very good character and is worth getting along with for a long time. This is the best way to get along with him. I told him the truth openly, and he also will do this to us.
The factory director asked with some confusion.
Really or not? Is it true that this kind of character will not be sold? How do I know if what Lao Wu said is true or false? But in fact, if you are smarter or more vigilant, this kind of character will definitely not be sold. You see, he has never taken off his helmet. Apart from knowing that he owns a mining ship and that he is about 20 years old. Do we know anything else?
The director thought for a while and said,
I also know that he wants to stay on the space station for 2 years to earn money to buy a spaceship. Tisk.
Old Wu smacked his lips in displeasure and said,
Actually, you don't have to ask something out of his mouth. Right.
Oh, the factory director said with some surprise.
How did you figure this out?
Lao Wu explained.
All Xiao Mu's actions after arriving at the space station are monitored and recorded. As long as he didn't lie, then his actions must be consistent with what he said. All you need is his answer, whether it's true or false. If he lies and doesn't match up, then you need to be wary of him. But if they match up, it means that Xiao Mu is really a newcomer and is worth wooing.
After listening to Lao Wu's explanation, the factory director did not deny it. So Lao Wu continued.
So, since it doesn't matter whether the answer is true or false, I tried the method Lao Wu said, by the way, and it seems to have a good effect.
The factory director had a different view and said,
Just one time is nothing. It depends on what happens in the future. People's personalities can change so easily. I still trust Lao Wu.
The factory director did not express his opinion on who Lao Wu believed. Who was right and who was wrong will be revealed in the future. But at least now, he can trust Chen Ming for a while. Both sides were silent for a while, and the factory director suddenly asked,
Why do you think a person like Lao Wu came to us? Who knows? Why don't you go to Space Arm 2 and ask him?
Lao Wu waited for a while for a reply, only to find that the factory director had hung up the phone. He rolled his eyes, put the terminal in his pocket, and walked towards the bar. Early the next morning, Chen Ming followed Lao Wu to the tallest space station administration building in the space station city. After entering the building, Chen Ming could clearly feel that the building was different from the city outside, and the atmosphere was very solemn. The faces of several people with status that Chen Ming saw on the road didn't look good. Afterglow's arrival should be a certainty. It's just a matter of time. He had already made some preparations yesterday after being reminded by Lao Wu, and should be able to handle it. Old Wu first took Chen Ming to find the personnel of the maintenance factory, and then came to the factory director's office with the contract. The next thing is very simple. After signing the contract, Chen Ming officially joins the maintenance factory and becomes a member of the maintenance factory. But Chen Ming looked at the two contracts placed in front of him and fell into deep thought. The contract is a very standard formal work contract. All terms are fair and equitable, and the salary package is very good. And although it is a repair shop for the pirate space station, the work contract was signed by a regular company that can be found on the internet, which means that the job is guaranteed. The only problem now is that the first line of the contract reads,
Cinder Rockwell Labor Service Company Maintenance Management Position Labor Service Contract.
So Chen Ming is now considering whether to run away directly. He had just escaped from Sindar Company's abandoned mining space station, and was ready to cut ties with Sindar Company to avoid getting into trouble that he shouldn't have. As a result, now he turned around and ran to the pirate space station that was related to Shinda. No matter how you look at it, it's outrageous. 30 years ago, Sindar's regular space station in a nearby galaxy disappeared.
But the pirate space station is still preserved to this day. Thinking about this is a headache. Qin really didn't want to be involved in related matters at all. But things came to him inexplicably. Just when Qin was struggling. Old Wu, who knew that Qin must be related to Xinda Company, said, "I am having fun," all over his face. The factory director seemed to realize something was wrong at this time. He turned sideways calmly, took out his terminal, and sent a message to Lao Wu asking what was going on. Only then did Lao Wu tell the factory director what his boss said when Qin applied for his identity. When faced with the question of why the factory director didn't tell him earlier, Lao Wu's answer was simple. He had forgotten. The atmosphere in the office gradually became awkward. However, Qin thought carefully for a while and decided to sign the contract. Because all the identity data on the contract has been filled out and imported directly from the identity card. In other words, Qin acted as an employee of the maintenance shop as Mu Shuikong, not as Qin. Besides, he is still wearing protective clothing, and no one has seen his face. As long as he does not take off his helmet outside the spaceship or accommodation. The problem is not that big. And this contract is actually very beneficial to Qin because Mu Shuikong's identity is not real. But the name of Xinda Company is real. Although Qin doesn't want to have anything to do with Xinda Company. Since he's already here, he might as well give it another try. Anyway, the entire space station should be funded by Xinda. Even if Qin doesn't want to work here, he still has to live on Xinda's space station. There is no difference at all. After Qin finished thinking, he wrote and signed Mu Shuikong's name on the contract. After proofreading the contract, someone soon came to take Qin to his next workplace. The place where he works is not the maintenance factory, but in the space station administration. A newly tidied office belonging to the maintenance factory. It should be the arrangement made by the factory director out of the idea of protecting talents. But after Qin was sent to him, no one assigned him any tasks. He just needed to sit in the office. We should wait until this incident is over before we can start the formal work. In short, at least for now, this is a very idle position. Qin waited for a long time, and no one paid attention to him. So he simply started reading new and unread maintenance professional books that he had downloaded after gaining access to the internet. At noon, someone came over and gave Qin a meal card and told Qin the location of the canteen. Qin accepted it, but did not go there. Instead, he planned to go back to his own hotel and deal with it casually. But just when Qin was about to leave, a harsh alarm suddenly sounded in Qin's ears. The alarm sound that resounded throughout the space station made Qin immediately realize the problem. If he guessed correctly, Yue Wei should have arrived. Qin didn't expect the afterglow to come so quickly. Old Wu just said yesterday afternoon that there might be an afterglow coming. But he didn't expect it to come at noon the next day. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Qin calculated carefully and found that if there was any movement in Yue Wei, it should have been when the spacecraft hit the dock 2 days ago. It's been 2 days, and the afterglow is almost here. 10 seconds after the alarm sounded, Qin's terminal also received a message from the administration. The Sunset Fleet is about to attack the space station. Please take shelter. This message came a little late, because when the alarm just sounded, Qin heard the sound of dense footsteps outside the office. Through the window, Qin could see many people running hurriedly on the street outside. Everyone had something to do. Naturally, Qin could not continue to stay in the office. After the footsteps outside gradually faded away, Qin walked out of the office and went down the stairs to the underground floor of the Space Station Administration Building, a studio belonging to the maintenance factory. This should now be one of the safest places on the entire space station. When Qin came in, there was no one in the studio. They must have been scared away by the alarm and information just now. Qin conveniently locked the door, found a chair and sat down, and then displayed the footage captured by the Iron Ore's camera before his eyes. Last night, Qin had already changed the control spacecraft back to the Iron Ore. After all, other people's spaceships and hyperspace lane engines that can be controlled can be found later. If the Iron Mine is gone, Qin's loss will be really fatal. Unexpectedly, it had only been 1 day before Qin's preventive measures came in handy. Through the Iron Ore's cameras and recording equipment, Qin could hear the emergency notification that came with the alarm being repeatedly broadcast inside the dock. Just added an extra sentence at the end. The dock will be closed in 5 minutes. This is the last chance for anyone to leave before a battle breaks out between the station and Afterglow. Qin would definitely not leave. Nor would he have time to leave. But the Iron Mine is different. It has to get out. if Qinming was Yue. Then, in addition to destroying the space station's defense weapons immediately when attacking the space station, the highest priority attack would definitely be the dock with the most ships. This can destroy possible ship power to the greatest extent and limit the possibility of escape for people on the space station to the greatest extent. Therefore, if the iron ore continues to be parked in the dock, it will be a living target. Staying outside is much safer than staying inside the space station. After all, Afterglow's target must be the space station. So it is unlikely that they will send out many ships to hunt down the escaping ships. So if the iron ore number chooses to go out, whether it is flying away directly away from danger, or finding ways to stay on the edge of the main battlefield and looking for opportunities to steal chickens, all are better choices than leaving it to fate in the dock. When Qinming thought so, and planned to do so, there are many people in the dock who have the same idea as Qinming. Some of them have already started the spacecraft, and some are still on their way to the spacecraft. Among the spacecraft flying out of the space station, the iron ore is very inconspicuous. Following the current, Qinming quickly controlled the iron ore and arrived outside the space station. At this time, you can see that the outer layer of the space station is covered with various heavy weapons that are usually hidden under the armor and can only be carried by a huge creation of the size of the space station. But then, Qinming's attention was attracted by the Yue fleet found on the sensor. Afterglow's fleet is currently gathering at the edge of the galaxy, numbering over 100. A battleship that should be a cruiser in size serves as the flagship. The length of this cruiser has exceeded 1,000 meters, and 3 large energy weapons larger than the entire iron ore are installed on the large load-bearing points at the front, middle and rear of the 3 hulls. If Qinming remembers correctly, this weapon should be the Tachyon Spear, a weapon product that Tachyon Technology Company was once proud of, using the surging tachyons as weapons and at a high cost. It launches a terrifying torrent of high-energy particles that can destroy everything in its path. The Tachyon Spear was developed at the same time as the Afterglow AI core, so the Tachyon Spear installed on the unmanned warship at the time was taken away by the rebellious Afterglow. The Tachyon Spear that Qinming saw now must be a more powerful model that has been transformed by Yue for many years. This is the only information about the Afterglow cruiser that the sensors can detect, and the rest of the information is hidden in the electronic fog. But just seeing this thing made Qinming start to worry about the safety of the space station. But there's no point in worrying about it, because at this time, the Afterglow fleet has begun to form a combat formation and is eyeing the space station. Although there is also a fleet station nearby on the space station. But the highest tonnage of the space station's fleet is only for expulsion, which is nothing compared to that 1,000-meter cruiser. Fortunately, although the space station itself cannot move, the thick armor and powerful weapons can still support the combat effectiveness of the space station. Otherwise, Qinming felt that the Afterglow fleet didn't even need to organize its formation. If they rushed over directly, they might bulldoze the space station in one wave. It was at this time that the Afterglow fleet was organizing its formation. The civilian ships that just came out of the space station have basically safely withdrawn from the area where fighting may occur. Most spaceships directly activate the hyperspace channel system and jump into the hyperspace channel after leaving a certain distance from the ecliptic plane of the galaxy. However, there are still some ships that stay on the edge of the possible battlefield. They probably had the same idea as Qinming and wanted to gain benefits by wandering on the edge of the battlefield. Collecting some damaged wreckage of the Afterglow spaceship can cover an unknown amount of time of hard work. Not to mention that there may be a chance to obtain the complete Afterglow spacecraft, as well as the most important AI core of Afterglow. The value of this thing can be said to be immeasurable. Qinming believed that it was not surprising for people to do anything driven by profit. So he continued to control the iron ore and distanced himself from the spacecraft that was still nearby. Then the 2 machine cannons were replaced with electromagnetic javelins. This thing is much easier to use than the machine cannons. What Qinming has to do now is actually similar to the previous encounter with pirates in the Dark Cemetery. It's just that at that time, Qinming could rely on the range of the electromagnetic javelin to cause an effect close to a dimensionality reduction strike on other civilian ships. But now, the 20,000-meter range may be nothing at all when facing Yue's professional combat ships. Therefore, unless there is a very high probability of success, Qinming will not commit suicide, but will only look for opportunities in places that are almost impossible to be affected. When Qinming drove the spaceship away from others, Yue's fleet finally arranged its formation. Just when everyone thought a battle was about to happen, Yue's warships suddenly stopped in place. They formed their formation, but did nothing. There is no movement at all, just like some quiet exhibits. At this time,
Almost everyone who could see this scene had only 4 words in their minds.
What's the situation?